The attacks from both sides were about to collide. Suddenly, moo! A long sound like a bell came from a distance, shocking everyone to put away their attacks. They all covered their ears and looked in pain. Even the people in Dezhou who were 100 meters away frowned. But soon, Jiang Cheng said calmly, "Magnetic shield." In an instant, an invisible shield enveloped everyone, and the pain on the faces of Bai Inger and the other 3 people disappeared. But the people of Japan were not so lucky. My ears hurt so much," Idago Ataro said with distorted facial features. "Is it that guy?" Yamamoto's pupils shrank suddenly. In addition, several people from Bangzi country and several people from Beautiful country all had their pupils shrinking. Li Jinqing quickly shouted to his companions, "Retreat! That humpback whale zombie is coming." John's expression also changed, as if he had thought of something terrifying, and shouted to his companions, "Ow! Joseph, quickly find a mountain to hide. That big guy is not easy to deal with." But they had just finished speaking. A huge whale that was over 100 meters long burst into everyone's sight from the dark deep sea, then opened its big mouth and bit several people. Damn it! Seeing that he couldn't escape, John's eyes were red and he said directly, "The scorching light." Al and Joseph also used their strongest moves. Multiple petrifying rays. Joseph, hammer. On the Japanese side, Mariana, the bell of demonization. Yamamoto 14, ghost-slaying sword, endless hell. Idago Ataro, super powerful black cell. Kinto Ito, absolute defense. Stick country, Jia, ghost transformation, purgatory Yeksha. Song Minji, Qigong wave. Li Jinqing was the only one who quickly shouted, "Transform into a beast." Catfish in the Han River. With a flick of his long tail, he swam directly into the distance. The direction was exactly where Jiang Cheng and the others were. "Major General Jiang Cheng, there is a guy coming towards us," Li Chongqing said in a low voice. Jiang Cheng looked at Li Jinqing swimming over with a flash of coldness in his eyes and said calmly, "It's just right. Let's use this stick to do the surgery first." "Yes, Major General." Several people responded in unison and looked at Jiang Cheng. Although they had seen Jiang Cheng's battles, they thought they couldn't capture a third-level awakened person alive. At the same time, Li Jinqing sighed. It has to be said that Li Jinqing swam extremely fast. In just 1 second, he was already 100 meters away. Looking at the rocks in front of him, Li Jinqing looked happy and quickly speeded up. Just when he was about to reach behind the rock, a faint voice sounded. "Time stands still." Li Jinqing froze for a moment. When he regained consciousness, he found an ancient bronze sword hanging around his neck, and the person holding the sword was a young man with black hair and black eyes. "You are from Dazhou." Li Jinqing's eyes trembled, and he lost his voice in stick language. He didn't expect that people from Dazhou were here. "No, I have to remind Jia and the others." As if he had read through Li Jinqing's thoughts, Jiang Cheng said coldly, "Whether you understand Dazhou dialect or not, I advise you that you'd better cooperate. Otherwise I won't mind sending you to hell." I can't speak." Li Jinqing begged for mercy in a low voice in unfamiliar Dezhou dialect, because he heard a hint of murderous intent in the man's voice. "Very good, come with me now." Jiang Cheng stretched out his fingers and grabbed Li Jinqing's fins. Poof! The fish's fin was penetrated by 5 fingers, and a bright red color spread around it. Huge pain hit him from his back, and Li Jinqing wanted to scream in pain. But when he saw Jiang Cheng's eyes, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Compared to death, he could still bear this little pain. Watch this scene. Bai Yinger, Li Chongqing, and Long Wu were all shocked. Because one moment, Jiang Cheng was still with them, and the next moment, he caught Li Jinqing, and the whole time took less than half a second. Is this the strength of Major General Jiang Cheng?" Li Chongqing murmured. Bai Yinger was also stunned and didn't speak. Long Wu looked at Jiang Cheng with eyes full of admiration. Soldiers respect the strong the most. Jiang Cheng dragged Li Jinqing to Shanyan. Li Jinqing looked at the 4 Dazhou people surrounding him. The fear on his face became even more obvious. He asked why the Zhou people did not show up during this sudden movement in the Yellow Sea. It turned out that they had been hiding behind them. "From now on, I ask and you answer," Jiang Cheng said calmly. Li Jinqing nodded simply and said, "Sir, please ask." Hearing these words, Bai Inger, Long Wu, and Li Changing all showed contempt. Sure enough, he's a stick. Those idiots in the F-King TV show have oppas all day long. Look, their oppas are such cowards. Li Changing said speechlessly. Long Wu also said calmly, I will give birth to a soft egg. Bai Inger nodded in agreement. Although Li Jincheng heard the humiliation, he could only endure it. At this time, Jiang Cheng spoke again. What is your purpose of going to the Yellow Sea? Our nuclear warhead was lost here. We were sent here to find the warhead. Li Jincheng opened his eyes and lied without thinking. The next second, puff, a sharp pain came from his lower body. He turned his head in horror and saw the most horrifying scene in his life. He saw that his lower body fish tail and the 20-centimeter tail were directly separated from its body. Blood flowed out of his broken tail desperately, forming a red mist around it. My legs, Li Jincheng said in fear. Yes, the tail fin was exactly what his feet turned into, and the fishtail part was his calf, which means that this sword cut directly from his knees, separating the part below his knees from his body. This is the price of your lie. You'd better tell the truth, otherwise I can't guarantee where I will cut next time. Jiang Cheng held the bronze sword, and blood was still smearing on the blade. Bai Inger and others were also shocked by Jiang Cheng's cruelty. But when they thought that the target was a Korean, they didn't feel much. What kind of preferential treatment of prisoners is for the international community to see? In today's world, you have to be cruel when facing the enemy. If a person is not ruthless, his heart will not be stable. If a country is not ruthless, it will be bullied. Li Jincheng was sweating from the pain, but he still gritted his teeth and said, I was wrong. The higher-ups sent us here to find something. Who is the higher-ups, and what are they looking for? Jiang Cheng asked. Li Jincheng no longer dared to hide anything, and hurriedly said, it was the triangle heavy industry of the Li family. They took advantage of the doomsday turmoil to directly replace the Congress and became the actual helmsman of the Korean country and established the Awakener Alliance. We are a member of the Awakener Alliance, and then the highest leader of the alliance, President Lee Jae-min, who is also the helmsman of Triangle Heavy Industry, asked us to go to the Yellow Sea to look for alien relics. Sure enough, Jiang Cheng, Bai Inger, and Li Changing looked at each other and nodded secretly. Jiang Cheng continued to ask, what alien ruins? Li Jincheng said, Dr. Li Min from the Triangle Heavy Industry Laboratory found an alien ruin in the ancient Han River and captured an alien from it. It seems to be a Zwabin star. Later, Dr. Li Min gave us pieces of blue gems and asked us to come and find them. They should be left by Zwabin star. Where are the gems? Jiang Cheng asked. Li Jincheng replied, in Quan Jia's hands. Okay, if you have anything else to ask, just ask. Jiang Cheng threw Li Jincheng to Bai Inger and others. Yes, Major General. Bai Inger nodded, then turned to look at Li Jincheng coldly, and then asked. Jiang Cheng continued to observe the battle situation in front. At the same time, the battle between the Three Kingdoms Awakeners and the humpback whale has come to an end. Ow, restrict this guy's movements. If you don't want to die, don't be mean. John yelled, dressed roughly. The other two countries frowned, but still tried their best. Although they belonged to different camps, they did not want to be killed by such a monster. Moo. The scarlet eyes of the humpback whale zombie also noticed the changes in the humans in front of them, opened its abyssal mouth, and rushed towards the few people. It's time to finish. Jiang Cheng watched this scene from a distance, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised, then turned to look at Bai Inger and the others and smiled. Did you find anything? Well, I've asked all the questions. Bai Inger nodded. Listening to the conversation between the two, Li Jincheng said cautiously, Sir, I have confessed everything I should explain, and I have also confessed what I shouldn't. Can you let me live? Don't worry, I will never tell you about my arrest. Tell it. Yeah. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, but I only believe in one sentence. Only dead people will not tell secrets. You. Li Jincheng just wanted to shout. The sword light in Jiang Cheng's hand flashed away. The next second, a thin line of blood on Li Jincheng's neck spread out in the sea water. He wanted to speak, but found that he could not make a sound no matter what, and the blood in his neck was gushing more and more. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, opened his palms slightly, and said calmly to Li Jincheng's body, Blister. In an instant, A transparent bubble enveloped Li Jincheng and the seawater around him. Just then, bang! There was a violent shaking. Jiang Cheng and others turned their heads and looked in the direction of the vibration, only to see the huge humpback whale's zombie body slowly sinking towards the ground. If you look carefully, you will see that a large part of its head is petrified, and there is a huge depression on the top of its head, from which green-blue viscous blood is constantly escaping. There are also a large number of black iron rods inserted into its body and countless other things. Clear knife wounds. On the other hand, the group from Bangzi country and Beautiful country were panting and clearly exhausted. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng smiled lightly. Now, it's our turn to play. Hey, they didn't expect us to be like the mantis stalking the cicada with the oriole behind. Li Chongqing let out a lewd laugh. At the same time, the beautiful Chinese team ahead finally killed this damn humpback whale zombie. John breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Al also had lingering fears. This is still a shallow sea area. If it were in the deep sea area in the center of the Pacific Ocean, I really don't know what kind of monsters would exist. Stick team. Appa, we survived. Quan Jia cried. Song Minji looked solemn and nodded. This is the Japanese team. Nachan, are we here now? Idagawa Taro lowered his voice. Jinna glanced at the other two companions and said, Do it. Hi. Just as both sides of the Beautiful country and the Stick country were breathing, Idagawa Taro suddenly attacked. Dark cell. Instantly, 5 black cells fell from the sky, covering the heads of the two groups of people from the Beautiful country and the Bangzi country. No, these shameless Japanese dwarfs unexpectedly attacked. When John reacted, he wanted to get up and fly away. Joseph also wanted to hide. It's a pity that in the battle just now, they consumed too much and were trapped in the black cell without reacting in time. The same happened to the people in the Bangzi kingdom, even worse than the people in the Beautiful country. Song Minji couldn't dodge and was stabbed in the head by the black cell. It penetrated directly through the head and stabbed out from the anus. He received a box lunch on the spot. See this scene? Quan Jia screamed on the spot. Ah. Looking at the 4 trapped people, Idagawa Taro smiled sadly and said, You'd better be obedient, otherwise I can't guarantee your personal safety. Despicable. El Jiao scolded. Joseph, damn dwarf, you'd better let us go, otherwise the Super League will definitely crush your Japanese country. John's eyes were blue, shooting 2 rays of light at the black railing. Quan Jia fell into a sluggish state after screaming. Song Minji died in front of her, and Li Jincheng was nowhere to be found. She was almost desperate. It seems that you are a little unconvinced. Idagawa Taro said sadly, turning his head to glance at Yamamoto 14. Yamamoto-kun, give them some color. Hi, Idagawa-kun. Yamamoto Shirzwa transformed into a ghost samurai again, holding a katana in his hand and walking slowly towards them. Shameless guys, you will be punished. Joseph yelled angrily. Al glared even more, while several people were yelling angrily. Sudden changes occur suddenly. Yamamoto 14, who was about to step forward, suddenly trembled, and then stood still where he was. Looking at the motionless figure of Yamamoto Ichiju, Idagawa Taro asked suspiciously, Yamamoto-kun, what are you doing? The words just fell. Yamamoto's head suddenly fell down, and a large amount of blood gurgled out from his neck and spread in all directions, and his body lay limply on the ground. Yamamoto-kun. Seeing this strange scene, Idagawa Taro's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he reacted and immediately shouted, Damn it, Ito and Marina. There are enemies. Just finish speaking. A stream of cyan light flashed from his neck. He lowered his head and fell to his knees, just like Yamamoto 14. Next, a young man's voice came. Everyone, why do you want to come to the great Zhou Huanghai? Listening to this Dezhou proverb, 3 groups of people looked around in unison. The person who caught his eye was a handsome young man holding a green bronze sword. Behind the young man were 2 men and 1 woman, all wearing unique combat uniforms. Al, who is of mixed race, said with a deep voice, Are you from Dazhou? Bing dog. The answer is correct, but it's a pity that there is no reward. That's it. Let me show you how to ascend on the spot. Jiang Cheng raised the corner of his mouth and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already holding a head with frightened eyes in his hand. Ito-kun. Mariana screamed in horror, and his body froze in place, daring not to move, because Kinto Ito directly beside him turned into a headless corpse. Isn't my performance wonderful? It's soaring, Jiang Cheng said wickedly. This scene made Al and the others frown for a while. Although these people from the Japanese country deserved to die, this was the first time they had seen Jiang Cheng's ruthless tactics. After thinking about it, Ayr said directly, Master Zhou, what do you want? We can discuss everything easily. Al, what nonsense are you talking to these yellow-skinned monkeys? Wait until I smash through these iron bars, then go out and crush this one to death. Joseph shouted. Hearing the words, yellow-skinned monkey, Jiang Cheng's originally playful face frowned. Since pigtails entered the customs, science and technology throughout the Great Zhou dynasty have been stagnant, and ideas have been imprisoned, which led to the invasion of the eight-power allied forces more than 200 years later. However, those in power did not think about reform, but instead said that they would lose power and humiliate the country's material resources and end up with the country happy, and other shameless words. It was during this period that the Great Zhou dynasty only lagged behind the Western countries. It was not until 100 years ago that under the leadership of the Great Zhou dynasty, it caught up. However, this process was arduous, bloody, and humiliating. During this period, the Zhou people were labeled as yellow-skinned monkeys by foreign racists. Jiang Cheng said coldly. It seems that someone doesn't want to talk properly. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient bronze sword in Jiang Cheng's hand glowed with green light, and there was a faint arc of electricity surrounding it. A flash of thunder. Swish! In an instant, a bolt of cyan lightning flashed past Joseph. The next moment, Joseph's arm, which was still trapped in the iron prison, was severed together with the iron prison, and blood gushed out like a fountain. When Joseph reacted, he only felt a sharp pain spreading from his left arm, and he couldn't help but let out a scream. But the cry has not yet died down. After getting the cyan lightning, he turned in the direction and charged again. In the blink of an eye, Joseph's right arm also rose into the sky. Immediately, blue light kept passing over Joseph's body. His crotch, legs, nose, and ears were all peeled off from his body. It wasn't until Joseph turned into a meat stick blurred with blood that Jiang Cheng stopped, flicked the blood on the ancient bronze sword, and said calmly, Anyone who insults me, the Great Zhou dynasty, shall be punished by pigging. This thunderous method immediately shocked John, who was about to scream. Apart from Joseph's tragic situation, what they feared even more was Jiang Cheng's strength. He was able to kill 3 third-level Japanese awakeners in an instant, cut off the iron railings from which they could not break free with one sword, and even cut off Joseph's arm. You must know that although Joseph is reckless, he is a real, third-level middle-class warrior. The awakened person, without transforming, has a body strength that exceeds that of steel. Now that he has been cut into a human stick without the ability to fight back, it can only show that the strength of the Great Zhou man in front of him is definitely at the 4th level, or even higher. People of the Great Zhou dynasty, we surrender. John suddenly spoke. But as soon as the words came out, Joseph, who was still breathing next to him, spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and mocked weakly. Damn yellow-skinned monkey, just wait. The words are not finished yet. Swish! The green sword light flashed. Joseph, you idiot. Watching Joseph's head fall, John cursed in his heart. Originally, they only needed to surrender. According to the tradition of the people of Dezhou, they would still be spared, but this stupid chimpanzee kept provoking the other party. Isn't it obvious that he wanted to send them to see God as soon as possible? Thinking of this, John hurriedly shouted to Jiang Cheng, People of Dezhou, we surrender. We are willing to tell you anything you want to know. Too late, Jiang Cheng said lightly. This voice made John feel like being struck by lightning, and he felt a chill on his back. Watching Jiang Cheng's crazy killing, Bai Inger couldn't help but say, Major General Jiang Cheng, otherwise we should. As soon as she said this, she met a pair of eyes that were colder than 10,000 years of ice. For a moment, she felt like she was falling into an ice cellar, emitting a chill from the soul from the inside out. Jiang Cheng stared at Bai Inger and said, Do you know what you were saying? Bai Inger was speechless for a moment, or she regretted it the moment she finished speaking. Without waiting for Bai Inger to speak, Jiang Cheng continued. Do you know how many evil things these bastards from the beautiful country have done? The 8 countries invaded Zhou, signed concessions in the capital of the Great Zhou, traded in people, instigated monkeys and Indians to invade our Great Zhou territory, blew up our Great Zhou embassy, and released viruses. There are too many things. Do you think your words are worthy of the sacrifices of the predecessors and heroes? Jiang Cheng listed them one by one. Bai Ying'er, who had always been strong, felt that every word hit her heart hard, breaking her previous cognition or the rules instilled by the instructors. For a moment, her big black eyes were moist and red, and her voice choked. I just want to say, do you want to say that according to international practice, give them preferential treatment? Or do you want to say that your instructor taught you not to kill prisoners? When Jiang Cheng said this, he seemed to hear something ironic and mocked. Did they give our soldiers and civilians a chance to surrender? Did they abide by the Bolshoi International Treaty? After a pause, Jiang Cheng said excitedly, I tell you, on the battlefield, there is only life and death. There is no such thing as surrender, at least, not here. After speaking, Jiang Cheng turned his head, picked up the bronze ancient sword, and shouted, Spirit open! Bang! A surging air wave was released from his body, and the surrounding sea water was directly lifted up by this air wave, forming a circle of 0.5 meter of vacuum around him. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Jiang Cheng raised his sword, and the true essence in his dantian surged outwards crazily. Around him, one after another green long swords condensed by the true essence formed, until he condensed hundreds of long swords. His eyes stared at John and pointed his sword at John. Kill him. In an instant, hundreds of green long swords turned into streams of light and shot towards John. Seeing this scene, Al shouted fiercely, John, run! Damn iron prison! Looking at the long swords coming, John was like an ant on a hot pot, extremely anxious. But it was a pity that the Japanese man's black prison was too solid, so he couldn't break free for a while. Soon, countless streams of light enlarged in his sight. Swish, swish, swish. Puff, puff. Countless blood flowers exploded on John's body. The stream of light's attack lasted for about 0.5 minute before it stopped. Al looked again and found that John beside him was blown up together with the black prison, leaving only a few residues. After dealing with John, Jiang Cheng pointed at the remaining 3 people with the bronze ancient sword and said, Do you want to confess yourself, or do you need me to do it for you? After a short silence, Quan Jia was the first to speak anxiously. The Zhou people, I will speak first, I will confess. And as long as you are willing, you can ask me to do anything. After saying that, he took off his short-sleeved shirt directly, revealing his charming figure, which made Li Chongying swallow hard and said, Why not? Hand her over to me for interrogation. Hearing this, Long Wu showed contempt. Jiang Cheng nodded lightly and said, Okay, I'll leave it to you. But remember one thing, lust is a knife above your head after you take out the information. Speaking of this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Li Chongying trembled, hesitated for a few seconds and nodded. I understand. But just as he finished speaking, Bai Ying'er beside him couldn't help but said, Although they deserve to die, she is a woman after all. You can't humiliate her like this? Jiang Cheng's face became colder. So what if she is a woman? Do you distinguish between men and women when aiming bullets? Moreover, as the loser, it is my right to decide how to deal with her. And, as your temporary commander, I hope this is the last time. Bai Ying's face turned pale and turned his head away. Hearing this, Li Chongying couldn't wait to say to the terrified Quan Jia, What are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow me. Okay. Quan Jia nodded. She could already think of her next fate, but compared to death, she could completely accept the price of her body. After all, when she first joined the team, she didn't know how many times she was secretly harassed. Even 1 minute before the mission, she was still fighting with a second-generation dignitary. Quan Jia followed Li Chongying in small steps, like a young wife, without any fear and even a little shy. When Quan Jia left, Al and Marina, who had been silent, spoke up. Dezhou people kill me. Elle and Marina said in a strange unison in the poor Dezhou dialect. Oh. Jiang Cheng looked at the 2 women with a playful look. Elle said with a firm look in his eyes, There is an old saying in Dezhou that a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. I would rather you kill me than trade with the vulgar man behind you. You are just a fish on my chopping board for me to slaughter. Why do you think you can be your own master? Jiang Cheng grabbed the woman's delicate chin without mercy, pinched it out of shape, and said coldly. Elle looked at Jiang Cheng fearlessly and said, You can catch me, but you can't stop me from committing suicide. You can try. Jiang Cheng smiled. You. Elle was ashamed and annoyed, with a flash of determination in her eyes, and scolded. Dezhou people, remember, I, Elle, am not a coward. After speaking, the surface temperature of her body gradually rose, her eyes were red, and her face was covered with red bloodshot. Jiang Cheng knew that this was a sign that the awakener was about to self-destruct. He just sneered in his heart. In the face of absolute power, even death is a luxury. He stared at Elle, his eyes flashed with a blue light, and said lightly, Mental shock. In an instant, an invisible ripple was stimulated from his forehead. Elle, who was about to self-destruct, only felt dazed, his eyes rolled up, and he lost consciousness instantly. Without waiting for the woman to wake up, Jiang Cheng pointed his palm at Elle. Freeze. A wisp of ice began to spread along the foot of Elle, until it froze him into an ice sculpture. Looking at the ice beauty in front of him, Jiang Cheng ordered Long Wu. You are responsible for taking care of this beautiful woman. Yes. Long Wu was not as impatient as Li Chongqing. He looked at the woman in the ice sculpture with indifference and took the order. As for the remaining Japanese women, Jiang Cheng looked at Bai Inger, who was uneasy, and said, This Japanese woman is left to you. Yes. Bai Inger nodded uneasily. After arranging the two people, Jiang Cheng turned his head to look at the broken limbs of the second-level Doomsday Warrior on the ground, and said to the second-level Doomsday Warrior who led the way before, Tell me about the situation here. The second-level Doomsday Warrior immediately said, Master, there is another layer of protective shield in front of the cliff here. We can't break through. Protective shield? Jiang Cheng murmured, walked slowly to the front of the cliff, and looked. It was a 500-meter deep underwater canyon. Looking down, the canyon was bottomless and completely dark. Looking up again, the canyon was about 100 meters wide, which looked frightening. If there were no level 2 Doomsday Warriors to investigate, I'm afraid everyone would think that this was a large underwater canyon. But with the information provided by level 2 Doomsday Warriors, this large area was just an illusion. I really don't know what those alien researchers would think when they see this scene. Jiang Cheng sighed and slowly raised his hand to touch it. Sure enough, at the moment of touching it, his hand seemed to be blocked by a transparent invisible film, and the part touched by his hand raised a circle of faint ripples. Interesting. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. He took a deep breath, stepped back with his right foot, bent his elbow, and then suddenly punched. King Kong fist. Bang! A punch hit the protective shield, and the shield immediately began to vibrate violently, with dense ripples. At the same time, a huge recoil force came from the protective shield, which made Jiang Cheng retreat 3 steps before stopping. What a strong defense! Jiang Cheng was shocked, and a competitive spirit rose in his heart. He said to himself, I want to see how strong your protective shield is. Spiritual opening. Bang! A surge of air was released from Jiang Cheng, and the surrounding seawater was directly shaken away by the airflow. With a flip of his wrist, the bronze ancient sword Shanchuan sword appeared in his hand. He took a deep breath and shouted to cut it down. The first move of the 3 swords to kill demons slashed the demon. The blade of Shanchuan's sword hummed, and the green light gathered on the blade. As Jiang Cheng swung his arm, it slashed on the protective shield. Clang! The metal hummed. A circle of even larger ripples spread out, and it was the same recoil force that shocked Jiang Cheng to retreat a few steps back. Come again. I just don't believe in evil. The second move of the 3 swords to destroy demons, subdue demons. Zheng. Jiang Cheng was shocked and retreated. The third move of the 3 swords to destroy demons, destroy demons. Who? The sword energy was so strong that it even split the sea water and slashed on the protective shield. Zheng. This time, the surface of the protective shield was much more agitated than before, but it still did not collapse. Good guy, is it so strong? Jiang Cheng was unwilling to give up. This time, His eyes were sharp, and the true essence in his dantian surged out and continuously injected into the bronze ancient sword, and many green long swords condensed around his body. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Break it for me. Bang. Boom. Boom. The bronze long sword broke through the sea water, turned into a stream of light, and hit the protective shield, followed by countless green long swords. Under the continuous collisions, the surface of the protective shield finally changed a little. There was only a click. A crack like glass appeared on the surface of the transparent protective shield, but soon, the crack gradually faded, as if it was repaired by some mysterious power. There's hope. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up, which meant that his attack was effective. He shouted again, "Hard Qigong, open!" Bang! His heart began to tremble violently. His body began to swell like a balloon, and his muscles bulged like a hill, supporting the level 5 doomsday armor on his body. He put away his sword and raised his fist. First level of the heavenly demon fist. A punch was thrown, and the crack was bigger than before. Second level of the heavenly demon fist. Third level of the heavenly demon fist. Fourth level of the heavenly demon fist. Fifth level of the heavenly demon fist. Jiang Cheng punched one after another, and the fist shadows continued, and finally at the moment when he used the fifth level of the heavenly demon. Crack! Like the sound of glass breaking, a large hole as tall as a person appeared in the protective shield in front of him, but the hole was slowly gathering like before. Looking at the protective shield being repaired, Jiang Cheng said without hesitation, "You take these two women back to the flying ship now. I will go to explore first." "But Major General Jiang Cheng, if you go alone, I am afraid there will not be enough manpower. In case of any danger, it is better to have someone to take care of you." Although Bai Inger was scolded by Jiang Cheng before, as a teammate, she was still a little worried. "Take care of you?" Jiang Cheng laughed in his heart. "To be honest, if you really go in and encounter danger, it is not certain who will take care of whom, not to mention that he has Bai following him on his wrist." So he smiled and said, "Follow the order. If I don't return within 24 hours, you can return directly on the flying ship." "Okay." Bai Inger thought about it and nodded. She could hear the meaning in Jiang Cheng's words. But she had also heard about Jiang Cheng's hard fight against the invincible Grandmaster. That was a 5th-level boss. With her 3rd-level strength, I'm afraid that I will only be a drag if I follow him. Just when she was lost in thought, Jiang Cheng flashed and got in through the hole in the protective shield. When she reacted, the protective shield had healed. Looking at the disappearing Jiang Cheng, Bai Inger showed a bitter smile on her face. But at this moment, a mean voice came. "Hey, Miss Bai, Brother Long, where is the Major General?" Hearing the voice behind them, the two turned their heads. I saw that Li Changing was walking towards here with one hand holding up his pants, but the hand holding up his pants was covered with blood red, which kept spreading under the sea water, and combined with his bright smile, it was quite weird. Bai Inger cursed in a low voice. "Pervert." She turned her head away and didn't want to look. Long Wu still had no expression on his face, and said in a voice that was as if he was keeping people away, "The Major General has entered the protective shield, and he asked us to leave first." "Is that so? Then let's go back," Li Changing said boredly, and then threw out a blue crystal and smiled. "But I found what the doctor wanted from that woman." Inside the protective shield, the moment Jiang Cheng entered, it was like entering a portal, and his vision was turbid. When his vision was clear, the scenery in front of him was completely different, which made people suddenly enlightened. What is this? Unlike the dim seabed, this place is like another world in the deep sea, independent of the blue planet. Looking around, it is a huge cave full of rocks. There is no sea water inside. On the rock walls of the cave, there are unknown crystals, emitting a bright green light, illuminating all around. And there is a huge bluestone gate in front of the cave. "What on earth is this place?" Jiang Cheng murmured. "No matter what, open the door and take a look first." He took a step, jumped in front of the bluestone gate, raised his hand and pushed. Just touched the bluestone gate. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the bluestone gate, condensing a human-shaped shadow in the air. Jiang Cheng subconsciously stepped back a few steps, then looked up vigilantly. The phantom had a beautiful female face and was wearing a clean white dress. The only difference from humans was that it had a bunch of erected elf ears, and it exuded a sacred aura. Blue Star, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The phantom suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Jiang Cheng calmly, and spoke slowly. What the hell is this? Jiang Cheng was alert. But the next moment, the words spoken by the phantom frightened Jiang Cheng again. Hee, Blue Star, I'm not a ghost. I'm the highest artificial intelligence life in the first lower universe. The phantom smiled faintly. Jiang Cheng frowned and said, How do you know what I'm thinking? This method is called mental power detection, which can detect the brain waves of any life of level 10 and below within your cognitive range. The phantom smiled faintly. The second question, why are you here? Why did you say that you've been waiting for me for a long time? Do you know me? Jiang Cheng couldn't help asking. This phantom is too mysterious, beyond his cognition, and the most terrifying thing in the world is an unknown creature. Especially this unknown creature can hear what you are thinking. Su shook his head and said, I can only tell you that I came here to avoid being hunted by the king of Zwabin Star. The rest cannot be told to you for the time being, and knowing this will do you no good. But I can answer your second question. The you I refer to is not just you, and I don't know you. I refer to the destined person who can break the protective shield. Destined person? Jiang Cheng said to himself. Su said, Yes, destined person. Only by breaking the protective shield can the program of this alien space be activated to wake me up, which is the cave in your blue star's cognition. Then what are you waiting for me to do? Jiang Cheng said. Su said, Inheritance. Inheritance? Jiang Cheng was slightly stunned. He was not unfamiliar with this word. He had seen it in many online novels, in countless martial arts movies and TV series, and in the culture of the Great Zhou dynasty countless times. But only now, he heard this word familiar and unfamiliar. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, I don't understand what you are talking about. Su smiled faintly and said, When you can pass the next test, you will understand everything. After that, Su moved aside. The bluestone giant door that had been closed slowly opened, revealing a light curtain flashing with green light. Su said, The challenge is divided into 3 levels. When you enter the light curtain, the first level challenge is considered to be the beginning. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, What if I refuse the challenge? Su smiled playfully and said, In order to keep the secrets here, I will erase your memory. Erase memory. Jiang Cheng's pupil shrank, and he continued, What if I fail the challenge? I will die, Su said, and then said, Of course, if the challenge is successful, you will get a huge benefit, a benefit beyond the cognition of you, a blue star. After thinking about it, Jiang Cheng said, Okay, I agree to your challenge. For now, he is confident that he can rush out of this ghost protective shield in less than half a second in terms of speed and strength. Even if his strength is not good, he can quickly get into the small world. But he is also curious about what this so-called inheritance is. Thinking about it, he stepped into the blue light curtain. Welcome to the challenger to enter the first level of the challenge. An emotionless female voice sounded in an unknown place in the space. The content of the challenge, based on your current strength below the 3rd level, as long as you can successfully kill a 4th level's Wabin star, the challenge will be considered a success. 4th level? Isn't it too much to underestimate me? Jiang Cheng sneered, afraid that this Su didn't know his true strength at all. Besides, he had a level 5 Doomsday armor on him, which was also one of his trump cards. Just as the thought fell, the voice of nothingness sounded again. By the way, let me remind you that the level 5 armor on you and the level 5 Cybertron liquid metal life on your wrist will be temporarily banned. Please deal with it with all your strength, otherwise, you will die. It can actually be done to this extent. Jiang Cheng's heart was once again in turmoil, but soon he calmed down. His strength never needed to rely on Bai and the level 5 Doomsday armor. The next second, the space flashed white light. Soon he appeared on a 1-hectare ring, and a man with strange patterns all over his body, blue skin, and the appearance of a blue star man appeared in front of him. Data eye open. Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed. The man's data immediately appeared in front of him. Name, Sal's, meat puppet. Race, Swabin. Level 4 upper. Wisdom, 1000. Strength, 120,000. Agility, 200. Spirit, 1000. Skills, Psychic Storm, Death Ray, Flying, Psychic Storm, Secondary Transformation, Devouring Evolution. Comprehensive Combat Power, 122,200. It's just 120,000 combat power. Jiang Cheng sneered, and cells in front of him suddenly began to riot. Without saying a word, he suddenly jumped up, flashed, and leaned over to rush towards him. Slow, too slow. With his normal agility attribute of more than 1,400, Sal's speed of 200 was like a snail in his eyes. Before rushing to him, Jiang Cheng slightly turned sideways. Swish! A strong wind blew past in front of him, and Jiang Cheng easily dodged Sal's attack, and at the same time kicked him on the back with a whip kick. Bang! Sal's was immediately kicked out by the huge force, and a deep pit was knocked out of the ground, and the gravel was shot in all directions. Although Sal's was kicked, he seemed to be fine. He climbed up from the deep pit with an expressionless face, and then stared at Jiang Cheng, his eyes shining with dazzling blue light. Psychic Storm. The blue ripples suddenly surged like a tidal wave. Not good. It's a spiritual skill. Jiang Cheng secretly said that it was not good, and immediately concentrated his mind, and a half-meter-long blue flying sword condensed on his forehead. Psychic Flying Sword. Swish! The blue flying sword turned into an invisible stream of light and flew out. Bang! Instantly, a white light flashed in the air, and the spiritual flying sword and the spiritual storm offset each other and dissipated. No, this Swabin star skills are too weird. We have to end the battle as soon as possible. Thinking in his heart, Jiang Cheng no longer hides his strength and shouted softly. Triple Vajra Body, open. Spirit open. The body surface is pale gold, and at the same time, a surge of momentum is released from the body, stirring the air around, and Jiang Cheng's flat skin surface is slightly red, and a large amount of white air rises from his body, blowing his hair upside down, looking extraordinary. With a flip of his wrist, the Shanchuan sword appeared in his palm out of thin air. Holding the Shanchuan sword tightly, Jiang Cheng bent his legs, and the Shanchuan sword was even more green. The green arc sizzled, like an electric snake wrapped around the sword body. Thunderbolt flashed. A green lightning bolt instantly shot towards the Zwabin star. Death Ray Bomb. SARS stared expressionlessly at Jiang Cheng, who was swooping over. He condensed a purple energy ball in the palm of his hand and threw it towards Jiang Cheng. Several more in succession. Open it for me. Jiang Cheng's speed has reached the extreme. If anyone else is watching, they can only feel the strong wind blowing by. Seeing the energy bombs coming, he slashes out the mountain sword in his hand. Call out. Several clusters of death ray bullets were fired and cut into two halves without any accident. Bang, bang, bang. Several clouds of explosion smoke rose in the air, and Jiang Cheng had already arrived in front of Sal's. Thunderbolt flash, kill. Call. The Shanchuan sword pierced the air and chopped off Sars's head. Poof! In an instant, the Shanchuan sword passed through Sal's neck. Thick green-blue blood shot out, and a huge blue head rose into the sky, full of disbelief and disbelief. Bang! His head rolled to the ground, and Jiang Cheng stopped and sheathed his sword. Blue Star Man, you have good strength. Congratulations on passing the first level. A virtual voice sounded. Sal's body began to dissipate in the ring. The second level of assessment begins. A huge machine appeared on the white arena in front of Jiang Cheng, with a display screen on the machine. This is a dynamometer. The unit is the Doyle, the Universal Minimum Force Calculation Unit in the first lower-level universe. Converted to the power calculation unit on your blue star, 1 Doyle is equal to 10 tons. You only need to exert a force of 10,000 Doyle. You will have 3 chances to pass the test. Let's get started. As he spoke, Su's figure appeared out of thin air beside Jiang Cheng, pointing at the dynamometer in front of him and smiling lightly. 1 Doyle is equal to 10 tons. In conversion terms, 10,000 Doyle is equal to 100,000 tons, which is 200 million kilograms. And my current normal strength data is a little over 5.05 million kilograms. Let me see. Turning on the spiritual explosion state can increase the power to 9.6 times. Then turning on the hard Qigong can increase the power by 2 times, reaching 96 million kilograms. Using the second level of the 6th level Heavenly Demon Fist can hit 300 million. A lot of strength. After thinking about the key, Jiang Cheng smiled confidently and said, "No problem." Slowly walking to the dynamometer, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and then shouted softly, "Three-layer Vajra body, open." Suddenly, another layer of faint golden light began to flow on the skin. Hard Qigong. Bang. Jiang Cheng's body began to expand visibly to 2 meters and did not stop until it transformed into a muscular man. Finally, Jiang Cheng's body once again erupted with a terrifying aura. Spiritual explosion. Even with the blessing of the triple Vajra body, Jiang Cheng's body surface was still visibly red with bloodshot eyes. Not only that, the sweat and other substances flowing on the surface were evaporated by a scorching heat into white mist. After doing this, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, squatted, and closed his fists. A black fist shadow formed on his right side, and a black light began to condense on his right fist. Second-level Heavenly Demon Fist, break. Jiang Cheng punched hard and hit the dynamometer hard, causing the side weapon to make a loud bang. Soon, a series of numbers appeared on the display of the dynamometer. 19,392 Doyle. Seeing this scene of numbers, Su was also slightly stunned. According to common sense, with the third-level strength of the Blue Star Man in front of him, it is already outstanding to be able to explode more than 100 Dao. However, I did not expect that this Blue Star Man actually fired nearly 20,000 Dao. Terrifying numbers. Interesting, really interesting. Su looked very satisfied and said with a smile, "Blue Star Man, you can hit nearly 20,000 Doyle at the third level. Even on a martial arts star, you are enough to be called a genius. Moreover, your power-generating technique is very similar to that of a martial arts star. If your bloodline hadn't told me that you are a pure Blue Star person, I would have even suspected that you are a descendant of a certain martial arts star. I don't know what the martial arts star you are talking about is. Are the martial arts stars very strong?" Jiang Cheng couldn't help but ask. "Good question." Su praised. Her eyes were slightly absent-minded, as if she was caught in a certain memory, but soon, her eyes refocused and explained, "Martial star is a star in the Sepagus proper galaxy cluster located in the Pangus super galaxy cluster. Planet. Its mass is 100 million times that of a blue star. Its volume is 1 million times that of a blue star, and its gravity is 10,000 times that of a blue star. Every martial arts star has a strength of level 8 since birth. When he reaches adulthood, if he does not rest his martial arts skills, his strength will be fixed at level 10. It can be said that for the Blue Star people, every martial arts star is born with the strength of level 8. He is a level 10 master. The martial arts star practices an energy substance called Qi. By manipulating Qi, an adult martial arts star can easily blow up a planet. It has been level 10 since birth. When Jiang Cheng heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. With his current strength, he can reach level 5 at most, but he couldn't imagine what level 10 would be like, so he couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, how are the strengths of martial arts stars divided?" Su smiled and said, "If we follow the classification of martial arts by you humans, the first level is acquired, the second level is innate, the third level is Grandmaster, the fourth level is Grandmaster, the fifth level is Invincible Grandmaster, the sixth level is Heavenly Being, the seventh level is to return to one, and the eighth level is to enter the Tao, 9 levels of reincarnation, and 10 levels of immortality. Of course, this is the most basic power division in the first lower universe. In the universe, there are countless planets, countless galaxies on the planets, countless galaxy clusters on the galaxies, countless local galaxy clusters on the galaxy clusters, and countless local super galaxy clusters on the galaxy clusters. Countless local super galaxy clusters form the main galaxy, and countless main galaxies form the vast first lower universe. In such a vast universe, countless civilizations have been born, such as martial arts civilization, magic civilization, immortal civilization, scientific civilization, and divine civilization. As for strength, 1 to 10 levels are not in the mainstream, and above the not in the mainstream is the planetary level, and then the extinction level. When you reach the extinction level, you can cause the extinction of species on the planet with a casual blow, but you are still the lowest existence in the galaxy, with a lifespan of 100 yuan hui, that is, 1,000,000 years. Next is the Star Master. A star master can annihilate a planet at will. It takes 10 galaxies to give birth to a star master, and his lifespan is up to 1,000 yuanwei. Above the Star Lord is the Great Star Lord, who is an invincible existence in the galaxy. Only one can be born in 1,000 galaxies, and the lifespan is as long as 10,000 yuan. Above the Great Star Lord is the Realm Lord, whose body is eternal and immortal. Even if the soul is annihilated, the Realm Lord will live forever in the universe. Only one Realm Lord can be born in 10 local galaxy clusters, and the lifespan is 100,000 yuan. Above the Realm Lord is the Great Realm Lord, whose body is eternal and immortal. Even if the body is destroyed, the soul can still exist for 10,000 yuan, and the lifespan of the Great Realm Lord reaches 1 million yuan, and only one can be born in 100 local galaxy clusters. Above the Great Realm Lord is eternity, reaching the eternity level, and only one can be born in a local super galaxy cluster. After reaching eternity, the body is immortal, the soul is immortal, and unless there is an external force, it is eternal and immortal. It is an invincible existence in the local super galaxy cluster. Speaking of this, Su slowly paused and smiled. As for the level after that, there is no need for you to know, because even if it is the Great Star Lord level, you may not be able to reach it in your entire life. Looking at Shangshu's eyes, Jiang Cheng fell silent. Or perhaps Su's words broke his current understanding, like dropping a czarist hydrogen bomb in his heart, blowing him to pieces. The 5th level strength that he was originally proud of now seems to be a complete joke. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly and said, "Excuse me, at my current speed, is it possible to achieve star destruction in this life? If you can work hard to live for tens of thousands of years and continue to practice during this period, you can still hope to achieve it." Sudan smiled. "Okay, I get it." Jiang Cheng sighed deeply, as if he was lamenting his low strength and his insignificance in the universe. However, he was still very curious about one thing, and asked, "What is the level of the Zwabin people who are chasing you?" Big Star Lord," Su said in silence for a moment. After hearing these 3 words, Jiang Cheng fell silent, and at the same time he felt a strong sense of worry about the outside world. "Because I learned from Sok that there are countless Zwabin people sleeping here on Blue Star, and Blue Star seems to be used as a hunting ground and testing ground by them. If the real Zwabin master comes, then Blue Star will Xing be saved? No. If there is a system, it is not certain who will win and who will lose." Thinking of the system, Jiang Cheng felt a little more at ease. Moreover, there is also the inheritance from this person's mouth. So he looked up at Su and said seriously, "Please start the 3rd trial. I can see the worry and responsibility for the future in your eyes, and I can also see the courage to do whatever it takes. This is a quality that a strong person must have." Sudan smiled. In her opinion, although it is really helpless to let this Blue Star man accept the trial, but for now, it seems that this Blue Star man is not bad. I hope he can complete the 3rd trial. Calmly. The 3rd level trial does not test your strength, but your basic mental power. During this process, your skills will not be able to be used. If you cannot pass this level, I can wait for you to pass the level in 2 days. For Guan's sake, I allow you to keep this memory. Thank you. Jiang Cheng nodded. Su said with a look on his face, "Attention, the 3rd trial begins. As long as you can persist for 10 seconds, you will pass." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong mental wave came over him. Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly. He will immediately activate the spiritual explosion state. Just 1 second. My spirit blast can't be activated? Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This was the first time he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. But he would not give up just yet. He took a deep breath and shouted at the clear wave, "Bring it on." The next moment, the ripples came instantly and enveloped his entire body. For a moment, he felt like he was in a trance. His head felt like it was going to explode. His eyes were instantly bloodshot, and a wisp of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, a virtual countdown sound sounded from the side. 1, 2. As the countdown began, another wave of more powerful mental power hit. Jiang Cheng's eyes gradually turned white, and he vomited blood from his mouth. Under such a strong fluctuation of mental power, he was like any boat in the sea, which would capsize and lose consciousness at any time. No, I can't pass out. I haven't been able to build a home for human survival. I haven't cleared away the zombies on the blue star, and I haven't found the Zwoibin people sleeping on the blue star. I must persist. As Jiang Cheng thought, his lip was bitten to bits, and even one of his teeth was bitten to pieces. You know, Jiang Cheng's physical strength has now reached the level of the 3rd level, or even the 4th level, which has already surpassed steel. 5. 6. Su continued to recite the countdown, looking at Jiang Cheng, who was still holding on, with a look of surprise on his face. But the trials continue. 7. As soon as the number 7 fell, another mental shock wave more powerful than before hit. This time, Jiang Cheng felt that in addition to being able to sense the outside world, he seemed to have completely lost contact with his body, and even the previous pain was completely gone. Disappeared, and some were just swaying in the wind and rain and trying to maintain a trace of sobriety. 8. 9. 10. The countdown is over. The mental shock wave disappeared instantly, and Jiang Cheng felt his body light up, and the familiar sense of control over his body returned. He used his last bit of consciousness to look at the empty figure suspended in the air and murmured, I succeeded. After saying that, he fainted directly. Looking at Jiang Cheng lying on the ground, Su smiled happily. Millions of years passed, and the 5th inheritor finally appeared. Su looked at Jiang Cheng lying on the ground, and with a wave of his hand, the huge white arena immediately turned into points of light and dissipated, leaving behind an empty cave, and inside the cave was a huge alien spacecraft. Su pointed his finger toward Jiang Cheng, and several tentacles glowing with green light flew out from the spaceship. One tentacle touched Jiang Cheng's eyebrows, one on his left arm, then his right arm, chest, dantian, and legs. The tentacles were like a nutrient conduit, constantly injecting the green glowing substance into Jiang Cheng's body. Looking at this scene, Su said to himself, how much you can improve depends on your own luck. This is what I am. Jiang Cheng woke up leisurely and looked at the unfamiliar cave, his eyes full of doubts, but he soon came to his senses again. I remember I was probably breaking through. Did I fail? While he was frowning and thinking, a female voice sounded in his ear. You finally woke up. Hearing the voice, Jiang Cheng quickly turned his head and saw a woman standing next to him, looking at him with a smile. Jiang Cheng frowned and said, Are you Su? And I am. Su smiled lightly and said, Congratulations on passing the trial. I passed. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, Then, can I accept the inheritance now? Su smiled and said, Don't worry for now. You can feel your body first before talking. Body. It wasn't until the other party reminded him that Jiang Cheng noticed an unprecedented sense of fulfillment in his body. A casual punch. Bang. The air made an explosion sound, and a ripple shot out from the hand, hitting the wall directly, creating a circle of cracks with a diameter of 1 meter in the wall. This power. His eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, Show my data. Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age 23. Level, Grandmaster Level 1. Awakened person below Level 5. Spirit, 5.0. Special 11.0. Normal state can increase combat power by 500%. Special spiritual burst can increase 1,100%. Wisdom, 755.5. 6,799.5. Strength, 51,548.5. 10309,700. Agility, 1,557.6. 14,018.4. Spirit, 2,742.4. 24,681.6. Physical strength, 225 to 45,000. 1 for ordinary people. Virus resistance, 8.0. Can be immune to level 8 mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Power, level 5 creation, awakening level, 20%. Level 4 super speed regeneration, awakening level, 20%. Level 3 time standstill, 20%. Skills, hard qigong, meditation, Erdi Jin, swimming, advanced, doomsday walk, fighting, special level. Thunderbolt flash, level 2 sword skills, spiritual return, indestructible golden body, demon destroying 3 swords, corpse control, diving, advanced, great destruction palm, psychic impact, triple Vajra body, 6th level heavenly demon fist, psychic flying needle, psychic flying sword. Time stands still, 10,000 swords return to the clan. Yaju must repay, mountains and rivers. Sword, triple Vajra body. Gong method, Naki method, Xianyuan gong, 12 levels, Shangyuan gong, 12 levels. Accessories, lonely warrior, pendant. Pet beasts, Meowth, phoenix tail, and Xuanyu king. Comprehensive combat strength, 10,400,199.5. 10 million, millions, tens of millions. Jiang Cheng was stunned when he saw his comprehensive combat power and strength attributes. Is this really my combat power? With tens of millions of strength attributes, if Jiang Cheng encounters that 5th level fake Yazen again, Jiang Cheng is confident that he can blow it up with just one punch. As for the spiritual opening and spiritual explosion states, it goes without saying. Call. With my current strength, I'm afraid I can compete with a 7th level powerhouse. Jiang Cheng exhaled and calmed down. As expected of the selected candidate, your qualifications are definitely considered top-notch on Blue Star. Su said from the side. What if it were placed in the universe? Jiang Cheng said curiously. He smiled faintly and said, the lowest level. The lowest level. Jiang Cheng frowned. If we put it this way, with his lowest level of strength, wouldn't it be a dead end for him to face the Zwabin people in the future? Su nodded and smiled. It is indeed the lowest. Blue Star is a lower planet in the universe, and the creatures born are all in the most primitive state of life. Only when the level of science and technology reaches a high level can the defects in the genes be continuously improved and advanced evolution completed. As the genes evolve, the potential increases. So, with your current 5th level vital signs, it is not an exaggeration to say that you are the lowest in the universe. At this point, Su changed the subject and said, however, a life's potential does not mean how far it can go. There are many amazing and talented people in the first lower universe who can truly become top powerhouses. There are only a handful of them. Do you know why? Jiang Cheng shook his head, not sure why. Su smiled and said, the reason why a strong person is strong is not that he is strong, but that he has a strong heart. If the potential is low, the potential can be improved, and if the qualifications are poor, the qualifications can be improved. But things like the heart are illusory, or it is said that this person's heart will be with him for life, and his destiny will be determined. It just so happens that you have the heart to become a strong person. Thank you. Jiang Cheng touched the back of his head and felt a little embarrassed. This was the first time he was praised like this. Okay, without further ado, since you passed the examination, you are qualified to receive the inheritance. Come with me. Su returned to his calm demeanor, turned around, and pointed lightly towards the giant spaceship behind him. Suddenly, the hatch on the spaceship slowly opened. Jiang Cheng followed Su and walked inside, until his whole body stepped completely into the spacecraft. Jiang Cheng was stunned by the scenery in front of him. Are you sure it's a spaceship? Look up. What you see is a 1-hectare stone altar. Surrounding the stone altar are patches of jungle. Beyond the jungle, there are swamps, deserts, tropical rainforests, lakes, and oceans. There are also the chirping of birds, animals, and insects. Fish are flying in the shallow bottom, full of vitality. As far as you can see, it is boundless. This is not a spaceship, it is simply a world. A desire to explore arose in Jiang Cheng's heart. It's amazing, isn't it? Su Dan smiled and explained. This spaceship is the world conceived by the hearts of the first 4 inheritors. It is bigger than the Milky Way. With your current strength, if you accidentally enter it by mistake, I am afraid that you will be trapped in it for the rest of your life. Can't get out. Bigger than the Milky Way? Jiang Cheng swallowed hard and followed Su carefully, giving up his desire to explore. Because based on his current agility point of 14,018.4, it is converted to 98,128.8 per second. Even if the increase is fully activated, it can only reach a speed of millions of meters per second, not even the speed of light. Traveling through it is tantamount to seeking death. Of course, this also contains great opportunities. The previous inheritors have buried many treasures and inheritances in it. I will take you to find these later. Su said. The two of them had already reached the stone altar while they were talking. Su waved his big hand. In an instant, a giant magic circle appeared under the stone altar. The magic circle lit up with red light, carving out profound runes on the ground. At the moment when the magic circle was activated, the runes slowly floated up with the light and began to circle around the magic circle. At the same time, a giant figure appeared, slowly rising from the magic circle. Almost 5 minutes later, the magic circle disappears. A towering giant towered in front of Jiang Cheng. The giant is about 100 meters tall, and his skin is blue. His head was raised to the sky, with wild red hair hanging down naturally. A large black horn like a rhinoceros stood high on his forehead. His eyes were as deep as the stars in the universe. With just a casual glance, Jiang Cheng felt like he was being sucked in. He was so frightened that he quickly turned his head away. As for the nose and mouth, they are no different from humans. Looking at the body again, it is wearing skirt armor, with its upper body completely exposed, and mysterious runes are carved on its towering and perfect muscles. The giant held a mysterious black knife similar to Tang Dao in his hand. Just by getting closer, he felt a pressure coming towards his face. What the hell is this? Jiang Cheng said in shock, because he felt that this giant had long since lost all vitality, but it still prevented him from moving forward even half a step with his body. This made people wonder how terrifying such a strong man must be when he was alive. Su looked at the giant, seemingly lost in some kind of memory, but absolute rationality brought her back to reality, and introduced. His name is Yuan. He comes from the Nether Ghost Star, and he is the best warrior of the Nether Ghost clan, is also the first inheritor. Dare I ask what level of strength he reached when he was alive? Jiang Cheng felt a strong sense of curiosity, because it was impossible to detect this person's strength with the 5th level data I alone. Boundary Lord. Su said. Realm Lord? Then he is the first person I want to surpass. Jiang Cheng said seriously. As if he heard something funny, Su chuckled and said, Yuan is not someone you can surpass just because you want to. He was once the strongest warrior of the Ghost clan. He was mentally tough and decisive. He once trained his willpower on a planet at minus 30,000 degrees in the depths of the universe, and trained his body in a black hole. He can swim among stars. Even if he was seriously injured and only had a head left, he didn't say a word. Such a strong man. Are you sure you can surpass him? Gurgle. Listening to Su's introduction, Jiang Cheng swallowed hard, but still said firmly, What he can do, I can do. In order to protect Blue Star, I can give everything I have. Very good, but just shouting slogans is not enough. Su showed a teasing look, then pointed to Yuan's body and said to Jiang Cheng, Now, you kneel down in front of Yuan, because the first inheritance you are about to receive is Yuan's. Yes. With a plop, Jiang Cheng knelt on the ground without hesitation. Su nodded secretly, and then said, Remember, this is only the first stage of inheritance, which covers Yuan's understanding of combat from level 1 to level 10. The process may be very painful, but with your current strength below level 5, it is enough to accept the inheritance. At this point, Su seemed to have thought of something and said, By the way, during the inheritance process, put away those little tricks you used before, otherwise the inheritance will be interrupted, and there is only one inheritance for each stage, which is definitely a huge loss for you. Understood. Jiang Cheng immediately put away his fluke mentality of opening the triple Vajra body. Okay, let's start. After Su's voice fell, a huge amount of memory turned into a blue beam of light and rushed towards Jiang Chenger's forehead. Damn! In just 1 second, Jiang Cheng felt a sharp pain from inside to outside of his head. This pain was like a blender, and it felt like it was going to crush his brain, and it was like pouring water into it, almost bursting his head. However, compared with the previous mental shock, this pain was still bearable. In addition, with the deeds of Yuan described by Su before, Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth and didn't let himself make a sound. The inheritance lasted for 10 minutes before it ended. At the moment when the blue light column disappeared, Jiang Cheng was already sweating profusely. His clothes were all soaked with sweat, and beads of sweat were dripping down his forehead. His legs softened, and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he stabilized his body in time, so he didn't make a fool of himself. What a terrible memory. After getting the inheritance, Jiang Cheng simply flipped through it and was shocked by the various deeds in it. For example, when Yuan was only at the first level, he could kill a third-level warrior, and when he reached the 7th level, he could kill a 10th-level warrior. Later, in order to improve his strength, he left the Ghost Star and went to the Martial Arts Star, where he specialized in martial arts and broke through to the 10th level in one fell swoop, defeating the planetary-level strongman of the Martial Arts Star at that time. Such a brilliant person is really a role model for our generation, Jiang Cheng exclaimed. Okay, the first stage of inheritance has been received, and there are 3 things I need to tell you next. Su's voice sounded again. Jiang Cheng looked back and nodded. Please speak. As the 5th successor, you are qualified to keep some secrets. First, the levels after the eternal level are Domain King, Great Domain King, Saint Lord, Great Saint Lord, Supreme Venerable, and God Lord. And it was a Great Saint Lord who created me. He has supreme wisdom, a pair of eyes that can see through the void and travel through tens of millions of light years. Even in the long river of time, he can come and go freely. He is almost invincible in the first lower universe. It's a pity that he fell in a battle at the venerable level. As the successor, remember that your ultimate goal is to reach the supreme venerable realm, help your master avenge, and find a sacred heart to resurrect my master. Su said a little bit. I understand. But can you tell me the title of your master and the title of the venerable who caused his fall? Otherwise I don't know who to seek revenge on. Jiang Cheng said with difficulty. Su nodded and said, My master's name is Hongming Great Saint Lord, and you don't need to know the person who caused my master's death for the time being, because it will not benefit you. Okay, what about the second thing? Jiang Cheng asked. Su said, The second thing is to kill the Zwabin people who are chasing me and destroy Zwabin planet. Of course, because of the Zwabin people, my blue star has suffered so much. I will naturally not let this disgusting race go. Jiang Cheng said with a sharp look in his eyes. Okay, the last thing, my spaceship was attacked by the Zwabin people, causing serious damage to the power device. I need you to help me explore the remains of the Zwabin people on Blue Star and repair the power device to facilitate our future space travel. Su said, I promise. Jiang Cheng said, without hesitation. It is inevitable to wait until all the Zwabin people on Blue Star are resolved and peace is restored on Blue Star, and then space travel is carried out. Very good. Please tell me your name at the end. You will be remembered by me and become my 6th servant. Su said with satisfaction. Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng. A unique name. I'll remember it. Su nodded with satisfaction, and then pointed at the center of the stone altar again. An ancient round ring floated out of the magic circle and flew to Jiang Cheng, saying, Jiang Cheng, this is the ring that the master found in the gods' falling land. It is called the gods' falling ring. Even the master has only discovered the secret of the space storage in it. As for other wonderful uses, you can explore it by yourself. There is a space for a star field inside. You can drip blood to recognize the master. Okay, Jiang Cheng nodded quickly. This so-called God's falling ring is much more awesome than the ring in his base mall. In this way, the space rings obtained later can be given to everyone in the base. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood. Instantly, a sense of intimacy surged in his heart. Jiang Cheng put it on his finger, exited the spaceship, and then waved to the spaceship. The next second, a spaceship that is 10 times larger than the world's largest cargo ship was taken into the God's falling ring by Jiang Cheng. However, to Jiang Cheng's surprise, the spaceship was put into the ring of God's fall, but Su was still floating outside, and there were several blue crystals under the spaceship, the largest of which was the size of a bowling ball. Facing Jiang Cheng's surprised eyes, Su smiled and said, I am an artificial intelligent life, and also a void life form. I have no entity and can be independent of the spaceship. And these under the spaceship are also crystals of the Zwabin people who are chasing me. The most powerful one seems to have reached the planetary level. Planetary level. Jiang Cheng's pupils trembled. No wonder the Imperial City can detect the energy fluctuations here. It is estimated that the energy fluctuations emitted by the planetary crystal are too strong to be detected. Don't worry, I put these crystals here on purpose to attract you. And there are tens of thousands of such crystals in the spaceship. The most powerful one belongs to a star-destroying Zwabin master, Su said nonchalantly. Then he continued. One more thing I need to remind you is that with the disappearance of the spaceship, this space built by the formation on the spaceship will collapse with the disappearance of the spaceship. You'd better be prepared. As soon as the voice fell, there was a crackling sound. The shield covering this area made a sound of glass breaking. And in less than a few seconds, the shield cracked and collapsed, and a large amount of seawater rushed over. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng secretly complained. Damn, why didn't you say it earlier? However, his strength has reached the 5th level, and he can ignore the backflow of seawater directly, but in order not to wet his clothes, he still whispered, Magnetic shield, open. With a sizzle, the 5th level doomsday armor opened instantly, forming a shield composed of countless honeycomb-shaped transparent sheets, protecting Jiang Cheng inside. Interesting armor, somewhat similar to the technological armor of the planet Signs. Su looked at it with a smile, and then seemed to think of something and reminded again. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you. According to the time of your blue star, you have been sleeping here for a month and a half, and the teammates waiting for you outside have already left. What? A month and a half? Jiang Cheng exclaimed and complained. Su, why didn't you say it earlier? I'm in big trouble now. October 22nd, 2022. Linxian, Dawn Outer Base. Medical area. Several medical team members are treating the wounds of the wounded beside them, while Lu Xinru, the head of the medical department, is staring at the sky in a daze. The patrol team members passing by occasionally glimpsed and couldn't help whispering. Dr. Lu, this is the 45th day. Alas, the leader has been missing for so long, and no one knows where he went. Could it be? Bullshit, don't talk nonsense. The leader is so powerful, he will be fine. As they were chatting, a delicate voice suddenly rang out. You guys, you think I didn't hear you, right? Get out of here and go patrol. Yes, yes, Captain Lin. Hearing Lin Ro's voice, several members of the escort team bowed their heads and left. Lonely Lin Ro looked at Lu Xinru, who was in a daze, and couldn't help but walked up to comfort her with a bit of jealousy. Sister Xinru, don't worry. That stinky guy is so strong. He will definitely come back. Lu Xinru looked at her belly tenderly, then looked in the direction where Jiang Cheng had left before and smiled. Well, I believe him. Yes, he probably doesn't know that you are pregnant with his child, Sister Xinru. Lin Ro felt sad when she talked about this. She never expected that among the first few people, Lu Xinru, the most inconspicuous person, would be the one to take the lead. This bad guy, he muttered. Suddenly, there was a commotion nearby. Quick, who is that person? He seems to be the leader. Oh my God, the leader is back. Amidst the cheers of the survivors, Lin Ro ran out in surprise. As soon as she went out, she saw a young man wearing black armor slowly walking out of the crowd. At this moment, Lin Ro happened to meet the young man's eyes. Lin Ro choked up. You are back. I'm back. Jiang Cheng grinned, looked at Lin Ju with red eyes and said, Everyone, are you okay? Yeah, everything is fine, but Sister Xinru. What's wrong with Xinru? Jiang Cheng's heart tightened. Lin Ro curled her lips and said, Forget it. You'd better go and see it yourself. Yes. Jiang Cheng nodded seriously, turned around, and walked towards the medical room behind Lin Ro. Enter the medical room. What caught his eye was a woman in a white coat. Her side face was still beautiful, but it had a hint of maternal glory than before. Jiang Cheng was stunned when he saw her. Soon, a joking voice sounded in his ear. Servant master, is this human woman your woman? Jiang Cheng frowned and said, Su, why did you come out? Su floated around Jiang Cheng and smiled. Don't worry, if you want to discover me, you have to reach the destruction star level. That's good. One more thing. It seems that the human woman in front of you is pregnant with a life. Life? Could it be said? Jiang Cheng took 3 steps as two and quickly stepped forward, then called softly, Xinru, I'm back. Lu Xinru, who was sitting blankly, was shaken and turned her head in disbelief. When she saw the familiar face in front of her, Lu Xinru stood up excitedly, like a baby swallow returning to its nest, and rushed into Jiang Cheng's arms while he was stunned. In fact, after not seeing Jiang Cheng for 45 days, Lu Xinru was prepared for the worst, but she still didn't want to believe that this undefeated man would die like this. Seeing this, Su spread his hands and floated to the side. Woo, woo woo. Why did you come back? Lu Xinru put her head into Jiang Cheng's arms and sobbed slightly. Jiang Cheng came back to his senses, looked at the woman in his arms, sighed, raised his hands and hugged the woman tightly. I'm sorry, I came back late. Lu Xinru cried for a while, then reluctantly withdrew from Jiang Cheng's arms. She looked at Jiang Cheng with a pair of misty, beautiful eyes and said, Promise me that no matter where you go from now on, you will take me with you. I don't want to never see you again in this life. I promise you. Jiang Cheng nodded without hesitation. Even if it is possible to leave Blue Star and enter the universe in the future, he will find a way to bring everyone in the base with him. After all, he is the man who owns the base. Yeah. Lu Xinru's pretty face nodded slightly, and then she seemed to think of something. Her cheeks turned slightly red, and her voice sounded like a mosquito. Jiang Cheng, I want to tell you something. Hearing these words, Jiang Cheng immediately thought of what Su had just said, and said with some trembling, You say it. I have it, Lu Xinru said, looking at her belly tenderly with a happy smile on her lips. As the possessor of healing powers, she has extraordinary perception of the human body, and she understands her own situation beyond comprehension. I have a child. From Su's mouth and Lu Xinru's own words, Jiang Cheng had two completely different feelings. Moreover, he was a lonely man in his two lives. Now that I actually have my own child, my heart feels complicated and surprising. Yes, it's a girl. Lu Xinru nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, amidst Lu Xinru's exclamations, Jiang Cheng picked up Lu Xinru and laughed loudly. Ha ha. I, Jiang Cheng, have a child. I, Jiang Cheng, also have a child. After holding her and spinning her around for a while, under Lu Xinru's angry gaze, Jiang Cheng embarrassedly put Lu Xinru down, but with extreme caution. He touched his head and said, I'm sorry, I was just too excited just now. Having said this, several more figures suddenly squeezed in. Jiang Cheng turned around and looked. It was all the guard captains in the base who must have come after hearing the news of his return. Among the captains of the escort team, Zhang Yi stood in the crowd, watching Jiang Cheng's eyes flashing, as if she had thousands of words to say, but looking at Lu Xinru next to Jiang Cheng, she swallowed her words deeply, feeling in her heart a deep sense of grievance arose. Apart from Zhang Yi, Li Qingwan was also a little amused when she saw Jiang Cheng holding Lu Xinru's hand. On the other hand, a small figure in the crowd saw Jiang Cheng coming back. He quickly ran over and hugged Jiang Cheng's legs and said, Uncle Superman, you are finally back. Tuanshuan is worried about you. Isn't Uncle Superman coming back? Jiang Cheng rubbed Tuanshuan's head. You brat, you're finally back. If things hadn't gone away in the base, the old man would have rushed to the imperial city to demand someone else. Father Yang laughed and cursed at the right time. I still remember to come back. Lin Yi suddenly snorted coldly, attracting the attention of the captains around. Jiang Cheng was also stunned, but looking at Lin Yi's left leg, he was surprised. Is your leg healed? Well, thanks to the doctor, and thank you. Lin Yi turned his face and said proudly, but when he thought of his sister's matter, Lin Yi wanted to ask again, but was stopped by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Lin Ro. Lin Yi, Lin Ro called out, and Lin Yi turned his head away unhappily. Looking at the Lin siblings, Jiang Cheng didn't understand, but now was not the time to talk about this, so he smiled and said, Let's have a banquet tonight and celebrate together. But before that, I have something to explain to everyone. Everyone, follow me to the gym first. Okay, no problem. Everyone nodded. However, when entering the backyard gate, an alarm suddenly sounded. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown life form found entering. Hearing the sound, a floating virtual on the side showed an interested look. Interesting, really interesting, it can actually detect my existence. What on earth is this thing? While speaking, Su looked around the base. But looking around, he did not find anything abnormal, or he could not interpret any data of the base at all. Even you can't interpret it. Jiang Cheng thought to himself. Su nodded and said, I can't interpret it. And I also feel that if I enter, I will probably be intercepted. It's really a strange place. Okay. Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed. The base system is his ultimate trump card, and it's best if Su doesn't know. Pretending to be calm, he said to the base. Grant Su primary authority. You can enter and exit at will. Authorization successful. The mechanical sound fell. Su was surprised and said, "Hey, the resistance disappeared. So magical." Speaking of this, he looked at Jiang Cheng with interest and smiled. "I really didn't expect that there would be such technology on Blue Star, Master. I am beginning to be interested in you." "No need to be interested, just follow me in first." Jiang Cheng led everyone into the gym. Soon, a shadow of a queen came over with an expressionless face and said lightly, "Master, are you back?" "Shu Guang, wait for everyone to go in and close the gym door." Jiang Cheng said, "Yes, Master." Shu Guang said calmly, "Huh? Artificial intelligence life." The moment Su saw Shu Guang coming, she made a sound of surprise, but soon she shook her head and said, "But it doesn't seem to be. Is it a more intelligent artificial intelligence?" Su looked around Shu Guang. Shu didn't seem to notice Su's existence and walked aside on his own. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng called everyone in. After everyone came in, Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Ye first and said, "Sister Ye, how is the base doing recently?" Zhang Ye stood up and said, "As of October 22nd, my Lincian Shuguang base has a total of 5,126 survivors. Tianan subbase has 4,158 people. SH Tian subbase has 3,829 people, and Seoul subbase has 6,110 people. The total number of survivors is currently 13113. Very good," Jiang Cheng said loudly. It seems that the three subbase owners did not disappoint him and gathered so many survivors. But in this case, food has become a huge problem. After thinking for a while, he said, "What is the injection rate of the first-level ancient virus vaccine?" Shuguang has reached 60%, and the survivors of the other subbases have not yet been injected. Zhang Ye said, "Also, because the number of people has nearly doubled, the ordinary food we currently store is only enough for 5 years. But if we count the spirit beasts, there is enough food for everyone." "Well, I understand." Jiang Cheng nodded, and then said, "I have an idea now. In order to alleviate the food problem, I decided to let everyone inject the first-level ancient virus potion to immunize the first-level and lower viruses, and all survivors who join Dawn in the future can be directly vaccinated." "But if this is the case, will the survivors who exchange for the first-level ancient virus before?" Zhang Ye hesitated. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and said, "This is simple. Anyone who exchanged for the first-level ancient virus before will be compensated twice. That is, 160 ordinary zombie crystals will be given. They can exchange food or potions according to this amount." "Well, this way the problem is solved." Zhang Ye nodded. Jiang Cheng continued, "After everyone has been injected with the first-level ancient vaccine virus, Sister Yu will arrange for people to select suitable areas in Lincian City to open up wasteland and grow food to alleviate our food problem. Of course, the original hunting team will remain unchanged, and the task of reclaiming wasteland can be given to newcomers and women and children who are unable to hunt zombies. The second point is to build a new city, one to resist zombies, and the other to expand the base. Sister Yu is still responsible for the design of the new city. If there is a shortage of manpower, please tell me at any time. The third point is the reform of the Dawn Guard. The previous captain of the Dawn Guard remains unchanged, and the title is changed to the Captain of the Dawn Guard, who needs a third-level awakener to serve. Under the captain, there will be 3 squadron leaders who need a second-level awakener to serve, and under the squadron leader, there will be 3 team leaders who need a first-level awakener to serve. Only awakened people can take up this position. Under the team leader, there will be 3 team members to expand the guard force of our Dawn base. The fourth point is that the mission hall will add Level 2 Gene Enhancement Potion, Level 3 Gene Enhancement Potion, Level 2 Awakening Potion, Level 2 Tang Sword, Level 3 Tang Sword, Xinyuan Gong, and I will list the crystals needed one by one. The fifth point is that the captain of the original Dawn base guard will also serve as the captain of the base owner, and will only retain the position of the sub-base owner, while the vacant position of the captain of the guard will be temporarily shelved, and the original team members will be incorporated into the rest of the guard in batches. The sixth point is your strength. From today on, there are no other important tasks. You will spend at least 6 hours a day practicing to improve your own strength. Until the sixth point was heard, All the captains heard a hint of taste. Chiyue couldn't help but ask, "Chief, did you find any problems during this trip?" Jiang Cheng was silent for a few seconds and said, "I can't tell you the specific situation for now, but you just need to know that our enemies are far more than those we are facing now. It is very likely that they are creatures of level 7, level 8, or even level 10 or above, so you need to be nervous and can't relax because of this little strength. Do you understand?" "I understand." Although they didn't know when these high-level creatures Jiang Cheng mentioned would appear, just the number of level 10 made them sweat coldly. "That's level 10. Okay, that's all about the things I want to explain. Everyone go and rest first. Send everyone away." A mechanical sound soon sounded in his mind. Level 6 base upgrade completed. Level 6 base. Based on the equipment of the level 5 base, the base wall defense is strengthened, can defend against attacks of level 6 mutants. 18 level 1 Doomsday submachine guns. For level 3 anti-aircraft guns. 1 level 4 long-range tracking missile. 1 level 5 supersonic small nuclear bomb are added to the base gate on the original basis, and the concentration of all spiritual energy is increased to 4%. The backyard adds 16 level 1 Doomsday submachine guns, 8 level 2 Doomsday grenade launchers, for level 2 rocket launchers, 2 level 3 anti-aircraft guns, 1 level 4 howitzer, 1 level 5 supersonic small nuclear bomb, 18 fully automated bedrooms, 36 in total, 1 meeting room, and a base protective cover, can defend against air attacks within a kilometer range, defense strength, level 5. Listening to the voice, Jiang Cheng's face was happy. It seemed that his base had been completely upgraded, which meant that the rest of the equipment could also be upgraded. He said hurriedly, "Show upgradable equipment. Level 7 base, 100 million energy points. Level 3 martial arts research room, 1,000 W energy points. Level 4 biochemical research room, 1,000 W energy points. Level 4 weapons research room, 1,000 W energy points. Level 5 mall, 5,000 W energy points. Level 6 operating room, 1,000 W energy points. Level 6 backyard, 1,500 W energy points. Level 7 cultivation room, 1,000 W energy points. Level 7 spirit pool, 500 W energy points. Level 7 gym, 500 W energy points. Level 7 storage space, 500 W energy points. Level 7 energy conversion room, 1,000 W energy points. Level 7 hibernation chamber, 1,000 W energy points. Level 2 farm, livestock, poultry, fish pond, 1 W energy points. Level 2 farm mall, 1 W energy points. Level 2 research room, 10 W energy points. Except for the level 7 base, upgrade everything, Jiang Cheng said directly. The mechanical sound sounded immediately. Ding, 15012 W energy points consumed, upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Level 3 martial arts research room, Taiyuan Gong, can be practiced to the Grandmaster level. Practice conditions, Grandmaster level. 10 million energy points are required to crack. Cracking time, for 0.5 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column, requiring 5 million energy points. 9 steps of Fantasy Dragon. Body technique. Practice to a high level can create 9 layers of phantoms, virtual and real intersecting. When attacking, the 9 layers of shadows can be combined into one, increasing the combat power by 9 times. Can be practiced in the Xiantian realm. Cracking requires 10 million energy points. Cracking time, 4.5 days. 5 million energy points are required to purchase. Fantasy Dragon Fist. Fist technique can be practiced in the Xiantian realm. Only one punch can produce 100 times the power, can be used at most once a day, and cooled down for 1 day after use. Crack requires 10 million energy points. Cracking time, 4.5 days. 5 million energy points are required to purchase. Level 4 Biochemical Research Laboratory. Level 4 Gene Enhancement Potion. After use, each attribute increases by 40 points, has a certain antiviral ability, and can increase arousal by 50%. Each person can only be injected twice. The crack requires 1,000 W energy points, and the cracking time is 5.5 days. After the crack is successful, it can be purchased in the permanent product column. There is no limit to the number of times. The purchase requires 10W energy points. Level 2 Recovery Potion. After use, it can restore the near-death state. Number of injections per day. 2. Do not use excessive amounts. Crack requires 100W energy points, and the cracking time is 1 day. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent product column, and the purchase requires 1000 energy points. Level 4 Awakening Potion. After use, the first awakening will be at level 3 and will be automatically promoted to level 4 within 1 month. It requires 10,000W energy points to crack. The cracking time is 48 days, and 5 million energy points are required to purchase. Level 4 Weapon Research Laboratory. Level 3 Doomsday Warrior. Possessing the strength of level 3, it requires 50W energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 4 days. Level 3 Doomsday Fighting Mecha. The user needs to reach at least the first level of strength. 100W energy points are required to crack, and the cracking time is 3.5 days. Level 3 Doomsday Tang Sword. It requires 2 million energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 2.5 days. Level 1 Doomsday Flying Ship. It requires 2 million energy points to crack and 100W energy points to purchase. It can fly at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. It can be recharged automatically. It can carry 4 people. It has 10 square meters of storage space. It comes with 3 with a living space of 10 square meters. It can carry a first-level naval gun, which can instantly kill the first level, 8 first-level Doomsday cannons, and each cannon can hold 1,000 rounds. Level 5 Mall. The product card slot has been increased to 10 columns, and there is a probability of getting level 7 products. Level 6 Operating Room. Based on the original one, a mental power repair cabin is added, which can restore damaged mental power or repair the injured who have been attacked by mental power. Level 6 Backyard. The area is expanded to 5 hectares. The original facilities remain unchanged, and new aura fruit trees, number 4, are added. The fruits can replenish the energy needed for a day, and the feeling of satiety is strong. The number of fruits per tree per day 10 pieces, refreshed on the second day after consumption. The martial arts training speed in the backyard is increased by 40%. No energy points are consumed every day, and a new backyard housekeeper robot, at the 4th level of strength, is responsible for taking care of the backyard. Level 7 Cultivation Room covers an area of 1,000 acres. It consumes 10,000 energy points per day to automatically cultivate. The cultivated crops mature once every half a month and can be harvested automatically after maturity. The cultivated crops can be eaten 3 times a day, and each time they are strengthened by 50 attribute points: strength, agility, spirit, use without time interval. 7th level Spiritual Pool. 1,000 cubic meters of spiritual pool water is automatically refreshed every day. Drinking it once can strengthen the body's attributes, strength, agility, by 100. It can be strengthened twice a day, and the second strengthening effect is halved. Ordinary people taking it, there is a 50% chance of awakening the extraordinary genes hidden in the human body. The first level awakener can increase the awakening level by 50% daily. The second level awakening can increase by 10%. The third level awakening can increase by 2%, and the fourth level awakening can increase the awakening level by 2%. The level can be increased by 0.4%, calculated according to the ratio of 1 to 5. It can restore true energy and serious injuries. Level 7 Gym does not consume energy points, increases physical attributes, strength, or agility, by 100 each time, can be used twice a day. Each use time is 1 hour. The second time used, the increased attributes will be halved during training, automatically enhances comprehension by 100%, proficiency by 300%, comes with martial arts artistic conception teaching, and comes with mental shield teaching. Level 7 Storage Space. The total area is 30 hectares, and it is 100 meters high. In the storage space, time stops. The stored food is attached to a large spirit once. Eating it can automatically increase 30, strength, agility, and can be strengthened once a day. Level 7 Energy Conversion Room. The conversion rate is increased by 0.6 times, and a fixed amount of 100,000 energy points are obtained from the outside world every day. Level 7 Sleep Warehouse. Entering the warehouse does not consume energy points. Resting for 6 hours can restore any trauma, mental trauma, and curse damage under level 5, and each sleep will increase the mental attributes by 50 points. Second level farm. Small ranch. Area 100 acres. Fodder is automatically updated daily. Limited to the number of large livestock -50. After eating the livestock on this farm, attribute points can be strengthened by 20, strength, agility, spirit. Small poultry farm. Area of 10 acres. Feed is updated automatically every day. Limited number of poultry farmed -10,000. After eating the meat from the poultry farm, attribute points can be strengthened by 20, strength, agility, spirit. Small fish pond. Area of 10 acres. Feed automatically updated daily. Limit the number of farmed fishtails, 10,000. Level 2 farm mall. Ordinary cattle, quantity 10, 500 energy points. Poultry, ordinary chickens, quantity 50, 50 energy points each. Aquatic common carp, quantity 100, 10 energy points each. Points. New additions. Ordinary duck. Quantity 5, 100 energy points per head. Ordinary pig, quantity 5, 300 energy points per head. Jiwei shrimp, quantity 100, 5 energy points per shrimp. Level 2 research laboratory. Located in the research laboratory, the wisdom attribute increases by 200%. Level 1 research robot assistant, quantity 2. Each time you can choose. Level 1 items, quantity 2. In the mall for research and development, each time consumes 1 W energy points. The research and development time is 10 days. You can choose level 2 items in the mall. Each time consumes 100,000 energy points. The research and development time is 20 days. After successful research and development, it will be automatically included in the permanent commodity column. After a brief look at the introduction, Jiang Cheng said directly, "Crack all items in the level 3 martial arts research laboratory. Crack all items in the level 4 biochemical research laboratory, and crack all items in the level 4 weapons research laboratory." Ding, consuming 14750 W energy points. Cracking, automatically included in the permanent commodity column after successful cracking. Very good. Jiang Cheng nodded and continued. Research and development level 1 doomsday wall. Level 1 spiritual fertilizer. Level 2 farming robot. Consume 120,000 energy points. Research and development in progress. The mechanical voice fell and soon prompted again. Seoul base has reached more than 500 people. Please choose the next sub-base city. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng said directly, Huangshan City. The sub-base is located, please name it. Huangshan. Ding. Naming is completed. Please choose the base master to guard as soon as possible. As soon as the system voice fell, Jiang Cheng suddenly remembered something and asked, if I want to upgrade the sub-base, what conditions do I need to meet? After all, when Seoul was developed in July, there was a high-level spirit beast chasing. If there was no natural jungle outside the sub-base, I am afraid that the Seoul sub-base would become history. So it is very necessary to upgrade the defense of the sub-base. Ding. When the host sub-base is located in all cities in Chu province, it can be upgraded once. The system replied. There is another question, whether Su can inquire about the base. Jiang Cheng asked again. Ding. All the communication between the host and the system is independent of the space, and no one can eavesdrop. The system said. Then I'm relieved. Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he didn't want Su to know anything about the system. And then, open the base mall. Ding. The product column is open. Product column. The first lower universe manual, 100 billion energy points. The first universe humanities and technology map encyclopedia. Selling at a discount. Pack of 6. Level 5 Doomsday Battleship. 20 billion energy points. Has aerospace capabilities. Can achieve time and space jumps. Superluminal flight. Comes with 10,000 acres of spiritual space. Can grow crops. Fully automatic operation system. Comes with any daily necessities. Comes with scientific research and medical weapons and other spaces. Comes with the main ship gun first-level Star Destroyer. Can destroy moon-sized stars. Charging time 1 hour. Comes with 8 first-level shipborne guns. Comes with a magnetic field shield. Can defend against the full-strength attack of the 8th-level Awakener. Level 5 Awakening Potion, 50 million energy points. Quantity, 1. After injection, the first awakening is a 4th level lower awakener and will be automatically promoted to the 5th level lower within 1 month. Level 7 Doomsday Data Eye, 300 million energy points. After use, you can observe the combat power of creatures below the 7th level mutant. Level 2 Cracking Acceleration Card, 20,000 energy points. Quantity, 10, can accelerate the uncracking projects in the research room for 10 days. Da Huang Dan, 500 W energy points, can increase 100 years of pure internal strength. Level 7 Martial Arts Technique Treasure Box, 500 million energy points. After opening, use the Martial Arts Heritage Crystal to randomly obtain a Level 7 Martial Arts Technique. Level 2 Small World, 500 million energy points. An area of 100,000 acres of land, which can continuously generate spiritual energy. Level 1 Space-Time Jump Card, 100 billion energy points, can perform a space-time jump at will within a distance of 10,000 light-years. Level 5 Gene Enhancement Potion, 100 W energy points. Quantity, 10, after use. Each attribute increases by 50 points, has a certain antivirus ability, and can increase the awakening degree by 60%. Refresh time, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Looking at the products in the product column, Jiang Cheng's mind moved, and his figure instantly appeared at the door of the energy conversion room. Pushing the door open, he entered. He took out the 3rd level lower Zwabin Star Crystal Stone from the god's falling ring and put it in directly. The next second, a mechanical sound rang out. Energy points plus 1600 W. Is just a 3rd level lower Zwabin Star Crystal Stone worth 10 million? Jiang Cheng immediately took out a 10th level Zwabin Star Crystal Stone and put it in. A mechanical sound rang out immediately. Energy points plus 160 trillion. 160 trillion. Hiss. Seeing this string of numbers, Jiang Cheng took a breath of cold air. He thought that the crystal stone of the 10th level master was very valuable, but he didn't expect that it could be exchanged for such a huge amount of energy points. He immediately returned to the gym, looked at the commodity column, especially the first lower-level universe manual, and said excitedly, "Clear the commodity column," because his intuition told him that he was going to make a fortune this time. Ding. Consume 220,865,200,000 energy points. The item will be placed directly in the host's Godfall ring. Please check it carefully. Remaining energy points, 159,845,955,955,800. Listening to the system popping out a string of numbers of remaining energy points, Jiang Chengzhu felt a little dizzy, and the distribution of goods seemed to be getting smarter and smarter. He couldn't wait to look at the goods in the Godfall ring. First was the first lower-level universe manual. It was a booklet the size of the Xinhua dictionary that was suspended in space and flashing with golden light. Jiang Cheng took a look and put it aside for the time being to check it out, because his intuition told him that there were many secrets hidden in it. The second item was relatively simple. It was a giant spaceship that was 50,000 times larger than the first-level Doomsday flying ship, but due to the space limitation of the gym, it was not suitable to be taken out for the time being. The third item was a red injection potion, a level 5 awakening potion, but since his current strength had reached the level of the lower level of the 5th level, this potion was not very useful for him. The fourth item is a transparent contact lens case for the eye of Doomsday Data. Jiang Cheng took it out with a thought and put it on with ease. The fifth item is a level 2 cracking acceleration card. This item is good, but the only drawback is that one card can only crack one item at a time, and it cannot be used in a superimposed manner. Using it on an item that only needs 4.5 days is undoubtedly a waste of cracking cards. After scanning the items in the research room, Jiang Cheng finally chose the level 4 awakening potion and directly took out 5 cracking cards and said, "I'll crack the level 4 awakening potion." In an instant, the 5 golden cards turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the palm of his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cracking the level 4 awakening potion. Hearing the voice, Jiang Cheng temporarily put down the remaining 5 cracking cards in his hand and continued to look at the next item. The sixth item is a small, milky white porcelain bottle. Jiang Cheng took it out and poured it directly into his hand. A yellow pill immediately rolled down his palm, and the fragrance of the pill soon filled the entire gym. As he held the rhubarb pill, he felt the true energy in his dantian surge. Good stuff. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up, and he was about to take the rhubarb pill, but soon he stopped. On second thought, it was a bit of a waste to take it like this. After all, the highest level of his current skills was only the Shangyuan Gong that could be cultivated to the Grandmaster level. Without the blessing of a high-level skill, the drug power could not play its due role. By the way, isn't there a level 7 martial arts treasure box? Jiang Cheng remembered that there was another level 7 treasure box among the items he had just exchanged, so he quickly took it out. I hope I can get a good martial arts technique. Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, looking at the bronze treasure box in his hand that was different from the wood material, and opened it directly. And inside was a plain bronze crystal that didn't even emit any light. That's it. Jiang Cheng frowned and took it out of the box. But a magical scene happened. The bronze crystal, which was originally dull and colorless and even covered with green copper smell, suddenly burst into a dazzling light. The bronze crystal melted and penetrated directly into the skin through the pores in Jiang Cheng's palm. Soon, a huge amount of memories surged in Jiang Cheng's mind. Devouring magic skill. The name of the skill is extremely simple, with only 4 words, but the ordinary 4 words reveal a hint of extraordinariness. Open the introduction to Devouring Magic Skill. The next second, Jiang Cheng was stunned. It took him a long time to utter a simple word. Awesome. Yes. The introduction of Devouring Magic Skill was really awesome. With only a short sentence, devour everything for your own use. And the way to practice, it was even more simple to the point of being outrageous. It was to continuously devour all objects containing energy to strengthen oneself, and when a certain amount was reached, one could automatically be promoted. It's a bit cruel. Jiang Cheng swallowed his saliva, then took out the rhubarb pill and swallowed it without hesitation, then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice Devouring Magic Skill. Rhubarb pill entered his mouth. It immediately turned into a huge amount of energy flowing from his chest to his dantian. Devouring Magic Skill. While Jiang Cheng was practicing Devouring Magic Skill, a thumb-sized black hole instantly appeared in his dantian. The energy that had been pouring in seemed to be attracted by something, and it actively flowed to the entrance of the black hole, and then it was completely absorbed without any residue. What about strengthening oneself as promised? He didn't feel any strengthening at all. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but frown. That's it. Just when Jiang Cheng was doubtful, the slap in the face came very quickly. The next moment, a large amount of pure inner energy was spit out from the black hole and poured into the dantian. Good God! Jiang Cheng quickly started to use his exercises to guide the inner energy to flow to his limbs. Almost 2 hours. The aura on his body is like climbing a mountain, constantly climbing, and his realm is like drinking water, breaking through without any hindrance. The second level of Grandmaster. The third level of Grandmaster. Grandmaster 9th level. After climbing a full 8 realms to reach the 9th level of Grandmaster, Jiang Cheng's momentum had just stabilized. Call. After a long breath, Jiang Cheng opened his eyes, which were more lively than before. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and his thoughts moved. Level. Grandmaster 9th level. Awakened below the 5th level. Spirit. 6.6. Special 13.4. Normal state can increase combat power by 660%. Special spiritual burst can increase 1,340%. Wisdom. 6,799.5. 7,599.5. Power. 10309,700. 10317,700. Agility. 14,018.4. 14,098.4. Spirit. 24,681.6. 25,481.6. Physical strength. 45,000. 53,000. Sure enough, several of his basic attributes and spiritual values increased again. In 100 years, Qi can only rise to 8 small realms. It seems that the higher you go up to master, the harder it will be to practice. Looking at the growth of data, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sigh. However, it is not a good thing to improve his realm too quickly. He still needs a period of consolidation. When the consolidation is completed, he can exchange Xuanyu Dan for practice. The rate of realm growth. Jiang Cheng felt very happy just thinking about it. Continue to look at the 8th item. It was still an object the size of a small Rubik's cube, but the color was green. He cut his fingertips with ease, squeezed out a drop of blood, and pressed it against the cube. Immediately, he established a connection with the cube, and everything about the cube appeared in his mind. Item: Secondary Small World. Introduction: Covering an area of 100,000 acres, it has lakes, grasslands, jungles, deserts, and other landforms. The temperature in the 4 seasons is the same as that of Blue Star, and the time flow rate is the same as that of Blue Star. With a thought, Jiang Cheng directly opened the permanent goods column and threw in the exchange office's 2,000 first-level farming robots. At the same time, he took out some of the grain and vegetable seeds in the warehouse and gave them to the first-level farming robots. According to the speed, I believe it won't be long before he will harvest countless grains. After dealing with these, Jiang Cheng looked at the 9th item. It is a clear crystal card that sparkles with light. Item: Level 1 Time and Space Jump Card. Introduction: When used, it can locate the coordinates of all living planets within 10,000 light-years and select one to jump back and forth. After 2 jumps, the card becomes invalid. Looking at the item information, Jiang Cheng silently put it aside. Jumping is definitely a suicidal behavior for him at the moment. Based on his normal 5th-level strength and almost 7th-level strength after turning on the spiritual explosion, he would probably be gone as soon as he set foot on their planet. However, this first-level time and space jump card is also of great significance and may bring him surprises in the future. Jiang Cheng thought and looked at the last item. It's medicine in 10 blue transparent glass syringes. Level 5 Gene-Enhancing Medicine. He took out 2 of them directly and stabbed them into his arms. Wisdom: 7599.5 plus 75. Strength: 10317700 plus 75. Agility: 14098.4 plus 75. Spirit: 25481.6 plus 75. In addition, through the exchange ratio, Jiang Cheng added all the 120% increase in awakening level to the 3rd level of time stillness, a bonus of almost 4.8%. After doing this, Jiang Cheng looked at the first item again. A golden book, the first inferior universe manual. He had a thought. In an instant, the first subordinate universe manual bloomed with golden light, illuminating the entire gym. He holds the first subordinate universe manual. Information about how to use it comes straight to mind. Item: First Lower Universe Manual. Introduction: Covers the crystallization of all planetary civilizations in the first lower-level universe. How to use: Recognize the master by dripping blood. When viewing, you only need to input the knowledge you want to know. Gulu. Looking at the introduction, Jiang Cheng swallowed hard. All the planetary civilizations in the first lower-level universe are crystallized. You know, it only takes a person a lifetime to learn the basics of just a blue star civilization, and a civilization in the universe. Jiang Cheng couldn't imagine it. And fortunately, it was a way of recognizing the master through blood. If it turned into a massive amount of knowledge flooding into his mind, he would be immediately shocked by this massive amount of knowledge and become an idiot. Carefully squeeze out a drop of blood and drop it on the golden book. The next second, the manual turned into a stream of light and disappeared from between his eyebrows. After a while, a golden booklet was suspended in his mind. How amazing! Jiang Cheng exclaimed. Then he thought of the culprit of this unprovoked disaster on Blue Star. He immediately opened the first lower universe manual, and then according to the instructions, he silently recited, "Tell me everything about the Zuobin people." As soon as the voice fell, lines of words appeared on the blank golden booklet. The Zuobin people are located on Zuobin in the Andromeda, a star system. They are a 4th-level civilization, a slave country, murderous, and like to colonize other civilizations and turn other civilizations into hunting grounds. They are composed of Z cells and have extremely strong infectious power. Their genes can evolve infinitely. They belong to the middle race in the first lower universe. Looking at the introductions that kept appearing, Jiang Cheng also roughly guessed the truth about the doomsday outbreak on Blue Star. In other words, the outbreak of this doomsday was all a trap set by the Zhuo Bin people millions of years ago. They deliberately released the Z virus on Blue Star, waiting for the full outbreak of the Z virus on Blue Star, so that the life forms infected with the Z virus would continue to evolve. The evolved low-level life forms would be used as a trial field for warriors, while the high-level evolved life forms would be sold as slaves to all parts of the universe. And this behavior is nothing but a devastating blow to Blue Star. Thinking of the countless families that fell apart due to the outbreak of the Z virus, Jiang Cheng's eyebrows rose with a hint of anger and jealous anger, muttering to himself, "Despicable race, dare to set your sights on Blue Star. Wait for me. As long as I, Jiang Cheng, grow up, I will definitely destroy your Zhuo Bin star." Speaking of this, Jiang Cheng thought of another extremely troublesome problem. Now that the Z virus has broken out, the sleeping Zhuo Bin star people all over the world should wake up one after another, and they must be killed before these guys fully recover their strength. Not only that, it is estimated that the collective death of the Zhuo Bin star masters who chased Su will be known to the Zhuo Bin star people in a short time, and it is only a matter of time before they invade Blue Star. Jiang Cheng immediately became anxious when he thought of countless planetary, star-destroying, and even Star Master masters pouring into Blue Star. Strength. Everything is strength. But before that, we must first unify Blue Star, build a shelter for survivors, and continue human civilization. Otherwise, before Zhuo Bin Star arrives, under these constantly evolving zombies and spirit beasts, there will probably be very few humans left who can survive. And this new city starts from Linxian. Ding. May I ask if the host will draw a lottery? Just when Jiang Cheng was lost in thought, the system prompt sounded again. Jiang Cheng clicked to check directly. It was found that the number of free first-level lottery draws had accumulated to 102 times the number of free second-level lottery draws, 14, free third-level lottery draws, 3. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng ignored it and said, "No lottery draw. Free first-level lottery draws can't draw anything. It's better to accumulate and synthesize advanced lottery items. Open paid lottery draw." Ding. Paid lottery draw is open. After the system sound fell, a huge turntable appeared in front of Jiang Cheng, and the logo of the fourth-level lottery member was displayed on the turntable. Anyway, the current energy points are completely enough for his lottery draw, Jiang Cheng directly said. Draw 100 fourth-level lotteries. Consume 10 million energy points to open the fourth-level member lottery. The sound sounded, and the huge turntable began to rotate nonstop. Thank you for your patronage. Keep up the good work. Thank you. After another 100 consecutive prompt sounds, a row of items appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. The total amount of prizes won in this lottery is 5 level 4 Tang swords, 2 level 4 construction robots, 3 level 4 doomsday armor, 1 ton of anti-zombie virus wheat, and 100 level 3 doomsday walls. Looking at the items drawn, Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. The items drawn this time are quite practical. Congratulations to the host for successfully becoming a level 5 lottery member. Do you want to continue the lottery? The system prompt sounded at the right time. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "Conduct 100 level 5 lotteries. Ding. Consume 100 million energy points, and the lottery will start." Another series of prompt sounds sounded. The last column of items appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. The total amount of items won in this lottery is as follows. 1 level 1 doomsday flying ship, 2 level 5 anti-aircraft flying armors, 1 level 5 Tang sword, 10 tons of level 5 spirit beast meat, 5 level 4 doomsday combat armors, 1 ton of special doomsday cloth, and 5 level 5 gene enhancement potions. Oh, seeing these items, Jiang Cheng was looking forward to the next lottery. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to a level 6 lottery member. Do you want to participate in the level 6 lottery? Draw 100 times directly, Jiang Cheng said without hesitation. In the past, he was afraid to do anything because of the shortage of energy points. Now that he has enough energy points, he wants to see what good things he can get from this paid lottery. Ding. Consume 10 billion energy points to start the lottery. The total amount of items won in this lottery is as follows. 1 Level 6 Doomsday Fortress, 5 Level 6 Gene Enhancement Agents, 5 Level 5 Doomsday Armor, 1,000 tons of virus-free rice, 1,000 tons of virus-free potatoes, 100 Level 5 Doomsday Walls, 1 Level 2 Fusion Card. Looking at the lottery items, Jiang Cheng directly clicked on the introduction column of the Level 6 Doomsday Fortress. Item, Level 6 Doomsday Fortress. Introduction, a 10-hectare doomsday town, which includes 100 intelligent houses, complete public facilities, can accommodate 1,000 people, can defend against attacks by Level 6 zombies, and has air-to-ground combat capabilities. Great! Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. This is really a pillow delivered when you are sleepy. He was still thinking about how to build a new city, but he drew one directly. Not only that, there are also items such as the Doomsday Wall that he drew before. He estimated that there would be absolutely no problem in building a doomsday town that can accommodate 10,000 people next. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to a Level 7 lottery member. Do you want to continue the lottery? The system reminded. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and said directly, "Give me 100 Level 7 lotteries." Anyway, what he lacks the least at the moment is energy points. Ding! Consume 100 billion energy points, and the lottery begins. After a series of lottery prompt sounds, the total amount of items obtained in this lottery is as follows. Level 6 Independent Doomsday Huts, 10. Level 7 Doomsday Combat Robots, 5. Level 6 Doomsday Combat Robots, 10. Level 6 Micro Communication Devices, 20. Level 2 Base Energy Storage Cannons, 2. Level 3 Cracking Acceleration Cards, 10. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to a Level 8 lottery member. Do you want to continue the lottery? Droll, Jiang Cheng said without hesitation. Again, he has plenty of energy points, the kind that no one believes. So next, Jiang Cheng consumed another 111 trillion for the lottery. Ding! The lottery items are as follows. 1 Level 8 Weapon Forging Card, 1 Level 10 Doomsday Armor, 1 Level 10 Doomsday Data Eye, 1 Level 9 Supernatural Treasure Box, 10,000 tons of spiritual food, 20 Level 8 Independent Doomsday Huts, 1 Martial Arts Skill Advancement Card, 10 Level 4 Cracking Acceleration Cards, 50 Level 1 Cracking Acceleration Cards, 50 Level 3 Spiritual Fertilizers, 1 Level 3 Fire of Life, 1 Level 10 Doomsday Treasure Box, 5 Level 6 Awakening Potions, 20 Level 7 Gene Enhancement. Potions. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his membership level to Level 11. The Doomsday Paid Lottery System has been upgraded to the Doomsday Galaxy Lottery System. Doomsday Galaxy Lottery System. The unit of consumption for paid lottery is source point. Source point. The basic currency unit of the universe. 1 source point equals 100 billion energy points. The number of free lottery draws is automatically converted to 1 source point, and no free lottery draws will be conducted in the future. Source point? Jiang Cheng was a little confused, but he could feel that this so-called source point lottery was not simple. If you put it this way, in the future, after my Doomsday Base Mall continues to upgrade its level, it will probably become source payment. Do you want to redeem the source points for the lottery? No. Jiang Cheng thought about it and decided to forget it. It's not that he doesn't have source points. Just a Level 10 Zwabine star can bring him 160 trillion energy point income, which can be converted into 160 source points. And he has tens of thousands of such crystals. It is also a huge number. But he currently does not want to use all the source points for lottery draws. Also to prevent items similar to the first lower-level universe manual from appearing in the base mall in the future. Ding! The items will be distributed to the Ring of the Fallen God. Please remember to check it. Host. After the system finished speaking, it disappeared directly. Next, Jiang Cheng went directly into the Ring of God's Fall and checked the items. According to estimates, 1,000 tons of grain is enough for the living expenses of 5,000 people for 1 year, and the food reserves extracted this time are enough for 5,000 people for 12 years. If it is calculated as 10,000 people, it will be 6 years. The buffer time of another 6 years is enough for them. Food is grown on this barren land. In addition to food, there are prop cards. Jiang Cheng directly pulled out the 8th level weapon forging card. It is a white and silver card, and the moment you pinch it, Information about the card pours directly into your mind. Item: Level 8 Weapon Forging Card. Introduction: Any weapon below level 8 can be forged to level 8. Please use it with caution. How to use: Place the card on the weapon. In this case, Jiang Cheng had a thought. He directly drew out the Shanchuan sword, and then directly pasted the level 8 weapon forging card onto it. The next moment, the silver card turned into light spots and disappeared on the Shanchuan sword. A ball of silvery white light tightly wrapped the Shanchuan sword. Almost 10 seconds later, the light disappears. What catches the eye is an ancient bronze sword. The hilt is a dragon's head, and the blade is spit out from the dragon's mouth. It seems that the shape has not changed much from before, but if you look carefully, you will find that the eyes of the dragon's head are dotted on the hilt. The sword was made of silver and was more lifelike than before. Not only that, the Shanchuan sword, which was originally full of copper odor, also had a brand new look, and the sword body exuded a sharp meaning. And at the moment when Shanchuan's sword was successfully promoted, a wave of information suddenly came to him. This is... Jiang Cheng looked at the information in his mind with surprise. Item: Level 8 Mountain Spirit Sword. Introduction: Subdivine Beast Jiaozi item. Automatically obtains skills after use. Jiaozi must take revenge. Cannot be used in combination with other skills. Physical attributes increase by 40 times after use. Destroy mountains and rivers with a sword after use. The strength attribute increases by 15 times. Its own strength is the same level as the level 8 Doomsday Tang sword and contains spirituality. Physical attributes increase by 40 times, strength attributes increase by 15 times, although it cannot be combined with other skills. But the power of this sword can increase my current attack power by 600 times. 600 times. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath. Even if it is an 8th level awakener, he can go up and fight hard. He took a deep breath, calmed down his heart, put away the mountain spirit sword, and went on to look at the next item. It was still a pair of eyes, the 10th level Doomsday Data Eye. Jiang Cheng directly fused it. From today on, he can detect opponents at level 10 and below. Go to the next item. It is a level 1 Crack Acceleration Card. Item: Level 1 Crack Acceleration Card. Introduction: It can accelerate the uncracked projects in the laboratory, and the acceleration time is 5 days. In this case, Jiang Cheng directly threw out 8 level 1 crack acceleration cards. Except for the level 4 gene enhancement potion, which has 0.5 days left to crack, and the level 2 recovery potion, which has not used the crack card and has 1 day left to crack, all other items are cracked. After the cracking is completed, Jiang Cheng continues to look at the next item. It is a level 2 martial arts fusion card, which can fuse 2 martial arts skills below level 2. After thinking about it, Jiang Cheng decided to fuse Thunderbolt Flash and Double Strength. After all, the strength of Thunderbolt Flash and Double Strength is too low now, so it is useless to use them in battle. Use the Martial Arts Skill Fusion card to fuse Thunderbolt Flash and Double Strength. Jiang Cheng muttered silently. The green card in his hand turned into a stream of light and flew out. And the Double Strength and Thunderbolt Flash in his skill column also turned into light spots and gathered together. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd level swordsmanship. 2nd stage Thunderbolt Flash. Skill: 2nd stage Thunderbolt Flash. Introduction: It can be transformed into lightning, and the agility and strength attributes are increased by 4 times, causing 4 times the destructive power. Next, Jiang Cheng used the Martial Arts Skill Promotion card. This card and the Martial Arts Skill Fusion card complement each other and can upgrade any martial arts skill to level 4. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 4th level sword technique, Thunderblade. Skill: Thunderblade. Introduction: Can turn into lightning, increase agility and strength attributes 6-fold, and cause 6 times the destructive power. After upgrading, Jiang Cheng continued to look at a golden power treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. There is still a golden crystal inside. Hold it. The golden crystal quickly turned into a non-Newtonian liquid and melted into his palm. Soon, a new power appeared in his mind. Power: Jump. Introduction: Can jump regardless of space. The shortest jump of the 1st level is 100,000 kilometers, and the jump distance increases 10-fold with each upgrade. Displacement skill: I guess I can jump to any location on the blue planet instantly with a distance of 100,000 kilometers. Jiang Cheng nodded secretly, very satisfied with this skill. The last treasure chest was a treasure chest made entirely of diamonds. As soon as it was taken out, a dazzling light bloomed from the box. Jiang Cheng swallowed his saliva. According to his understanding, the items in the base mall are currently divided into levels 1 to 10, and the corresponding colors are white, green, blue, purple, red, gold, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. This means that the treasure chest in front of him belongs to the highest level 10. He hurriedly opened it. When he saw the items in the treasure chest, Jiang Cheng was stunned. Wait, what is this? A row of black lines appeared on his forehead. There was a blood-colored eyeball in the treasure chest. At the same time, information about the pair of eyeballs also appeared in Jiang Cheng's mind. Item, Blood Dragon Eye. Introduction. After fusion, you can see the opponent's flaws. How to use. Directly contact the eyeball with your own eyeball, and the blood dragon eye can automatically fuse. When seeing the introduction of the pair of eyeballs, Jiang Cheng was unable to describe it in words for a while, and could only spit out the most direct 2 words. Awesome. Yes, it's awesome. You have to know what is the most important thing when facing a high-level enemy. That is to find the opponent's flaw. When masters fight, a mistake can be fatal. These 2 eyeballs are definitely a timely help for Jiang Cheng. According to the instructions, Jiang Cheng carefully picked up the blood dragon eye. It must be said that this thing is a real eyeball. The slippery and cold feeling in his hand made his arms goosebumps. Gurgle swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then he created a mirror out of thin air and gently put the blood dragon eye into his left eyeball. At the moment when the blood dragon eye touched the eyeball, the blood-colored eyeball suddenly extended countless blood threads to absorb the left eyeball. Instant. An indescribable swelling pain came from Jiang Cheng's left eye. Eyes have no pain nerves. He covered his eyeball and gritted his teeth to endure it. Almost a minute later, looking at the mirror again, his left eyeball no longer looked like a human's. The entire white of the eye was still white, but the pupil part turned blood red, and there was a vertical pupil in the pupil, just like a dragon's eye. How the hell can I face people? Am I going to wear an eye patch and turn into a Caribbean pirate? Just as Jiang Cheng was looking at himself in the mirror and feeling a little distressed, suddenly the blood pupil turned into dense blood threads and disappeared in the eye socket, revealing a human eyeball. Can it be like this? Jiang Cheng was also shocked by the way the blood dragon's pupil was transformed. But this is also good. At least there is no need to wear an eye patch. Next, Jiang Cheng looked at the gene enhancement potion that was brushed out. Directly took out 2 level 6 gene enhancement potions and 2 level 7 gene enhancement potions. Level 6 gene enhancement potion. After use, each attribute increases by 100 points, has a certain antivirus ability, and can increase the awakening degree by 70%. Level 7 gene enhancement potion. After use, each attribute increases by 200 points, has a certain antivirus ability, and can increase the awakening degree by 80. For injections in a row. Wisdom, 76 74.5-81 24.5 plus 10. Strength, 10317775-10318225 plus 350. Agility, 14173.4-1462 3.4 plus 20. Spirit, 25556.6-26006.6 plus 15. In addition to these attributes, virus resistance increases to 9.5. In terms of superpowers. Superpowers. Level 5 Creation, Awakening Degree 20%. Level 4 Super Speed Regeneration, Awakening Degree, 20%. Level 3 Time Stillness, 31.2%. Level 2 Transition, 8%. But it's not over yet. He remembered that there was a bottle of Level 1 Water of Life among his items, emphasizing that it should be taken after reaching Level 5. Now it has just reached Level 5. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng took out the Water of Life. It was a transparent glass bottle filled with a solution that glowed with a blue light. I really don't know what effect you can bring to me. Staring at the Water of Life, Jiang Cheng pulled out the cork without saying a word. Suddenly, a strong breath of life emanated, making Jiang Cheng feel only a desire. Without the slightest hesitation, he picked up the small glass bottle and drank it down. Gulp. Drank it in one gulp. The taste was a bit like mint leaves, very refreshing, and it flowed along the esophagus into the body. It was only less than 10 seconds after it went down. Jiang Cheng felt a sharp pain coming from his body. He couldn't help but blurt out, "FCK." He looked at the two arms again. The changes on the surface of the arms were even more frightening. The originally intact skin showed a bloody line on the skin, and the pores continued to overflow with red viscous substances. Not only that, the muscles in the body began to tear, and the meridians continued to split and then reorganized. The bones, the internal organs, and everything in the body were self-destructing and self-reorganizing. This kind of pain can no longer be described in words. Even if a knife is directly cut on the skin or a bone is broken, it can only be called comfortable in the face of this pain. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng's mental strength is strong enough, and he has the blessing of super speed regeneration. The whole process lasted for 10 minutes. It took Jiang Cheng a long time to recover, and he looked at his skin. The skin, which was originally very smooth, was now as translucent as jade, and there was no impurity in the body. Not only the skin, but also the internal organs, bones, blood, muscles, and meridians were like this, becoming like a work of art by a master sculptor. In addition to these, Jiang Cheng also found that there was a light blue crystal in his mind, although it was only the size of a grain of rice, but it was particularly obvious. At this moment, Su, who had been quietly staying in the corner, looked at Jiang Cheng and muttered to himself, "The breath of the Star Master?" But soon, Su denied it again, because the breath on Jiang Cheng was far less powerful than that of the Star Master. Strange, why do I feel a touch of divine power? What a strange human, Su muttered to herself. She was a little confused about what changes had happened to Jiang Cheng, because after entering this base, she occasionally felt Jiang Cheng's spiritual world, but the strange thing was that Jiang Cheng's spiritual world was completely blank, and she could not see anything. Forget it, being strong is always a good thing. I will ask slowly later. Su closed his eyes and leaned against the wall again. At this moment, Jiang Cheng couldn't figure out what this crystal was. So he directly opened the first lower-level universe manual in his mind and silently input the question. Soon, the first lower-level universe manual gave the answer. Spirit crystal. Spirit crystal is a thing that must be condensed to achieve Star Lord. It is used to store spiritual power and is also a unique product of divine species. Spirit crystal? Star Lord? Did I become a Star Lord? Jiang Cheng hurriedly looked at his attribute column. Wisdom, 8,134.5 to 81,345. Strength, 10318-575-5159-2875. Agility, 14,643.4 to 73,217. Spirit, 26,021.6 to 260,216. Physical strength, 53,000 to 530,000. When he saw the attribute column, Jiang Cheng was shocked again. Wisdom increased 10 times, strength increased 5 times, agility increased 5 times, mental strength increased 10 times, and physical strength increased 10 times, reaching the strength of the 6th level body. With my current strength, I can easily kill the 5th level. The effect of this water of life is really terrifying. After exiting the attribute bar, Jiang Cheng almost understood that this so-called water of life is probably similar to the body-quenching stuff. Of course, the effect is much stronger than the general body-quenching medicine, especially for mental strength. As for the next item, a ball of blue burning flame. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but think of the last time Bai was promoted. He was promoted from the 4th level to the 5th level with only the 1st level life fire. If he swallowed the 3rd level life fire, I don't know how much he can be promoted. Thinking of it, Jiang Cheng's mind moved, and he said directly to the silver bracelet on his wrist, "Bai, come out." Humph. A light hum sounded immediately. Soon, a beautiful woman with silver hair appeared in front of Jiang Cheng, but she crossed her arms, tilted her pretty face, and pouted, looking a little unhappy. "Bai you." Jiang Cheng was about to speak, but Bai interrupted him and said dissatisfiedly, "Master, you don't like Bai anymore." "Huh. Jiang Cheng was a little confused. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? He was about to explain, but then he realized why he had to explain and quickly changed his words. No, no, that's not right. What does this have to do with liking or not? Bai pouted even more, stamped his feet, and said, Master, you haven't contacted Bai for a month? And Bai felt that he couldn't feel the master's presence for more than a month. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng understood it instantly, thought about it, and said, It's like this. A month and a half ago, I encountered some troubles and slept in it for a month and a half before waking up, and there seemed to be a mental shielding formation in it, which prevented me from contacting the outside world. Jiang Cheng deliberately concealed part of it. Although Bai is 100% loyal to him, some things are not suitable to be told to Bai directly. Besides, there is Su next to him. Is that so? Bai nodded as if he understood something, then suddenly thought of something, looked at Jiang Cheng with a worried look, and said, Master, what about your current body? Don't worry, the master is fine now, Jiang Cheng said, and a blue flame appeared out of thin air in his magic hand, and he smiled. Look, what is this? Level 3 life fire. Bai was excited for a moment and hurriedly asked Jiang Cheng, Master, how did you get it? You know, this thing is precious. Jiang Cheng looked at the excited Bai and said with a smile, Then can you use it? Of course. We Doomsday Warriors become stronger by constantly swallowing the life fire. The higher the level of the life fire, the faster we upgrade our level. And when we upgrade to a high level, we can also awaken some skills. Bai said excitedly. Jiang Cheng nodded secretly, then handed over the life fire and said, Then this is for you. Really, really give it to me? This is a level 3 life fire. Bai swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, but there was clearly desire in his eyes, and he almost spoke directly. Take it. It was originally given to you, and there is no use for me to take it. Jiang Cheng smiled helplessly. Love you. Bai hugged Jiang Cheng in surprise, smacked his lips, and gently tapped Jiang Cheng's face, then took the 3rd level life fire and swallowed it directly, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Jiang Cheng looked at Bai, who looked like a 27 to 8-year-old queen, but actually behaved like a 15 to 16-year-old girl, and unconsciously curled his lips. After a while, it should be that the fusion was completed, Bai slowly opened his eyes. Although there was no big change in the appearance, the temperament had changed as if it was substantial. Before, Bai was like a goddess, making people dare not approach, and now Bai makes people feel discouraged. Bai opened his eyes and said excitedly, Master, I have awakened my skills. Oh, Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows, and the data I quietly opened. Character, Bai. Level, mid-8th level. Wisdom, 1,000. Power, 800 million. Agility, 100,000. Skills, energy cannon, form change. Comprehensive combat strength, 800, 101,000. I really didn't expect that the 3rd level fire of life could actually allow Bai to increase 3 major levels in a short period of time. Jiang Cheng looked at Bai's skills and nodded with great satisfaction. Shuguang has Bai, whose strength has reached the 8th level, and Linxian's base is basically stable. Next, Jiang Cheng will check the strength of Maya Papa's, Aaron, and Xiaoyu. At present, Maya Peisai's strength has increased to the level of the 3rd level compared to the last time he left. Aaron, as a mutated zombie, has also improved his strength from the 2nd level to the 2nd level. Zhang Yu's strength is still at the level because he was not born for a long time. The level below the 2nd order. Jiang Cheng directly took out the 2nd level king of Crushing Crystal, the 2nd level king of Harvest, and a 3rd level king of Slaughter Crystal, and fed them directly to Aaron. Soon, Aaron's energy was saturated again, forming a blood cocoon. He estimated that Aaron would be promoted to the 3rd level in about a week. As for Maya Papa's, Jiang Cheng directly threw out 8 of the 3rd order Silver Mu Tiger Crystal, the 3rd order Baotou Wang Spar, and the other 3 order upper crystals stored in the Ring of God's Fall. Maya Papa's also once again fall into deep sleep. As Jiang Yu said, he fed 2 2nd level spiritual beast crystals. After doing this, Jiang Cheng chose a location close to the base and placed the 6th level Doomsday Fortress, as well as the 3rd level Doomsday City Wall and the 5th level Doomsday City Wall drawn from the paid lottery to build a new city. The new town is divided into 3 parts. The most central one is Jiang Cheng's Shuguang base, and the second level is the 6th level Doomsday Fortress, which is the center of the core residence. During this period, the 6th level Doomsday Independent Hut and the 8th level Doomsday Independent Hut will be released, including the 2nd level base storage cannon. A city surrounded by 3 rings was formed. Because of the level 4 construction robots, the construction was very fast. It took only half a month to complete the construction. The area reached 100 hectares, which is enough to accommodate 50,000 residents. As for the future city construction, it will be in the form of a circle surrounding a circle. Expansion was carried out externally, and the name of the base was named City of Dawn. Then there is the 6th level Awakening Potion. There were 5 in total, and Jiang Cheng gave them to Yang Lao, Zhang Ya, Li Qingwan, Lin Ro, and Lu Xinru as the captains. The 5th level Gene Enhancement Potion was given to Luo Fan. The 5th level Gene Enhancing Potion was distributed to everyone according to their share, and the extra one was given to Wang Chong. Yang Lao, Li Qingwan, Luo Fan, Zhang Ya, Lu Xinru, Lin Ro, and the 3 base owners were also assigned 2 level 7 Gene Enhancement Potions. Not only that, in the order in which they entered the base, 2 sets of level 5 anti-air combat armor, 5 sets, and a set of level 5 Doomsday armor on Jiang Cheng were also distributed to Yang Lao and several others. As for the 10 level 6 armors, the Doomsday battle robots are responsible for guarding the city wall. There are 2 level 6 on the outermost level, 3 on the middle level, and 5 on the inner level. The remaining 5 level 7 Doomsday battle robots were taken into the Ring of the Fallen God by Jiang Cheng and kept as backup. As for the base master of Huangshanzi base, Lin Yi is responsible for it. November 6th. Early in the morning, after Jiang Cheng finished training, he began to patrol the city. The vaccination work has come to an end, and several vaccination points on the streets have begun the final sprint. Walking on the floor paved with marble slabs and watching the survivors coming and going to greet him, Jiang Cheng felt as if he was in another world. You must know that more than 4 months ago, this place was still in ruins. Bodies with broken limbs could be seen everywhere on the streets, and a group of zombies would appear from time to time. And now, the streets are clean and tidy, and the Doomsday huts on both sides are already occupied by survivors. However, the owners of the houses are all the members of the Dawn Guard, because as warriors who protect the city, they deserve the best treatment. The city has been built now, but it still lacks some of the city atmosphere. Jiang Cheng looked at both sides of the street and muttered to himself, planning to supply some food such as spirit animal meat and ordinary pork to the shops to enrich people's lives. As for the candidates for the shop, they will be chosen among the survivors. Just walking like this, I arrived at the vaccination point before I knew it. Leader. Seeing Jiang Cheng coming, the staff at the injection site headed by Zhou Sheng immediately stood upright and said respectfully, Jiang Cheng nodded, looked at Zhou Sheng and asked, how many people have not been injected? Basically all the people in the Huangshan, SH Tian, Seoul, and Tian'an bases have been vaccinated. Only 1,210 survivors in the City of Dawn are left who have not yet been vaccinated. But don't worry, they will be able to be vaccinated before 12 noon today. All injections are completed, Zhou Sheng said respectfully, with warm admiration on his face. A few months ago, he was just a survivor who was starving and living in danger. Now, just 4 months later, he not only has food and drink, but also lives in a house that looks like something from a science fiction movie. He has also become an awakened person, or the 4th level. If he had put this before, he wouldn't have dared to think about it, but now it has been realized. This was all given by the man in front of him. He had long secretly sworn in his heart that even if this man asked him to die immediately, he would not the slightest hesitation. While the two were talking, suddenly a female voice came. Brother Shang, I cooked the spirit beast meat jerky for you. Eat it while it's hot. After the voice fell, under Zhou Sheng's embarrassed expression, Jiang Cheng looked in the direction of the voice in surprise. She was an ordinary-looking woman, about 27 years old, with a thin build. She was holding a basket and walking towards this side excitedly. As soon as the woman walked in, she saw Jiang Cheng and subconsciously exclaimed, Leader! The basket in his hand unconsciously loosened. Jiang Cheng still had quick eyes and quick hands, and pointed towards the basket. The wind is blowing. Swish! The next moment, a whirlwind beneath the basket lifted it up. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Be careful. Food is very precious. Don't waste it." After finishing speaking, he patted Zhou Sheng on the shoulder with interest and said jokingly, "You guys are good. You did a good job. After work, go to Zhangye to get a portion of Yaju meat and an ordinary spirit beast meat. Just say that." I said so. "Thank you, Chief," Zhou Sheng said excitedly. Listening, Jiang Cheng raised his head again and lowered his voice. "When are you getting married? Remember to report it. The base will give you a reward then." "Okay, I won't disturb your work anymore. You can continue." Jiang Cheng waved his hand, looked at the shy expressions of Zhou Sheng and the woman, smiled lightly, and left directly. It seems that not only the food supply, but also some regulations on the marriage and life of these survivors need to be upgraded. Until Jiang Cheng completely walked away. Zhou Sheng reluctantly looked away, looked at the woman beside him, and said with a smile, "Chui Chui, when will we get married?" Spit. The woman named Tsui Tsui took a crisp breath and said angrily, "It's a beautiful thought." After speaking, he paused and said in a voice like a mosquito, "You make the decision." Zhou Sheng excitedly took Tsui Tsui's hand and said sincerely, "Then when I finish the work at hand, I will report to Director Zhangya." Japanese country. In a park, a stone monument made of stones of various colors stands tall. In front of the stone monument is an antique Tang dynasty-style building. Here is an organization formed by the Japanese nation after the end of the world, and it is also where the highest combat power of the Japanese nation is located, the Chrysanthemum Society. Inside the house, snap, there was a crisp sound. The young man lowered his head and sat upright on the tatami, not daring to complain at all. Sitting on his knees in front of him was an old man with silver hair. However, the old man's body was not as old as his age. Instead, his muscles were bulging, and his bathrobe was bulging. He looked more like a bodybuilder. "Be strong. Baga, it's been 2 months, and you still haven't investigated clearly? What do you do for food?" "I'm sorry, President. I was incompetent and failed to find the person. However, after searching for a while, I found a mark on the reef where the incident occurred. It looks like it was left by Nichon," the young man said. The old man said with a gloomy look, "Mr. Long Yi, I don't want to listen to half of what you say. Please explain it clearly." The young man nodded and said, "Hey, it was Nichon who stayed behind. According to our staff's interpretation, Nichon and the others should have been taken away by the people of Dezhou." "Dezhou." The old man said a sentence, as if he remembered something, slowly stood up, pulled out the samurai sword from his waist, and chopped it hard at the coffee table next to him, angrily cursing, "Bakialo! It's Dezhou again, damn Chinese pigs. Sooner or later I will flatten the entire Dezhou." After venting, the old man wiped the Tang sword on the tatami next to him, leaned on the handle of the sword, half knelt, and leaned over to the young man and said, "Mr. Long Yi, from now on, you will lead the team, Yamaguchi Hong, Tanaka Ono, and Ekizan Masato as assistants. Go to Dezhou Zhoudu for me, and secretly investigate the whereabouts of Marina." "Yes, President." Marina Long Yi nodded seriously. The old man continued, "Now that zombies are rampant, Dezhou must be unable to take care of itself. Originally, I didn't want to take action against Dezhou so quickly, but the people of Dezhou have already bullied us. Aili Chiyue, Yoshiko Xingtian, and Ryasaka Ruji, you 3 are responsible for investigating in Dezhou. If you find the remains of the Zhuobin people, report back quickly." "Yes." The United States. High above Washington, a huge flying ship is hovering above the clouds. Inside the flying ship, Director Crow, although we haven't found Al and his men, according to our investigation, basically 90% of them are related to the people of Dezhou. A short white man with a quiver on his back said to the black director in front of him. Crow frowned and nodded. "It's just what I thought." After thinking for a while, he said, "So, Al, you take Black Spider and Thunder to Zhoudu." "Director, what do you mean?" Al frowned. "It's very simple. Just talk to the #1 officer of Dezhou directly." Crow said. Al couldn't help but said, "Director, are you sure Dezhou will release the people?" Director Crow's face, which looked like black charcoal, showed a sharp look and said, "Don't worry, Zhou is a smart man. He will agree." "Yes, Director." Bangzi country. the top floor of Triangle Heavy Industry. An old man in his early 60s wearing a suit said to the men and women in windbreakers in front of him, "Remember, this time when we sneak into Dezhou, in addition to finding the situation of Jia and others, we must also explore the Zhuabingxing ruins in Dezhou." "Yes, President." Zhoudu, the General Commander's office. Long Wu, is there any news about Jiang Xiaoyu? Wang Jiangwo frowned and looked at Long Wu in front of him. Long Wu shook his head and said, "We have sent a large force to block that sea area, but 2 months have passed, and we still haven't found the Major General. The protective shield that Major General Jiang Cheng entered has also disappeared." "Well, okay, you continue to send people to search in the Yellow Sea. No matter what, Jiang Xiaoyu is missing because of my great Zhou." Wang Jiangwo sighed, thinking of the Japanese and the beautiful women he brought back before, and said, "How are the 2 captured women?" Long Wu shook his head and said, "The Japanese one is very stubborn and refuses to say anything. The beautiful woman is even more arrogant. She shouts to see you every day. Then leave them alone for a few more days." "Yes." Wang Jiangwo's eyes were full of sorrow when Long Wu left. The current situation in Zhoudu is very good. With the imperial city as a circle, they have recovered the entire East City district and gathered more than 3,000 survivors. But he knows that this is only temporary. If there is another zombie tide like 2 months ago, they still can't resist it. "Alas, Jiang Xiaoyu, I hope you are okay." This side of the Dawn City. It was already past 10 o'clock after touring the entire city. Jiang Cheng returned to the conference room and called all the captains over. The conference room of the base was very large, with a giant round table inside. More than a dozen captains of the Dawn Guard formed a circle around it. Jiang Cheng sat in the main seat and asked Zhang Ye first, "Sister Ye, how much land do we have to reclaim now?" "Except for the 50,000 mu of land that has been opened, we are still continuing to reclaim land, and it is estimated that we can reach 100,000 mu by the end of December. In addition, it is November now, and we have missed the rice planting season. We have planted potatoes on all 50,000 mu of land, and we expect to have a harvest by the end of January. By mid-March next year, we can plant rice, as well as some fruits and vegetables." Zhang Ye said, "Very good." Jiang Cheng nodded, and then said, "Food is the basic guarantee for the new citizens of Dawn City, and we cannot afford to be careless. If there is a lack of combat power protection, you can tell Dad to send a few level 6 Doomsday combat robots over." Zhang Ye nodded and said, "I understand, but there are already 1,000 level 2 Doomsday warriors and 500 level 3 Doomsday warriors stationed in the field. Captain Yuan and Captain Liu are also stationed here for a long time, so there shouldn't be any problems." "That's good." Jiang Cheng nodded and asked his father, "Old man, how is the guard team?" After hearing these words, Yang perked up and said, "Hey, apart from a few base owners, the guard team has 8 captains with strength reaching the 4th level, and 24 squadron captains with strength reaching level 4. At the 3rd level, there are 72 team captains, whose strength has reached the 2nd level, and the number of ordinary patrol members has reached 216, which are basically the level of 1st level awakened people." "Yes." Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "With Xu Guang's current strength, it is completely enough to guard Linxian. But this is not our long-term goal. Our long-term goal is to radiate the entire Chu province through Linxian, and then from Chu the province radiates to the entire Zhou dynasty, and even to the whole world, and every city-level unit in Blue Star has a base of our Dawn. Do we have our base on the entire Blue Star?" Several captains were in a daze when they heard this. To be honest, since the city of Dawn was built, they felt that it would be good to maintain this kind of life. After all, it was difficult to settle down from the end of the world to now. But Jiang Cheng's words made their somewhat chilled blood boil again. Of course, there is still a long way to go before it can radiate the whole world. The goal that needs to be achieved at this stage is to regain the entire Chu province. When Jiang Cheng said this, he turned around and pointed at the wall behind him. As he turned around, the wall behind him suddenly lit up and turned into a huge display screen. On the display screen was a map of Chu province. Jiang Cheng pointed at the map and said, "Chu province has a total of 150 county-level administrative districts. Based on the survivors of Taiananzi base, The total number of survivors in these 150 administrative districts can reach 300,000. This is a considerable number. If these 300,000 survivors can be brought under our Dawn banner, you can imagine what it will be like. As he spoke, Jiang Cheng changed the subject and said, "Look, everyone, now we have recovered Tiannan, Seoul, Tian, and Huangshan, completing a recovery rate of 3.3%. We want to recover the remaining 146 cities. We still need at least 146 captain-level experts to take charge, and we currently have only 8 captain-level people left, except for the few who have served as base leaders, so it is still quite difficult to regain the entire Chu province." At this point, Jiang Cheng teased his father. "It's up to you, old man, to cultivate these talents." "Boy, this is another heavy burden on me, old man. That's enough about the vision for the future. Now let's talk about something realistic." After Jiang Cheng said this, all the captains were refreshed. After glancing at each other, Jiang Cheng smiled faintly and said, "It's still about the topic of the Dawn Guard. In my original idea, the captain, squadron leader, and team leader were enough to meet the development needs of the Dawn City, but now it seems." Jiang Cheng spread his hands helplessly and said self-deprecatingly, "It's not as simple as I imagined. So, I decided to refer to the regulations of Zhoudu and readjust the positions of the Guard. It's roughly as follows. For the defense force of the Dawn City, I plan to rename the Dawn Guard to the Dawn Guard General Bureau, with 8 bureaus from 1 to 8, and 8 directors, and 8 deputy directors. Under the director there are 8 captains. Under the captain there are 3 squadron leaders. Under the squadron leader there are 3 team leaders. Under the team leader there are 3 team leaders, and under the team leader there are 3 team members. In general, if these positions are filled, the number of Dawn Guards can reach 976. It can also meet the current talent training needs. What do you think?" Old Man Yang listened, shook his head, and said, "I have no objection. After all, the population of Dawn City has reached 5126, and the establishment should indeed be increased." The other captains also nodded in agreement. "Okay, apart from the Dawn Guard, there is also the issue of city security. After all, it is a small city now, with a population of more than 5,000. It is impossible to say that there is no friction. So I am also going to set up a security squadron, which has the same function as the county government, to deal with disputes and criminal cases seen by survivors. As for the regulations, there will be 1 deputy captain in each security squadron, 2 team leaders under the squadron leader, and 10 team members under the team leader. The code of conduct of the security squadron is based on the security regulations of the Dawn City, and the formulation of the regulations is jointly proposed by several captains. Okay, the above is the content of this meeting. The expansion will be announced by Zhang Ye, Jiang Cheng said here, and then said to several captains, "After the meeting, everyone will go to the city square. There are gifts from me for everyone there, which is also a reward for everyone's hard work in recent days. Okay, adjourn the meeting." After the meeting, Jiang Cheng left directly, leaving only a few captains looking at each other. This expansion of the guard team is expected to attract a large number of survivors. Yuan Ningling smiled. Yes, with the increase in the population of the city, expansion is inevitable. Lu Ziyun agreed. By the way, the leader just said that he would give us something. Aren't you curious about what it is? Lin Ro suddenly said. Yes. No, I have to go and take a look. Come on, sisters, let's go together. After Lin Ro's reminder, everyone agreed to walk towards the square. Jiang Cheng, after the meeting, he went to several sub-bases. For the planning of the sub-base, he envisioned that it would be carried out simultaneously with the City of Dawn, and a guard team would be set up in the same way. As for the name of the guard team, it would be named after the base. That's about it. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking to Luo Fan, he took out a first-level Doomsday flying ship and said, "From today on, this Doomsday flying ship will be your vehicle." Thank you, leader. Luo Fan looked at the flying ship in front of him excitedly. He had been coveting Jiang Cheng's car before, and now he got an identical one. If Jiang Cheng hadn't been there, he would have jumped on it. Okay, I still have to go to the other bases, so I won't say much. In a word, if you need anything, just come to Shuguang to find me. After saying this, Jiang Cheng flew to the other bases again. In a whole day, Jiang Cheng visited all the bases. November 6th, 11:30 p.m. Jiang Cheng lay in the bedroom and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Now that the development of Shuguang City is on the right track, with my father and sister here in charge, I should have nothing to worry about. But when he thought about the Zwabin people, he was still a little uneasy. He said directly, "Sue, how long will it take for the Zwabin people to arrive at Blue Star?" As the voice fell, a huge phantom appeared from the side and smiled. "Are you worried, my master?" "Nonsense, Blue Star is my home. How can I not worry?" Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes unhappily. Sue smiled and said, "In fact, the servant master doesn't have to worry too much. At most, we can take the flying ship to leave Blue Star." "You want me to give up Blue Star?" "Give up these team members who built Dawn City with me," Jiang Cheng said in a slightly cold tone. Sue still smiled and said, "Is the servant master angry?" "This is my bottom line." Jiang Cheng looked straight into Sue's eyes. Facing Jiang Cheng's gaze, Sue's eyes were calm, without a trace of fear, and he said, "In fact, if this day really comes, the servant master can also put Blue Star into the spaceship. After all, a star with a first-level civilization can still be put into the spaceship." Jiang Cheng frowned slightly and said, "Be specific." Sue said, "The space array in the spaceship is larger than the entire Milky Way. A mere blue star can be done as long as the servant master wants. At that time, the servant master can take Blue Star away from the Milky Way." Jiang Cheng's heart moved when he heard this, and asked, "It shouldn't be as simple as you said to put the entire Blue Star into the spaceship?" Sue said, "Well, it is indeed not easy. The servant needs to open the spacecraft's absorption array, and the absorption array requires the full energy of at least one planetary-level strongman. In addition, the power system of the spacecraft is damaged at this stage and needs to be repaired." Hearing this, Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes fiercely and said, "Then isn't your beating around the bush equivalent to talking nonsense?" Sue shook his head and said, "As for repairing the power system, you can search for the remains of the Zwabin people on the Blue Star. Some of the remains contain the wreckage of their spacecraft, which will contain the parts we need. As long as we find the parts, it is not difficult to repair the power system. But how do we find the location of the remains?" Jiang Cheng frowned. "This requires the wisdom of the servant. By the way, let me remind the servant that Zwabin is about 10,000 light-years away from the Blue Star, and with their most advanced flight technology, it takes 3 years to reach the Blue Star." "Damn," Jiang Cheng cursed in a low voice, complaining in his heart that Sue, an artificial intelligence life, was far less reliable than she said. But he kept what Sue said in his heart. There are only 3 years left. No, to be specific, it should be 2 years and 7 months. "It seems that I have to go to the Imperial City tomorrow," muttered to himself. Jiang Cheng thought about the current base equipment again. In addition to the base, basically all the equipment has been upgraded, and the weapon skills in the research room have also been completely cracked. Thinking of this, he said directly, "System, upgrade the level 7 base. Ding. Consume 100 million energy points. Upgrading. This upgrade of the level 7 base will take 40 hours. Please wait patiently." After doing this, Jiang Cheng fell asleep. November 7th, 5 o'clock in the morning. In the gym, Jiang Cheng stood in the middle of the gym, closed his eyes, and tried his best to make himself reach the most relaxed state. In his ears was the patient explanation of Shuguang. What is the artistic conception of martial arts? It is to comprehend the power of heaven and earth, know how to make use of all the surrounding environment, and use the power in the environment to maximize the power of one's own moves. This is the artistic conception of martial arts. Power. Jiang Cheng ordered Shuguang beside him. "Shuguang, bring out the dynamometer." "Yes, master." Dawn pointed towards the ground, and a giant force-measuring device slowly rose up from the flat floor. Jiang Cheng walked towards the dynamometer and slowly closed his eyes, digesting what Shu Guang had said before, while constantly looking through Yuan's inherited memories in his mind. Only in my mind. A tall blue giant stood on a peak covered with ice and snow. His long red hair was covered with frost, but he turned a deaf ear to it, as if it had nothing to do with him, and then he slowly retracted his fist. The muscles of his right arm bulged high, like a mountain, with veins popping out on the mountain, like dragons entrenched on the mountain, exerting the body's strength to the extreme. Glacier broken. With a roar, the blue giant punched forward. As the punch was swung, the cold wind around him seemed to be conscious, rushing out following the punch. Bang! The air trembled violently, and a circle of white air exploded on the surface of the fist. A tornado burst out from in front of his fist. Instantly, the mountain shook, and the distant peaks were split into two halves under the tornado, stretching for thousands of kilometers. In this long ravine with huge potential, countless ice spikes stand up. From a distance, it looks like a new glacier ridge, and the river that originally passed through the ridge has also changed its course to flow elsewhere. Is this the 10th level strongman? The power of one punch is so terrifying. It actually changed the surrounding landscape. After reading this scene, Jiang Cheng was extremely shocked. For this punch, you must first build up momentum, use the momentum to induce the surrounding environment, and then use the power of heaven and earth to maximize the power of this punch. And his move is called Glacier Shatter. It borrows the biting polar cold wind and stores the power of destruction. The combination of the two forms this Glacier Shatter. That's it. Jiang Cheng's eyes suddenly opened. He slowly bent his arms, turned his body slightly to the side, and moved his steps, bringing his body to the best posture for exerting force. And it was like a spring constantly gathering momentum. The moment he finished accumulating momentum, the spiritual energy in the gym immediately became restless, and one after another wrapped around his fist. Now, break! Jiang Cheng yelled angrily, and poured out the energy stored in this punch, causing the surrounding area to emit an explosion of air and hit the dynamometer hard. Bang! As the fist hit, a white shock wave rippled on the dynamometer. On the display screen of the dynamometer, a long number suddenly appeared. 10,308,195,000 pounds. According to the original strength attribute calculation, the power of this punch is about twice the strength attribute. No, that's not right. After condensing the artistic conception, it shouldn't be able to exert only twice the power. I must have made a mistake somewhere. Jiang Cheng frowned and thought deeply. He watched Yuan's punching process several times. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and lowered his head in thought. His punch gained momentum. The power of heaven and earth was also mobilized. What's wrong? Etc. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng realized something. That is, Yuan was standing on the glacier, and the condensed intention was instantly mixed with ice attributes. In other words, other thoughts have attributes. It can be invisible, sharp, or imitate all things. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng regained his composure, stood up again, turned sideways, moved, retracted his fists, and gathered momentum. Vajra fist. Jiang Cheng punched, intending his fist to turn into a diamond, extremely hard. With this punch, sure enough, the surrounding spiritual energy rushed toward the fist, and the entire arm turned into a pale gold color, and behind Jiang Cheng, there seemed to be a Vajra shadow. Bang! The fist hit the dynamometer, making a muffled sound. Soon, a series of numbers appeared on the dynamometer display. 51,600,975,000 pounds. This punch was 10 times as powerful as the attribute. In other words, on the basis of the original twofold increase of Vajra fist, the destructive power has been increased fivefold. Hiss! Jiang Cheng took a breath of cold air. Until now, he finally understood the usage of meaning. Well done. It seems that the master has initially mastered the use of E. It only needs more logistics and training in the future, and he will be able to master it and be like an arm. Shuguang clapped his hands and praised. Jiang Cheng rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and said, "This is also thanks to your patient teaching. Well, for the rest of the time, Master, please continue to use it skillfully." Shuguang said and dispersed. Jiang Cheng was stunned for a moment, then continued to practice on the dynamometer. And this time, a joking voice sounded. It seems that the artificial intelligence will be good at serving the master. He has even learned how to use artistic conception. You know, this is a skill that can only be mastered by the invincible grandmaster. The master can control the artistic conception with the realm of a grandmaster. Even if he lets go in the martial arts star, he is also a genius. The virtual figure appeared, floating in the air, and said with a smile, "What about BUN if we place it on the ghost star?" Jiang Cheng asked with curiosity in his heart. If the servant master was on the Ningguei star, he would be considered a half-genius. After all, Yuan only understood the use of yi when he was in the realm of a master. Su said. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng's face fell, and he said feebly, Well, it seems I still have a long way to go. Su smiled lightly and said, It's good that the servant master knows. After continuing to train for an hour, the training time in the gym was over. Wash yourself up. After Jiang Cheng gave instructions to everyone, a thought came to his mind. Jump. In an instant, he disappeared directly from the spot. At the same time, the junction of Dongqing District and Nanqing District of Zhoudu. Several soldiers were carrying first-order doomsday submachine guns to search for survivors, occasionally exchanging a few words. Lao Zhang, I heard that a brother in the cooking class said that we might have braised spirit beast meat to eat today. A soldier said. When the soldier named Lao Zhang heard the braised pork, his eyes immediately lit up. He swallowed hard and said, Lao Bai, is it true or not? Lao Bai said with a smile, Then there is still a lie. Speaking of this, Bai Xian was in a trance for a moment, and then sighed. Now that the days are getting better and better, the weapons in our hands are getting more and more powerful. 2 months ago, I wouldn't have dared to think about it. Yes, not to mention the gun. The potion is really miraculous. With one injection, all the hidden diseases left over from previous training are gone. Even the hemorrhoids I had for more than 8 years are cured. Zhang Binbin said, just between the two of them chatting. The captain's voice came from not far away. Hey, what are you two talking about? Search quickly and don't let down your guard. Listening, Bai Xian and Zhang Binbin looked at each other, and then quickly responded, Yes, Captain. With that said, the two continued to search inside. When you come to a wall corner, suddenly a hand suddenly reached out towards the two of them. No, there is. Kaka. The sound of breaking bones was heard. Zhang Binbin and Bai Xian's pupils opened quickly, and they fell limply to the ground, losing their voices. All in one moment. As the two people died, 2 more arms stretched out from the corner, grabbed the ankles of the 2 corpses respectively, and dragged them into the corner. Not long after, 2 soldiers with fair faces wearing camouflage combat uniforms came out of the corner. The 2 looked at each other and walked in the direction of the other warriors. Watching the 2 people leaving, a man in the corner said calmly, The fangs and vipers have already started to move. Nightingale, let's go. Yes, Captain. As soon as the words fell, the 2 people's figures flashed and disappeared instantly. Just after the 2 left. Bang! There was a loud bang. On the ruins among a group of searching Imperial City soldiers, a ball of lush mist with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters rose rapidly. The huge noise it caused quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding soldiers, and they all moved towards this direction to surround them. Attention all units, there is something abnormal ahead. As he spoke, several soldiers surrounded the fog group. At this time, it was in the center of the fog. Yawn. A muscular man with blonde hair and blue eyes wearing a red cloak yawned hugely. In his other hand, he held a scythe flashing with electric arcs. He looked around curiously and said lazily, This is it. Dezhou? It's nothing special. Thunder. Be careful. We are surrounded. A man with eagle eyes and a quiver on his back said calmly, Owls, they're just a bunch of smelly fish and rotten shrimps. What are you afraid of? Lei looked disdainfully at the khaki wall of fog in front of him, his blue eyes seeming to be able to see through the fog. Owl, you are getting timid. The one next to her has brown wavy hair, raised eyebrows, a pair of deep brown eyes, a small and delicate nose bridge, bright red lipstick on her lips, and is wearing a black tights with a protruding front and back. Vocal channel. Black Spider. Thunder. As an elite warrior of the Premier League, I hope you can remain cautious enough. Remember what Zhou said, a lion fights a rabbit with all its strength. We can't be careless. Owl's face was expressionless. Reminded him, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Owl, don't be so serious, we get it. Lei waved his hands carelessly, looked up and looked forward again. His eyes suddenly twitched, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and said, Owl, maybe now is not the time for you to preach. The 2 of them listened and followed Lei's line of sight ahead. I saw that the wall of fog formed by the yellow dust that had been blown away by the huge impact had slowly dispersed, revealing a circle of black holes in the muzzle. When the owl and black spider saw this, they immediately put on a defensive stance. And just then, among the soldiers in the front row who raised their guns at them, a middle-aged man took a few steps forward, looked at the three people in the pit and shouted, "Don't move. This is the Dongqing district of Dazhou. Who are you?" The three of them were silent. Cold sweat broke out on the warrior's forehead, and he continued to yell. I ask again, who are you? Hey, you people from Dazhou, why are you so nervous? We are not here to fight. In the name of Director Crow, we have come to Dazhou to investigate the missing persons of our beautiful country. Can you please cooperate? Lele said. He spread his hands and said helplessly, "Speak in English?" The soldier was stunned for a moment. He could barely understand a few words, such as American. Almost all the rest were returned to the English teacher. He said helplessly to the soldiers behind him, "Brothers, which one of you can speak it in English? Come out and translate it." "Captain, I can." A soldier raised his hand. "Captain, I can do it too. I have CET 6 in college English." Another soldier said, "Captain, let me do it. Before joining the army, I took the translation certificate and tour guide certificate." A soldier said, "Okay, Xiao Wang, it's your turn." The captain shouted to the soldier with the translation certificate. The soldier named Xiao Wang immediately said excitedly, "No problem." Xiao Wang came out of the queue, trotted next to Captain Dao, and said, "Captain, please give me any instructions if you have any requirements." "Go. I'll say something, and you translate." "Yes, Captain." Xiao Wang obeyed, and then took a step forward. The captain asked, "What are you doing in Dazhou?" Xiao Wang immediately translated. Lele looked at the operation in front of him and was slightly surprised, and then replied in broken Chinese, "We are soldiers of the beautiful country. In the name of Director Crow, we hope to meet your #1 commander." Forehead. Listening to the broken Chinese, a row of black lines appeared on Xiao Wang's forehead, and he could only take a step back. He looked helplessly at the captain behind him and said, "Captain, this foreign devil can actually speak our Dazhou dialect. Can I hear you?" The captain glared at Xiao Wang angrily, walked forward, looked at Lele, and said, "Beautiful Chinese, you go back. Our #1 officer is not something you can just meet whenever you want." Lele listened and said helplessly, "It is about the survival of the great Zhou dynasty. Do you really want to reject us?" The captain sneered. "Foreign devil, why don't you tell me how it affects the survival of the great Zhou dynasty?" "No problem." Lei Ting grinned and gave a reason he thought was reasonable, saying, "If you don't let us go to see the #1 commander, then we will definitely force our way in." Once the two sides clash, the relationship between Dazhou and the United States will deteriorate. Given the character of our Director Crow, he will inevitably send a large number of elite soldiers from the United States. With the strength of your Dazhou soldiers, it will take less than 3 days for Zhoudu to fall. Do you think this is related to the survival of Dazhou? Hearing this arrogant remark, the captain spat a mouthful of thick phlegm directly on the ground and cursed, "Foreign devils, what a big tone." Speaking of this, he waved his hand and shouted, "Brothers, this thing is too arrogant. What do you think I should do?" "Kill." All the soldiers behind the captain shouted in unison. The captain listened, showing satisfaction, and shouted, "Very good. I am very satisfied with your answer." Speaking of this, he turned around and looked at Lei Ting again, waved his right hand down, and said, "Shoot." Bang. The moment the order fell, countless gun muzzles spit out flames, turning into a dense net of bullets, heading straight for Lei Ting. The next second, a bullet had already reached 10 centimeters in front of Lei Ting's chest. Feeling the sharpness of the bullet, Lei Ting frowned slightly. Logically speaking, with his strength at level 3, ordinary rifle bullets can't hurt him, unless he can use rockets, which may bring him a little threat. This bullet seems to be different from ordinary bullets. Muttering to himself, Lei Ting hurriedly raised the silver sickle in his right hand. Ping-pong. The silver sickle shook, and the sound of metal collision sounded on it. Looking down, there were several white dots on the curved blade. If you look closely, you can find some depressions on the white dots. Dazhou people, it seems that you are very confident in your strength. Lele put away his cynical smile, held the sickle in both hands and shouted, 100,000 volts, power grid. There was a sizzling sound. An arc of electricity wound up from his feet, with him as the center, and countless arm-thick white lightnings burst out from his body, forming an electric grid in front of him that was as big as a fishing net. With the advent of the grid, a first-level doomsday bullet hit it and instantly melted into a ball of red metallic liquid that flowed to the ground and then condensed into an irregular ball of black metal. Immediately afterwards, countless more bullets, like this bullet, hit the power grid and melted on the spot. Seeing that the first-level doomsday bullet could not break through the opponent's defense, the captain frowned, took out a secondary doomsday bomb from his waist, and threw it. "You damn foreign devil, try this melon." After shouting, the captain immediately shouted, "All teammates, get down. Get orders." The soldiers ceased fire in an instant and fell to the ground at an extremely fast speed. Their movements were concise and quick, as if they had been trained countless times. Thunder is a little confused. Compared with the first-level doomsday bullet just now, this second-level doomsday bomb not only flies slower, but also looks ordinary and does not give him a dangerous feeling. "Haha, you want to hurt me with just a grenade?" Lei Ting just finished speaking. The secondary doomsday bomb flew in a parabola in the air and exploded less than 30 centimeters above his head. Boom. A ball of white energy suddenly exploded, stinging Lei so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. Immediately, a hot shock wave swept over. The power grid that was originally blocking him was blown open, and countless small fragments flew towards his body. Poof! Soon the sound fell, and the white light disappeared. Lei looked at the row of warriors in front of him angrily, because there were countless small cuts on his body, and bright red blood was trickling from the cuts. Although it did not penetrate too deep into the flesh, it was enough to provoke him. Anger. "Very well, Dajo people, you have completely annoyed me." Lei's expression was cold as he looked at the Dajo warrior who had stood up again and spoke slowly. The silver sickle in his hand made a circle of knives in the air and then dragged it back. Thunderblade. Zila. An electric spark flickered on the blade, and then formed a thin phone wrapped around the silver sickle. As the arcs gathered more and more, the silver blade gradually bloomed with white light. Seeing this, the captain still didn't understand the strength of the guy in front of him, and hurriedly shouted, "I'll retreat. And Xiao Wang, please inform the commander-in-chief that a third-level enemy is found here. Please ask for support from Dragon Tooth." "Yes, Captain," Xiao Wang shouted quickly, then took out a flare gun and pointed it at the sky and pulled the trigger. Bang! Fiery flares soared into the sky. Lei looked at the signal flare that was rising into the sky. He pointed his finger, and instantly a bolt of lightning flew out, shattering the signal flare that had just risen 100 meters. "Haha, want to leave?" Then he bent his legs. The ground suddenly sank downwards, and a crack appeared. "Leave it to me, Dajo people." Bang! The cracked concrete floor under Lei's feet completely cracked. Countless cement stones splashed up, and Lei even turned into a cannonball and flew out. Call out. Because the speed is so fast, from a distance, the thunder dragging the thunderblade looks like a lightning snake rushing straight towards the retreating warriors. In just a short moment, the lightning snake, transformed from thunder, turned back and forth between a dozen warriors. Wait until Thunder's figure reappears. Puff! Poof! There were already more than a dozen corpses split into two halves on the ground. As whole, the captain looked at the sacrificed soldier on the ground. His eyes were red and his eyes were about to burst. He wished he could turn around and kill this blonde foreign devil, but he knew that his strength was far inferior to the opponent. If he rushed forward in a moment of anger, he would probably only end up inflicting injuries on him. When the other party delivered the food, he couldn't help but think quickly. No, this person's speed is too fast. If the brothers were gathered together, I'm afraid they would all have to answer here. Thinking about it, the captain shouted, "Brothers, run away." "Yes, Captain." The remaining 30 soldiers listened, and the originally concentrated team immediately dispersed and ran in different directions. Haha, do you think you can survive by running separately? A cruel smile appeared on Lei's lips. He dragged back the huge silver scythe in his hand and roared again. Thunderblade. A sizzle. The thunder turned into a lightning snake and flew out again. Puff, puff, puff. The bodies of a dozen more soldiers fell. To him, with his level 3 strength, the speed of these fleeing warriors was as fast as ants. Son of a itch, I'll fight you. Seeing that the retreat strategy failed and more than a dozen brothers died, the captain couldn't bear it anymore. He paused and took out all 3 first-level doomsday bombs hanging from his waist. Then he pulled out the bolts at the same time and rushed towards Thunder. Past. Haha, you want to die together? You are really overestimating your capabilities. Lele raised his eyebrows. A playful smile appeared on his lips and swiped the scythe backward again. Thunderblade. At the same time, as the first to enter the 3rd level of the Imperial City, Yi Chun has now reached the middle level. Yi Chun, one of the 3 war gods of the Imperial City, is patrolling the borders of the Imperial City. Suddenly, a red light flashed briefly not far away. Yi Chun quickly caught this flash of red light. Flare. Did something happen? Thinking of this, he directly ordered the soldiers beside him. You, go and report to Commander-in-Chief Wang, and say that the god of war Yi Chun found a suspected distress signal 10 kilometers southeast and has gone to check. Regarding the patrol of the Imperial City, please inform the Imperial City. The second god of war, Lin Fan, will be temporarily replaced. Yes, Your Excellency, God of War. Yi Chun nodded lightly, looked in the direction of the signal flare just now, stepped forward, jumped high, and transformed into a 4-meter-tall mechanical warrior similar to a Gundam in midair. Bang! The blue tail flame of the back thruster spurted out, creating a faint ripple in the air before disappearing. Is this the power of Yi Chun, the 3rd god of war in the Imperial City? It's so cool, one soldier said with stars in his eyes. A young soldier on the side said lazily, Tisk, it's all bells and whistles. At this time, the junction of southeastern urban areas. Go to hell. Lele laughed wildly. Wind blew on both sides, and the silver sickle in his hand cut the air, instantly cutting open the head of the Imperial City warrior in front of him. Death! Death to the foreign devils. The soldier's head was thrown high, and he lost his head. His body collapsed and fell. The 3 first-level doomsday bombs in his hands exploded at this moment. Feeling the strong wind in front of him, Lele just frowned slightly and shouted, Thunderlight Shield. Zila. A layer of white lightning shield protected him all over. The shock waves generated by the explosion of 3 first-level doomsday bombs and the metal fragments entrained in the shock waves hit the Thunder Dome without any accident. But unfortunately, the metal fragments turned red the moment they hit the lightning shield, and then melted into a pool of metal solution, sliding along the lightning shield and falling to the ground. The shock wave generated by the explosion lasted only a second. As the shock wave disappears, Lele removed the lightning shield and looked at the ground in front of him. Except for the warrior's head, which was still intact, his body had been turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood. Looking at the warrior's head that was still angry, Lele walked over jokingly, then squatted and looked at the head in front of him and mocked. Tisk, TSK, TSK. What a miserable death. The words just fell. A voice mixed with murderous intent came from in front of him. You damn it. Lele's smile faltered, and he stood up and looked up. The person who came was still a young man wearing a combat uniform, but he was even more imposing compared to the head at his feet. Lele smiled even more happily, and the corners of his mouth almost reached to his ears, and he said in an extremely frivolous voice, Who do I think I am? It turns out to be the awakened one of Great Zhou. Why? Do you want to avenge these soldiers? As Lele spoke, he swept away the corpses on the ground, shook his head deliberately and sighed. Tisk, TSK, TSK, do you know? How did these soldiers die? Can you imagine their bodies being cut off in the middle and wailing? That picture is really interesting. You damn it. Yi Chun's face was extremely cold, and the fire of anger almost overflowed from his eyes. When he moved a little, the air made an explosion sound. Feeling the sudden danger, Lele subconsciously raised the silver sickle. Zheng. A tang knife struck the blade of the silver sickle, sparks intertwined. Oh, I almost got attacked by you. Lele said loudly and exaggeratedly. Yi Chun's face turned even colder, and then he pushed back with the power of Tang Dao. He dragged the Tang Dao and said softly, Superpower summons, Marshal St. Guan Yu. As the voice fell, an invisible breath floated from the top of his head, and at the same time, a mysterious rotating magic circle appeared on the ground. The breath fell on the magic circle, and there was a man riding a bay-red horse. He was tall and powerful, with a long beard and red phoenix eyes. With raised eyebrows and a red face, a man wearing a green scarf, a green battle robe, and holding a Qinglong Yanue sword slowly emerged. Call! The maroon horse neighed, and its legs were raised high. The man sitting on it took the reins and pulled it backwards. The horse immediately landed firmly on the ground, and 2 jets of hot white air spewed out from a pair of towering nostrils. "What is my lord calling me for?" Guan Yu said proudly. "Kill foreign enemies." Yi Chen pointed at Lei Lei and said calmly. Guan Yu raised the corner of his mouth, looked at where Yi Chen pointed with contemptuous eyes, and said contemptuously, "It's just overflowing. Let me take the head from the top." "Drive." The reins lifted. The horse neighed and ran like the wind. Guan Yu on the horse rushed towards Thunder with the Qinglong Yanue sword in hand. "It depends on whether you have the ability to take my head." Lei Lei's smile became even wider. He pulled back the silver sickle in his hand and cracked the corner of his mouth. Thunder blade. Zila. A circle of electric arc wrapped around the scythe, and soon, the scythe's blade was completely enveloped by thunder and lightning, blooming with white light. One step. The ground sank and debris flew away. With a hiss, it turned into a silver lightning and disappeared from the place. "Take my knife." When Guan Yu saw the enemy coming towards him, his expression remained calm. He raised the Qinglong Yanue sword in his hand, held it with both hands, and struck towards the lightning. Zheng. The 2 knives exchanged, sparks flying everywhere, and the shock wave they generated spread towards the surroundings. For a while, the 2 did not retreat from each other, but were in a stalemate. "You have good strength." With one blow of the knife, the disdain on Guan Yu's face disappeared and was replaced by seriousness, and he was even more surprised in his heart. He had been fighting with Yi Chen for several months, and he had killed countless monsters. Even 3rd-level zombies, he had killed several, but the power of the barbarian in front of him was actually a bit stronger than those zombies, even worse. The lightning on the blade made his wrist numb. If he hadn't reacted in time, even the sword would have been chopped away by the opponent. "Thank you for your approval, but I will not be lenient on this. I am very much looking forward to using this sickle to cut you from your waist and cut you in half to see you wailing in pain." Lei Lei licked. At the corner of his mouth, one hand held the knife against Guan Yu's Qinglong Yanue sword, and the palm of the other hand pointed at Guan Yu and smiled. "Thunderlock." The words fell. From the palm of his hand, a bolt of lightning flew out, like a snake, wrapping around Guan Yu's upper body, making him unable to move. "Barbarians, so insidious, let me go." Guan Yu, whose upper body was restrained, showed a hint of fear and scolded. "Battle is a matter of life and death. I have tricks to subdue you. So how can I be called sinister?" Lei Lei chuckled, put away the silver sickle with one hand, and then raised it high again. "Not good." Seeing the summoned Guan Yu being restrained after only one encounter, Yi Chen was shocked and angry. He no longer stood still and immediately rushed over. But as soon as he rushed out a few meters, he was stopped by a man with sharp eyes. The man raised his bow and pointed an arrow at Yi Chen and said coldly, "People of Zhou Dynasty, you'd better stay where you are. Why do you want to stop me?" Yi Chen's expression showed no fear. He raised his Tang Dao and struck directly. Seeing this, the owl let go of the arrow in his hand and shot it without hesitation. Zheng. A burst of sparks flew up, and Yi Chen felt the tiger's mouth tremble, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. The owl quickly drew out the arrow from his back, put it on his bow, and aimed at Yi Chen again. 3rd-level Awakener. In just one round, Yi Chen had already estimated the opponent's strength. He was secretly annoyed in his heart. Then he looked at the 2 women in front of him who were satisfied and stood behind them without making a move. He couldn't help but guess that the opponent must also be a 3rd-level Awakener. No, 3 3rd-level foreign awakened people have appeared in the land of Great Zhou one after another. I have to send this news back quickly. Just as he was thinking, suddenly another figure appeared behind him, and a scream came from the front. Ah! Looking up, he saw Guan Yu's head being cut off and dissipated into a light spot, followed by the remaining torso and the red horse also disintegrating. "Guan Yu!" Yi Chen shouted in shock and anger, but the voice behind him said coldly, "Dezhou people, It's best not to move, otherwise I can't guarantee your safety next. Turning his head, he saw a giant black spider standing behind him, and one of the spider's sharp tentacles was less than 10 centimeters away from his back. At this moment, he was attacked from both sides and was held hostage by the other party. Damn, this woman was clearly standing 100 meters away just now, and I didn't even notice it. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. All his strength is in his supernatural powers, and now he has lost his summoning spirit, and his strength has at least gone by 80%. No, I can't be caught, Jiang thought, looking around with his peripheral vision. There was an owl pointing an arrow at him in front. The black spider transformed by the woman blocked his retreat from behind, and the thunder that had just defeated Guan Yu was slowly approaching. There was no way to retreat at all. It seems that I can only force a retreat. But as soon as he had this idea, a cage formed by lightning fell from above his head, and there were fences formed by lightning on all sides, completely cutting off his idea of retreat. This time he was completely trapped. Jiang looked outside the lightning cage in shock and anger, only to see Thunder walking towards him with a big laugh. Didn't expect it. Dezhou people, you can't run away now. Who are you from? What do you want to do when you come to Dezhou? Jiang's expression darkened. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you ask such a stupid question when you are about to die? Why don't you surrender honestly and cooperate with us? Maybe I can consider leaving your body intact. Lei said arrogantly. It seems that the strength of the great Zhou people is not as strong as we imagined. Al did not expect to catch an awakened person who looked like the great Zhou military so easily, and the vigilance he had always maintained in his heart relaxed a little. Jiang clenched his gums and felt a surge of shame and anger. As one of the 3 war gods in the imperial city, he has never been so insulted. Moreover, he was careless and was trapped by these people before he fully used his strength. It was really painful. People of the great Zhou dynasty, our patience is limited. Tell us quickly where your #1 commander is. Our leader wants to see him. Al said calmly. If you want me to reveal the location of #1, just go ahead and dream. Jiang sneered. Although he was in trouble, he wanted to reveal the location of #1 unless he died. Okay. I hope your body will be as strong as your mouth next time. The owl sneered and said to the giant black spider behind him. Black spider, what happens next is up to you. Leave it to me, head. The black spider made a female voice, and the sharp tentacles in its hands directly inserted into Jiang's back. For a moment, Jiang only felt a numbness in his body. He lost all strength and his vision became blurred. The black spider's explanation voice came next to his ears. This neurotoxin can paralyze the prey's brain. What do we want to ask then? You will answer obediently, and my neurotoxins are mixed with my eggs. When we finish asking what we want, these little eggs will turn into countless black widow spiders and eat your brain clean. Despicable. At the same time, just in the corner 100 meters away from the battlefield, it seems that Crow of the Premier League has made a big bet this time. Even Thunder and Black Spider have been sent over. We have to tell the captain about this quickly. It was the 2 sticks disguised as Zhou warriors who spoke. After their discussion, they immediately prepared to withdraw from the battlefield, but just took 2 steps. Suddenly a young man appeared in front of them, frightening them to stop. Huh? Where is this place coming from? The young man is Jiang Cheng. Looking at the broken walls and ruins around him, Jiang Cheng felt a headache and rubbed the back of his head. He really didn't expect that the first time he used the jump, he would jump to the wrong position and teleport him to this point. Just thinking about it. A broken Dezhou dialect came from the side. Who are you? Hearing the voice, Jiang Cheng turned around in confusion. When he saw 2 warriors wearing uniforms, he couldn't help but ask, Are you Imperial City warriors? After saying that, he shook his head and said, No, this crappy Dezhou dialect. Are you foreigners? So he asked curiously, Monkey? Looking at the other party's calm eyes, Jiang Cheng asked again, Japanese? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the 2 stickmen clearly overflowed with unconcealable anger. Axie, we are great Bangzi people, said a Bangzi. Oh, that's it. Then where is this place? Jiang Cheng asked doubtfully. People of the Zhou dynasty, this is the capital of Zhou. I advise you not to hinder us, and get out of here if you are sensible. Another stickman said. Zhou. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. It seems that the position of the jump is only a little bit off, and the overall coordinates are still correct. But now there is a stick in Dajo, which may be related to the group of people he killed last time. Forget it. Let's deal with these two people first. Jiang Cheng thought of this, turned to look at the two Bangzi, and said, "Oh, you two Appas, can you tell me what is the purpose of your coming to Dajo?" "Don't worry, as a Bangzi native of Zhou, I am devoted to Dajo." "Zhou, Bangzi country, I think the whole world belongs to Bangzi country. I can assist you in your mission." "Real?" The two stickmen were doubtful. Jiang Cheng's lips curled up slightly, and he said, "Fake." After the words fell, the expressions of the two stickmen changed, but the next second, Jiang Cheng appeared in front of them. So fast. The two of them looked startled, and then felt their breathing stagnant on their necks. They saw their necks being pinched by the other party, and their feet were hanging off the ground. They wanted to open their mouths, but no sound came out. Soon, Jiang Cheng's voice continued to sound. "Now, two Appas, can you talk to me?" "Don't think about it," one of the sticks said firmly, but just finished. With a click, his neck twisted strangely in one direction, his eyes darkened, and he lost his voice. "TCH, it's a waste of time." Jiang Cheng curled his lips and threw away the dead stick on his left hand like a person throwing away garbage. He turned to look at the other stick with a smile and said, "This handsome artificial Appa, what about you?" I. Seeing that his companion was easily killed by the other party, he swallowed the slogan he wanted to shout directly, and instead showed a flattering look and said, Sir, Zhongji can't see Taishan with a dog's eye. If he dies, he will die. But I am different from him. My name is Li Genshua. My father is Bangzi and my mother is from Dajo. Half of my body is filled with the blood of Dajo people. I am devoted to Dajo and always work hard for the development of Dajo. Huh? Why do these words sound familiar? Jiang Cheng touched his chin and said suspiciously, "Shameless people of the great Zhou, isn't that what you just said?" Although Li Genshua wanted to complain, in view of Jiang Cheng's death threat, he still smiled flatteringly. "Sir, I promise to tell you everything I know. Yes, I am very optimistic about your awareness. The construction of the great Zhou in the future needs a traitor like you," Jiang Cheng said with great appreciation. Hearing Jiang Cheng's praise, Li Genshua was even happier and hurriedly said, "Sir, ask." Okay. Jiang Cheng was indeed very satisfied with Li Genshua's reaction, so he said, "Who is your boss?" "Li Zimin from Triangle Heavy Industry. I belong to the Awakener Alliance under Triangle Heavy Industry, and my position is an elite warrior of the number 3 combat team. Our Awakener Alliance has a total of 30 teams, each with 4 people, 1 team leader, and 3 team members. The captains of teams 1 to 3 have strength above the 3rd level, and the lowest team members are also the 3rd level. Number 4 to 10, the captains are mostly the 3rd level, and the team members are level 2 or higher strength. Teams 11 to 20, captains level 2 or higher strength, team members level 2 or level 1 or higher. Teams 21 to 30, captains level 2 or lower strength, team members level 1 or higher. Our purpose of going to Dezhou this time is to find the Quan Jia team that disappeared in the Yellow Sea and to investigate the Zhua Binxing ruins scattered throughout Dezhou. This time we have a total of 4 people. Zhongji and I are a team responsible for infiltrating the Dezhou army, and the captain and another teammate are responsible for exploring the surrounding environment. Li Kun-suk said a lot in one breath, and Jiang Cheng was shocked. As expected of a Korean, the degree of cowardice is not much different from the White Tiger Group in history. He remembered that when the Korean trend swept Dezhou a few years ago, a TV series called Descendants of the Sun was introduced, constantly boasting about how awesome it was. But later the audience reacted and realized that the predecessor of this group of sons was the White Tiger Group, and the White Tiger Group was the group that their ancestors had done. It's ridiculous just to think about it. Jiang Cheng pulled back his thoughts that had flown to the sky, looked at Li Kun-suk, and said, "Yours is very good. I am very satisfied." Then, "Sir, can you let me go?" Li Kun-suk looked at Jiang Cheng with stars in his eyes and thought he was affectionate, but the next second, his smile froze, probably because Jiang Cheng said a few words with a look of disgust. "Dear no." Jiang Cheng casually kicked a frightened-looking head away and shook his head secretly. In this world, even these little minions dare to go to Dajo and act recklessly. The words just fell. A miserable cry came. Ah, if you can, just kill me. Hearing the voice, Jiang Cheng turned his head in surprise. Just 100 meters away from here, I saw a man trapped in a cover made of lightning, surrounded by 2 white people and a big black spider. And there was even a big black spider on his back. The spider's tentacles pierced directly. Judging from the combat uniform worn by the man, it is easy to identify him. Not only that, Jiang Cheng had seen this person before. Third god of war. Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, frowned, and immediately took action. It's not the turn of a few white-skinned pigs to wreak havoc here in Noda's big week. At the same time, Black Spider, it's almost time. The owl looked at Yi Chun struggling and asked the big black spider with some boredom. Black Spider said calmly, after all, he is a third-level awakened person. If it is the same level, the neurotoxin will take at least 5 minutes to take effect. It has only been 3 minutes now. Why are you anxious? Hearing this, Owl's face fell. Lei Lei said jokingly from the side, Owl, please wait patiently. After all, this great Zhou warrior is also a third-level master. Huh. Owl couldn't understand the meaning of Lei Ting's words, so he snorted and turned his head. Lei Lei spread his hands and made a helpless expression. The moment the 3 people finished speaking, puff! The black tentacle inserted into Yi Chen's back suddenly broke off in the middle. Green juice flowed all over the floor, and the black spider let out a shrill scream. This sudden situation prevented Lei Lei from reacting for a while. It was not until he heard the screams of the black spider that he came back to his senses and looked up. I saw an unfamiliar-looking young man holding a thick black tentacle on his arm, with green mucus remaining on his palm. Lei Lei's expression tightened, and he said unkindly, People from the great Zhou dynasty? The young man listened and didn't bother to answer. He just smiled faintly, broke off the tentacles of his hands, and threw them aside. Then he reached back and grabbed the other tentacles of the black spider that was still screaming in pain and broke it off again. Click! A black tentacle was immediately pinched off, and green juice flowed down again. Stop him quickly, Black Spider screamed. Owl and Thunder stopped talking nonsense and went straight to action. Thunderlock. With a flash of his hand, a thunderbolt as thick as an arm was like a wriggling snake, heading straight towards the young man in front of him. The owl, on the other hand, unfurled its bow and knocked an arrow, aiming at the young man in front of it, and then released the arrow. Facing the attacks of the 2 men, the young man just said calmly, I will not break the golden body. Zheng. A layer of golden light shrouded his entire body, directly deflecting the thunder locks and long arrows fired at him. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Lei Lei's eyes became solemn. Owl, this person is very strong. I will find a way to trap him first, and then you can find an opportunity to take action. The owl also nodded solemnly. The 2 of them retreated some distance and began to look for flaws in the young man in front of them. Seeing this scene, Jiang Cheng mocked. With this little strength, you dare to come and cause trouble in my great Zhou dynasty. After saying that, before the 2 of them could take action, he put his fingers together with one hand and said calmly, 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Zheng. In an instant, countless half-meter-long lightsabers condensed into shape in the sky around him. And at this time, the black spider with 2 broken tentacles suppressed the pain and roared towards Jiang Cheng. I'm going to kill you. Seeing this scene, Thunder and Owl's expressions changed, and they hurriedly said in unison, Black Spider, don't be impulsive. But at this moment, Black Spider couldn't hear what they were saying and rushed forward. Fall. Jiang Cheng didn't even look at the black spider attacking from behind and pointed his sword towards the next stroke. In an instant, countless lightsabers fell from the sky. Puff, puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, the black spider was transformed into a hedgehog. Boom. The black spider's huge body collapsed and slowly transformed into a brown-haired woman. However, the woman's pupils were dilated, her body was full of blood holes, and she had obviously lost her life. Jiang Cheng ignored the dead woman behind him, looked at Thunder and Owl in front of him, and said, Now, it's your turn. So powerful. Owl swallowed. Lei Lei nodded and said, Retreat. We have encountered a tough situation this time. Good. The 2 reached a consensus almost instantly. Lei looked deeply at Jiang Cheng and said, "Dear Zhou people, I will remember you." After saying that, he immediately turned around and ran away. The owl also stared hard at Jiang Cheng, turned around, and prepared to retreat. Just 1 second. Jiang Cheng's voice sounded behind the two of them. "Do I allow you to leave?" Not good. Feeling the figure behind him, Lei secretly thought something bad, clenched his silver sickle, and said angrily, "Damn people from the Zhou dynasty, do you really think we are weak persimmons?" Thunderblade. With a loud roar, the silver sickle in Lei's hand suddenly swung towards Jiang Cheng's head. Facing the menacing attack, Jiang Cheng looked calm. When the thunderblade was less than 10 centimeters away from his neck, he slowly raised his left hand and directly held the blade with one hand, preventing it from moving forward at all. How come? Seeing the other party easily take his attack, Lei Ting was extremely surprised, but soon he laughed crazily. "Ha ha ha. Dezhou people, do you really think that just catching my knife will be enough?" Speaking of this, he suddenly roared, "Thunderblade, Thunder River." The voice fell. Zila. An arc of electricity rose from Lei Ting's arm. As the number of arcs increased, his whole body was wrapped in the current. Not only that, but the white lightning turned purple-red because of the excessive energy. Thunder River. Zila. The current was like a flood that opened the gate, flowing from Lei Ting's body to the silver sickle, and then rushing towards Jiang Cheng with a torrent of momentum. Feeling the current coming, Jiang Cheng's eyes were as calm as water, and he said indifferently, "Triple Vajra body." The voice fell, and the skin around his body flashed a light golden color. As the triple Vajra body was opened, an extremely strong electric current rushed into his body. Soon, Jiang Cheng was wrapped in the sky full of lightning. From the outside, his figure disappeared in the lightning. Seeing this scene, Lei Ting laughed loudly. "Huh? The voltage in my Thunder River is as high as 1,000,000 volts. You are dead." While laughing, he continued to discharge. It lasted for about 10 seconds. Lei Ting felt that it was almost enough, so he retracted the current, and the sky full of lightning dissipated. It was just when the lightning disappeared, Lei Ting's laughter suddenly stopped, and there was an incredible look in his eyes. How is this possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one can survive in the Thunder River. Thunder roared with disbelief. Because what caught his eye was an intact Jiang Cheng. Even the corners of his clothes showed no trace of being burned by the electric current. Seeing Lei's shocked look, Jiang Cheng said calmly, "That's it." "No. How is this possible?" Lei still didn't believe it, even a little confused. Jiang Cheng flicked his finger on the silver sickle. Click! The silver blade cracked directly from the middle like glass, turning into countless fragments and falling to the ground, making a crackling sound. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Cheng glanced at the corpses of the great Zhou warriors that were only half remaining on the ground. He suddenly understood in his heart, and looked at Lei with a sharp gaze. "You have killed so many warriors in my great Zhou dynasty. I cannot let you die so easily." Jiang Cheng murmured and grabbed Thunder Void. The wind is coming. Lei's whole body was quickly lifted into the air by a ball of wind. Wind chain. Under Jiang Cheng's control, the surrounding wind turned into physical chains, directly stretching Lei Ting's neck and limbs. Then, Jiang Cheng waved with one hand. Lei's clothes instantly turned into debris and flew away, completely exposing his hairy body to the air. Jiang Cheng frowned and shook his head. The mountain spirit sword appeared in the palm of his hand out of thin air. Jiang Cheng held the Shanchuan spirit sword in his hand and waved it casually. Puff! A ball of blood burst out from Lei's crotch, and the dirty thing fell directly to the ground, and was turned into rotten flesh under Jiang Cheng's palm. After losing his brother, Lei broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. His originally handsome face with blonde hair and blue eyes also had its facial features twisted together, and his whole body let out a painful cry. "People of Dazhou, I was wrong. Please let me go. This sword is for you to step into our territory of Great Zhou without permission," Jiang Cheng said quietly, then swung his sword again. Click! The left arm was severed from the left shoulder, and blood gushed out like a fountain. "This sword will kill the Zhou warriors for you." Swish! Another sword light flew by. Thunder's right arm was broken at shoulder level again. Fuck! Damn yellow-skinned monkey. Director Crow will definitely not let you go if he finds out about it, and our beautiful country will be destroyed." With both arms cut off, Lele immediately lost his mind and cursed crazily. Jiang Cheng's face was expressionless. In his opinion, Thunder was like a white-skinned pig lying on the chopping board and snarling. There was no fluctuation in his heart. "This sword is for the imperial city god of war, who was tortured by you." Jiang Cheng aimed his sword at Lele's left leg again. Thunder's left leg rose into the sky, and blood gushes out like a fountain. Next, Jiang Cheng slashed 5 swords in succession. Cut off Thunder's right leg, left ear, right ear, nose, and tongue, completely turning him into a human stick. At a glance, Lei Ting's entire body was covered in blood and flesh, with deep white bones exposed at the wound, turning into a piece of rotten flesh that could only squirm and make a whimpering sound. Some foreign-loving dogs may clamor that he is too cruel, but think about the war in the Bangzi Kingdom that year. Countless heroes died on the battlefield, using their flesh and blood to forge a peaceful defense line for the current Zhou people. Based on this alone, this white pig deserves to die. Without any expression, Jiang Cheng quickly swung the Shanchuan spirit sword like a fast-moving meat grinder. Every time the sword was struck, a piece of fleshy skin from Lei Ting's body would fall off. The whole process lasted 10 seconds. Jiang Cheng didn't stop until Thunderbolt had completely turned into a skeleton of white bones, with all the fine flesh on the bones cut off mercilessly by Jiang Cheng, until he was too dead to die. Bang bang. With Lei's death, the wind chains tied to his body also dissipated, and hundreds of bones fell to the ground with a loud sound. After dealing with Thunder, Jiang Cheng looked in the direction of the owl, which had traveled more than 100 kilometers. Leap. With a soft drink, Jiang Cheng's figure disappeared instantly. At the same time, Zhoudu border. The owl ran with all his might. The man just now was really terrifying. Although he didn't see what happened to Lei Ting, just by hearing the screams, he knew that Lei Ting must have died miserably. So he ran wildly, fearing that if he ran a step slower, he would be caught and chopped into pieces. But the next moment, he stopped moving, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he wanted to speak, but no sound came out. Looking carefully, I found that there was a thin red line on his neck, and blood was still leaking from the red line. Looking behind him, Jiang Cheng raised his sword, the mountain spirit sword, and there were still drops of blood on the sword's blade. A few seconds later, the owl tilted its head, and its head rolled down from its neck. After losing his head, the blood on the broken neck could no longer be suppressed, and turned into a fountain of blood and sputtered out. The body also collapsed suddenly. Looking at the owl with a fearful expression on his face, Jiang Cheng pointed at the owl's belly, and a red crystal flew out of its belly. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and put it into the ring of the fallen god. After doing this, Jiang Cheng used the leap again. This time, he made no mistake and appeared directly where Yi Chun was. Because of Lei's death, the thunder cage that sealed Yi Chun also dispersed. Looking down, Yi Chun was lying on the ground with a purple complexion. There was a spider tentacle stuck in his back. He was motionless, as if he was dead. Jiang Cheng frowned and stepped forward to pull out the tentacle. Instantly, a stream of smelly black blood surged up. Poisoned. Jiang Cheng frowned and took out a first-level recovery potion and injected it directly. With the injection of the first-level recovery potion, Yi Chun's eyelids twitched and he regained some vitality, but his eyelids were still closed and there was no sign of waking up. It seems that a first-level recovery potion is far from effective. Muttering to himself, Jiang Cheng took out another first-level recovery potion and 2 second-level recovery potions, and even added a bottle of 7th-level spiritual water. Originally, the second-level recovery potion can save people from the state of near death, and the first-level recovery potion has the effect of recovering most external injuries. The 7th-level spiritual pool water has an extremely terrifying therapeutic effect. After a set, except that Yi Chun's lips are still purple, his face returned to normal after a shock, and he suddenly opened his eyes. "You saved me? Who are you?" Looking at Jiang Cheng's unfamiliar face, Yi Chun couldn't help but say. Jiang Cheng said with a smile, "War god Yi Chun is really forgetful. Can't he even remember me?" After saying this, Yi Chun looked at Jiang Cheng's face again. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "You? You are Major General Jiang Cheng? Isn't it me? I remember that you were there when I fought with old Monster Cheen last time, and you were also there during the training ceremony. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Chen showed a trace of embarrassment. In fact, it's not that he is forgetful, but it has been more than 2 months since he met Jiang Cheng, and it was reported that Jiang Cheng disappeared in the Yellow Sea, and he and Jiang Cheng had only met twice, so when he saw him suddenly, he didn't recognize him for a while. Thinking of this, Yi Chen suddenly said, General, I remember that I was ambushed and besieged by the Superhero Alliance of the United States. What's the situation now? Listening, Jiang Cheng pointed in a direction and smiled. Are you referring to these fragments? Yi Chen looked suspiciously in the direction of Jiang Cheng's finger. When he saw the pieces of meat on the ground, he couldn't help but stare at his pupils, and his voice was a little stuttering. These pieces of meat are not? That's right. Jiang Cheng smiled lightly, but this smile read another meaning in Yi Chen's eyes. These people are not worth mentioning to Jiang Cheng. But you have to know that these people are awakened people on the 3rd level, and there are 3 of them. But thinking about the posture of Jiang Cheng easily solving the invincible Grandmaster, he was relieved. Yes, if you can easily suppress an invincible Grandmaster, what's the difference between dealing with a few 3rd-level awakeners and killing a few ants? Thinking of this, Yi Chen admired Jiang Cheng more than admiration, a kind of admiration for the strong. Just when Yi Chen was in a daze, Jiang Cheng suddenly said, Can you walk? Yi Chen came back to his senses and met Jiang Cheng's smile. He nodded woodenly and said, Yes. Although he didn't know what was going on, his body had been numb for a while because of the injection of the black spider neurotoxin. But now, apart from being a little weak, he didn't feel too much discomfort, and even the wounds on his body had healed. Could this be? Yi Chen wanted to ask, but the words came to his lips and swallowed them back. He felt that if Jiang Cheng was willing to say it, he would definitely say it. Since the boss didn't say it, he must have his own ideas, so he naturally didn't explore this topic. It's good that you can go. I still have some things to talk to your commander-in-chief about, so I'll leave first, Jiang Cheng said. No problem. Yi Chen agreed. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Cheng, who was standing beside him, suddenly disappeared, leaving Yi Chen stunned. For a while, Yi Chen came back to his senses from the shock, and looked at the bare skeleton on the ground again, and then looked at the direction where Jiang Cheng disappeared, and smiled bitterly, and shook his head. In contrast, his title of the so-called 3rd War God of the Imperial City was really ridiculous. And on the wall of the Imperial City, as the 2nd War God of the Imperial City, Lin Fan was patrolling everywhere on behalf of Yi Chen, but there was still some complaints on his face, and he kept muttering, Yi Chen, this old guy is really lazy. Although the East City District is large, most of the zombies in it have been cleared by the soldiers of the Imperial City. It is not the turn of a 3rd-level war god to take action. Just as he was complaining, suddenly, a breeze blew around. He turned his head in surprise, but did not see any shadow. Strange, am I feeling it wrong? Lin Fan frowned and said to himself, but soon he was blown to the heart by the wind, and his original irritability was also dissipated a lot. I should have seen it wrong. Muttered, Lin Fan began to continue patrolling. At the same time, Wang Jiangwo, who was working in the office, was suddenly stunned. He glanced sideways and saw a pair of feet standing in front of his desk. In an instant, the hair on his back stood up, cold sweat ran down his palms, and his thoughts began to turn rapidly. Who is it? The Imperial City is so strictly guarded. How could someone break into the General Command Room? As the thought came up, Wang Jiangwo's forehead was covered with fine cold sweat, and at the same time, one hand slowly reached under the drawer. As early as when Jiang Cheng traded supplies, he secretly kept a 2nd-level doomsday bomb in case of emergency. Never thought that he would use it before he walked out of the door of this General Command Room and went to the battlefield. Just as he held the 2nd-level doomsday bomb, the figure standing in front of him said, Brother Wang, I didn't expect that you would send me to the West after just a while. Our relationship is simply plastic. Listening to this joke, Wang Jiangwo felt familiar, and then suddenly raised his head to look. He saw a young man in casual clothes looking at him with a smile, and the young man's appearance was very familiar to him. A sense of surprise came over him, and he couldn't help but said, Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng waved his hand, and opened his mouth to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Wang Jingwo. Almost 3 times in a row. It's really you. Brother Jiang, you're okay. I almost thought you were dead. It's great that you're okay. Jiang Cheng listened to these words and said with a smile, Brother Wang, do you want me to have an accident? No, no. Wang Jingwo took a deep breath and said refreshed. At the beginning, I thought that you, Brother Jiang, would not die so easily, huh? As he said, he stood up from his seat and then walked towards Jiang Cheng carelessly, put his hand on Jiang Cheng's shoulder and said, Brother Jiang, it's really thanks to you last time. Otherwise the Yellow Sea mission would not be so smooth. Speaking of this, Wang Jingwo paused and then asked mysteriously in a low voice. But then again, Brother Jiang, you disappeared for so long. Did you encounter anything? Jiang Cheng shook his head helplessly and said, I'm sorry I can't tell you, but this time I came here to find Brother Wang for something. It is definitely not convenient for him to tell about the things under the sea. Hearing Jiang Cheng's refusal to answer, Wang Jingwo was not annoyed. Instead, he became more curious about Jiang Cheng's question, so he said, I don't know how you want me to help you, Brother Jiang. I will do whatever I can do. Since seeing Jiang Cheng's strength, Wang Jingwo's attitude towards Jiang Cheng is to satisfy him as long as he can. Jiang Cheng saw Wang Jingwo so sincere, so he said directly, It's like this, I want to see Dr. Zhou Wei. Why are you looking for that old guy? Speaking of Zhou Wei, Wang Jingwo was a little angry. This old bastard has been staying in the laboratory to do research after Long Wu and others brought back the Zhuobin star crystal, saying that he would study something to break the current situation of mankind. As a result, this research lasted for more than 2 months, and he was never contacted during this period. Until now, I don't know what he has studied. Can I meet him? Jiang Cheng avoided the question and asked directly. Wang Jingwo hesitated and said, If it were someone else, I would definitely not agree. Dr. Zhou Wei is a world-renowned top virology research expert and is under national key protection. But Jiang brother, you have done a favor to my great Zhou, so it is not difficult to meet him. But, what is it? Jiang Cheng asked curiously. Dr. Wang Jingwo said, It's just that Dr. Zhou has a weird personality and a bad temper. If you meet him, I hope you can understand. No problem. Jiang Cheng nodded. That's good. Wang Jingwo breathed a sigh of relief and waved to Jiang Cheng, saying, Then follow me. The two of them walked through several winding corridors one after the other, took the elevator through several basements, and finally entered the laboratory. As soon as they stepped into the laboratory, a burst of scolding sounded, mixed with the sound of things being thrown. What are you doing? You can't even take care of 2 incubators. This is the last sample. How can I explain to number 1? Jiang Cheng. Seeing the mess in the room, Jiang Cheng and Wang Jingwo looked at each other. Wang Jingwo said helplessly, That's it. The words just fell. A petri dish suddenly flew towards Wang Jingwo. Careful, Jiang Cheng secretly thought, then pointed a finger. A bolt of true energy flew out from the index finger, shattering the petri dish. The fragments hit the floor of the laboratory with a crisp sound. However, Dr. Zhou Wei seemed not to hear it and continued to curse the researcher in front of him. Seeing this, Wang Jingwo finally couldn't help it anymore. He raised his throat and coughed awkwardly. Cough, cough. Dr. Zhou Wei. After the words fell, Zhou Wei still did not turn around. However, several researchers noticed Wang Jingwo's presence and wanted to give a warning, but before they could speak, they were drowned out by Zhou Wei's curses. When Wang Jingwo saw this, his voice became even louder. Old Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei was still cursing. It wasn't until he cursed for more than 10 minutes that his throat started to smoke, that he reached out to touch the teacup on the test stand. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the researcher on the side quickly said, Dr. Zhou, Commander Wang is here. Haha, don't scare me with Commander Wang. Who the hell is he? When I was doing research, this kid was still a sperm. Zhou Wei cursed. No, Commander Wang is really here. The researcher lowered his head and warned carefully, then turned to look at the door. At this time, Zhou Wei just reacted and followed the researcher's gaze. When he saw the embarrassed Wang Jingwo standing at the door, he rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, Wang Jingwo, why are you here? Why can't I come? Wang Jingwo asked with a dark face. Zhou Wei didn't give any face, and directly scolded. You bastard, you have the nerve to say that you went to the Yellow Sea and brought back something as big as a grain of rice. What do you do as a leader? As soon as he said this, Wang Jingwo became a little angry. Ignoring the black line on Jiang Cheng's face above him, he put his hands on his waist and cursed. You old ghost Joe, it's just something as big as a thumb that my children worked hard to get back. You, if this thing is your SHD, it will pop out if you stick your butt out. Zhou Wei retorted. I heard that you only lined up 4 people, and one of them is not even an Imperial City warrior. How dare you say that? If there were a few more people, would my research be so cowardly? Hey, you old ghost Joe, you think you are just picking up garbage. A few more people can pick it up. Those soldiers risked their lives when they went there, and they were also attacked by the 3 kingdoms. If it weren't for Jiang Cheng, don't even think about having this. Wang Jingwo said angrily. Zhou Weidao, I'm just a scholar. I don't understand these things. I only know that the research on these crystals is of great significance and can trace the causes of zombie mutations. As a researcher, I have tried hard to do what I should do, and you as a commander, have you done what you should do? I will fight with you. Seeing that he couldn't scold Zhou Wei, Wang Jingwo rolled up his sleeves and was about to go up to do it. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng stopped him in time. Don't stop me. This old guy is just looking for trouble. Wang Jingwo cursed. Zhou Wei said disdainfully. Come on, hit me if you can. Damn it, you really think I can't beat you? After Wang Jingwo cursed, he struggled even more fiercely. Jiang Cheng pulled Wang Jingwo with a dark look on his face. I was already complaining in my heart. Damn it, he promised me not to forgive him, but he ended up going up to fight every minute. I have to stop the fight. What the hell is going on? In order to prevent the two from continuing to conflict, Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said loudly, Dr. Zhou, you should be doing it for the Zhuabin human crystal stone. As soon as these words fell, only then did Zhou Wei realize that there was a young man next to Wang Jingwo. So he asked suspiciously, How do you know about the Zhuabin people? Cough, cough. Jiang Cheng coughed awkwardly and said, No, I am the leader of that Yellow Sea operation. Oh, Zhou Wei said with some interest. Then what do you mean by opening your mouth now? Jiang Cheng continued to pull Wang Jingwo, who was about to rush over, and said with a smile, Dr. Zhou Wei, doesn't he want the Zhuabin crystal? Unfortunately, I happen to have one. You really have? Zhou Wei simply stopped being angry and looked at Jiang Cheng excitedly, expecting. Jiang Cheng nodded, took out a crystal from the ring of God's fall that belonged to Sark, and threw it over. The blue glowing crystal drew a parabola in the air, and Zhou Wei ignored his old body and pounced on it, as if he had found a treasure. Until you catch the crystal, then keep looking at it. Yes, this is it. It is indeed the Zhuabin star crystal. Zhou Wei murmured to himself, because this crystal is larger than any crystal he has ever seen before, and is as big as a pinky fingernail. Cover size. However, he was not a fool. After calming down his excitement, he looked at Jiang Cheng and asked, Young man, I know it's not that simple for you to give me the spar. Tell me your purpose. What do you want from me? You are indeed a smart man. My request is very simple. You have discovered the device of the Zhuabin people before. I hope you can make one for me. Of course, the smaller the better, and it is best to be easy to hold in your hand. As a reward, I will pay you a crystal the same size as the Zhuabin crystal you just held in your hand every 6 months, Jiang Cheng said directly. Energy fluctuation detector. This is easy to talk about. Do you have any other requirements? Zhou Wei said directly without thinking. Jiang Cheng felt happy. He was indeed right to come to the Imperial City. So he said, It is best to explore as wide a range as possible, and there is no need to replace the battery frequently. Zhou Wei thought for a while and said, In terms of range, because you have requirements on volume, the scaled-down version of the instrument can detect up to 100 kilometers. As for batteries, I can make them into solar cells to ensure at least 8 hours of working time per day. What do you think? Thank you very much, Doctor. I wonder when I can come and get it. Jiang Cheng asked. Zhou Wei said, 3 days later. After all, the structure of this thing has some troubles. Jiang Cheng nodded. Okay. Zhou Wei took the spar and turned around, but seemed to have thought of something. A bright light flashed out of the corner of his eyes. He paused and said with his back on his back, Oh, by the way, remember to take the old thing in your hand with you when you go out. I don't want anyone to disturb the experiment. Hey, you old ghost, try saying something again. Believe it or not, I will use nuclear bombs to bomb the ancestral graves in your hometown. Wang Zhengwo's mood, which had finally calmed down, became violent again, but he was not as strong as Jiang Cheng, so he was carried out like a little chicken. Finally got out of the laboratory door. Wang Zhengwo couldn't help but said to Jiang Cheng, "Son, we've known each other for a day or two. Who are you kissing?" A third-level awakening potion. Jiang Cheng looked at Wang Zhengwo and said with a smile, "Brother, you can kiss whoever you want." Brother Wang, in addition to doing the Energy Explorer this time, when I came to the Imperial City this time, I encountered something and I have some ideas. Let's talk about it. After Jiang Cheng finished joking, his expression suddenly straightened. Wang Zhengwo also realized the seriousness of the matter, patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder, and said, "Then let's go to the office and have a good talk." Having said this, Wang Zhengwo asked again, "By the way, do we need to call the guys from the Special Affairs Bureau?" "Well, it's best to call Commander Number 1 with us." Jiang Cheng nodded. So half an hour later, in the basement of the Imperial City Steel Castle, a group of people sit together. That's probably what happened. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, everyone became extremely serious from the initial look of confusion, especially Commander Number 1, whose kind face rarely became serious. He took a sip of tea and said with a wry smile, "Come to think of it, this is also my negligence." As he spoke, he sighed deeply and said, "Since the end of the world, Zhoudu has been busy taking care of itself. It lost contact with the bases in other provinces 2 months ago, and the border defense issue was put on hold. Unexpectedly, these old people friend is still so restless." After a pause, he placed the teacup in his hand steadily on the table. His eyes suddenly gleamed, and he said calmly, "But this time, little friend Jiang did a good job. I, Dezhou, have been silent for too long since the Second Blue Star War. It's time to greet them properly." As soon as these words came out, the aura of a superior suddenly appeared, and everyone was stunned. Then they thought about the various foreign policies of this officer since he came to power, and suddenly remembered one thing. It seemed that before he became number 1, it has a nickname, Dinghai Shenzhen. What is Dinghai Shenzhen? When Nung can stabilize the country, and martial arts can sweep away demons and monsters. It's just that he has maintained this kind side after becoming number 1, which makes everyone feel that his sword is no longer sharp. But at this moment, everyone understood. It's not sharp, it's still hiding the edge, which is exactly what the Book of Changes says. On the 9th day of the lunar month, don't use the hidden dragon. It is to put away the edge and develop in a low-key manner until the strength is reached, and then one can fly like a dragon in the sky. At this time, it was the time for Commander Number 1 to show his sword. Commander Number 1's aura disappeared in a flash, and then returned to his smiling and kind look, saying, "I wonder what everyone thinks about this matter. Since these guys are so restless, in my opinion, it would be disrespectful to send a small team directly into their country, killing each one and creating chaos." Zhao Chun said directly. Listening to Zhao Chun's words, everyone looked in surprise. Not that much else. The 6 ancient martial arts families have always been independent and have never interfered with the affairs of the country. It is surprising that Zhao Chun, the head of the Zhao family, can say this time. Why are you staring at me? Although my Zhao family usually doesn't care about worldly affairs, we are still of Chinese descent. Expelling the Tartars is naturally my duty. Feeling that everyone's eyes were on him, Zhao Chun felt a little embarrassed. Road. Old Zhao is right. Our Qian family is also bound to do it. If we form a team, our Qian family is willing to send disciples. Qian Shui followed suit at this time. Next, several family patriarchs expressed their opinions respectively. This turned the once serious conference room into a comedy, especially Zheng Ping's eyes, which were full of intriguing. It was Wang Zhengwo who relieved the embarrassment and said, "Very good. I am really lucky that all the family patriarchs can have such an awareness. However, foreign countries are too powerful, and it was Mr. Jiang who helped to deal with the enemy. Why don't we listen to Mr. Jiang's opinion?" "No problem. I agree. Major General Jiang is powerful and talented. We are willing to listen." The heads of the 6 major families let out another burst of rainbow farts, which made Jiang Cheng get goosebumps all over his body. However, After meeting the eyes of Wang Jiangwo, Zheng Ping, and the #1 officer, he thought for a while and said, "I'll just give you my humble opinion. During the Yellow Sea mission 2 months ago, we encountered teams from the beautiful country, the Bangzi country, and the Japanese country. Although we were lucky enough to kill these people, it also illustrates a problem. That is, in this doomsday, we have already losing control of territorial waters also means that other countries also have a large number of awakened people and have formed very tight organizations. And this time I encountered these people in Zhoudu, which once again shows that these people have infiltrated into our country. My suggestion is this. The first point is to establish the awakened team for Zhoudu's external defense to resist foreign invasion. Because since the end of the world, quantity is no longer the key to victory, so we must also adapt to the times, change the combat strategy, and establish the high-end awakened team is used to eliminate high-level zombies in Zhoudu and resist foreign high-level awakened people. After finishing the first point, everyone nodded in agreement. And indeed it is. In the initial large-scale war with zombies, a first-level zombie usually needs to sacrifice hundreds or even thousands of warriors to repel it. Thousands of lives are lost in exchange for the first-level zombie's retreat. What an extra price to pay. It's just too big. The second point is to improve the strength of our awakened people in Zhoudu. Level 3 alone is no longer enough to resist foreign enemies. Take our Shuguang base as an example. We have faced attacks from level 5 spirit beasts more than once. When we were in Chudu, I have encountered zombies on the 4th level, and I even encountered a being who scared me just by looking at him. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, everyone looked in horror. What kind of monster is this that even this strong man is afraid of? You must know that Jiang Cheng forcefully suppressed the existence of the invincible Grand Master. Gulu. Li Changhe swallowed his saliva and said, "Major General Jiang Cheng, I wonder how strong the zombies that scare you are? Can you tell me in detail?" "Yes, we want to know too." Wu Zheng also looked at Jiang Cheng with inquiring eyes. Only Zheng Ping had a look of understanding on her face. Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, "That's right. In August, I was invited to go to Chudu to defend against the zombies. That time, the battle was fierce and the zombies were repelled at the cost of all Chudu soldiers being wiped out. I was also injured as a result. That time, I faced a 4th-level zombie. Later, on the ruins of Chudu base, I encountered an existence that I have never forgotten until now. It was a zombie that I don't know how to describe. I just took one look at it and retreated directly without any other thoughts. A rough estimate is that the level of that thing is about level 5. Level 5. It's still August. Everyone understood the meaning behind Jiang Cheng's words. In August, it had already reached the 5th level. Zombies are evolving very quickly. Now it's November. I really don't know how far this monster has evolved. 6th level? Or 7th level? They dare not imagine. All in all, at this moment, they all silently remembered one thing. Chudu was not allowed to be set foot in. Really? Is he that strong? Can he scare even Major General Jiang Cheng? Li Changhe still couldn't believe it. After all, Jiang Cheng's strength was extremely strong in his mind. Yes, very strong. Jiang Cheng nodded vigorously, but soon he changed the subject and said with a smile, "But it's still unknown who will win or lose now." Originally, everyone's heart sank after Jiang Cheng's first sentence, but after hearing the second sentence, everyone regained confidence. This means that Jiang Cheng has become stronger again. This is a good thing for them. Only when Jiang Cheng is stronger, they will be safer, at least for now. And Jiang Cheng actually said this because he had his own ideas. First of all, Zhoudu has not encountered 2 powerful zombies at present, and with his support, he was a little inflated for a while. Saying this thing just happened to cool down this group of people. Secondly, it also gave this group of people who are content with the status quo a reminder that if they don't become stronger, they will be killed by high-level zombies or spirit beasts that suddenly attack one day. And always remember to be prepared for danger in times of peace. The last is to show off muscles. The so-called artificial warrior number 44 is very powerful, but with his current level of level 5 and the ability to kill at least level 7 zombies, he is confident that if he encounters artificial warrior number 44 again, he can at least escape unscathed, not to mention defeating it. Okay, don't be too panic about this matter. The emergence of this zombie has certain special characteristics, and it is far away in Chudu, so it will not threaten everyone's safety for the time being. Jiang Cheng explained. Everyone nodded, but also remembered Jiang Cheng's words in their hearts. Jiang Cheng continued. Let's continue with the third point. Establish contact with the provincial capitals near Zhoudu and form an external defense system. Regarding this point, it is not easy, so we can start from the nearby northern provincial capitals. After speaking, the number 1 officer nodded thoughtfully. Wang Jiangwo, however, was a little troubled and said, Brother Jiang, we can do the first point you mentioned, but the second point is still difficult to improve the strength of the awakened. The existing awakened rely on swallowing zombie crystals to improve their strength, but the later it is, the more difficult it is to advance to a higher level, and the longer it takes. The strength of the warriors may not be improved in a short period of time. That's easy. Jiang Cheng smiled and took out a red injection needle and said, This is a level 4 awakening potion. This sentence is like a stone, and a stone stirs up 1,000 waves. What? Wang Jiangwo stood up suddenly and said in a lost voice. They had already injected Jiang Cheng's level 2 awakening potion before, which made a large number of warriors promoted to level 2 within a month, and the effect was obvious. When he came out of Zhou Wei's laboratory, Jiang Cheng gave him a level 3 awakening potion, which was enough to surprise him. Because every level 3 awakener is a person who can stand alone in the imperial city. This is equivalent to Jiang Cheng directly selling him a great favor. But now Jiang Cheng took out the level 4 awakening potion. He was very clear about the meaning of it. His voice was trembling. Is this really a level 4 awakening potion? Of course. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly and said, Although I don't have much of this potion, it's not a small amount either, enough to greatly increase the strength of the imperial city's defense. How many crystals do you need? Brother Jiang, can you name a price? If it doesn't work, I'll introduce you to my deputy commander's daughter, who is known as the poisonous rose in the army. Wang Jiangwo blurted out. At the same time, Deputy Commander-in-Chief Lu Weigua, who was in the command room, suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, Lu Weigua felt an inexplicable irritation in his heart and couldn't help muttering to himself, Damn it! Why do I feel like someone is targeting me? Just then, a soldier trotted over and lowered his voice. Deputy Commander-in-Chief, the third god of war has something important to report. Get out of the way, can't you see I'm irritated? Wait, who are you talking about? Lu Weigua, who was a little irritated, suddenly reacted and looked at the soldier next to him in disbelief. Yes, it's the third god of war. The soldier said weakly. Quick, take me there. Lu Weigua said, and hurried out. At this time, in the underground meeting room, after Wang Jiangwo finished speaking, he was afraid that Jiang Cheng would not agree, and hurriedly said, And Yang Rui, that girl, don't you like her? I'll give her to you. As soon as these words fell, Yang Liang was the first to be unable to sit still. He slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Wang Jiangwo, and scolded. Wang Jiangwo, you old thing, try to say it again. Wang Jiangwo looked at the other party pointing at him and immediately retorted, but before he opened his mouth, Zheng Ping's voice also sounded beside him. Wang Jiangwo, you can try. Listening to this faint voice, Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but shudder on his back. He watched Yang Liang grow up. He was not afraid, but Zheng Ping was like a cat and a mouse to him, with a natural suppression power. So he said awkwardly, I was just joking. How could I possibly bring up Rueyer's lifelong event? It could be by Inger from the Second Bureau. That figure, that pretty face, that personality. Before he finished speaking, a cry rang out. Wang Jiangwo, don't think about Inger. Zhao Xiaofeng scolded. Brother Jiang, look at this. How about we settle for the second best, Lao Lu's daughter? Wang Jiangwo said awkwardly. At this time, Jiang Cheng's forehead was already full of black lines, and he said awkwardly, No need. Listening to this, Wang Jiangwo immediately became anxious, thinking that Jiang Cheng refused to provide them with the level 4 awakening potion, and hurriedly said, Brother Jiang, consider it. Rose is really good. Jiang Cheng hurriedly raised his hand and said, Really no need, Brother Wang. Regarding the level 4 potion, it is still the same as before, just trade it with zombie crystals. Hearing Jiang Cheng's assurance, Wang Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief, and the whole person immediately smiled. This is what he wanted. Yang Liang and Zhao Xiaofeng also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, if Jiang Cheng threatened their daughters to marry him with the level 4 awakening potion, they would not be able to refuse. But as soon as Jiang Cheng said these two words, their hearts immediately rose to their throats. Especially Zhao Xiaofeng, who was silent for a while and said, "Actually, bye." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Cheng continued, "Level 4 awakening potion is scarce, and I can only provide 3 for the first time." As soon as this was said, Zhao Xiaofeng's face became embarrassed. Wang Jiangwo smiled again. His face wrinkled as he said, "That's enough. 3 is enough. Yes, with 3 4th-level masters in charge, our Zhoudu will be worry-free." Officer number 1 also sighed. "I wonder when Brother Jiang is going to trade." Wang Jiangwo spoke again, looking at Jiang Cheng with hope. "Now is the time." In addition to the 3 level 4 awakening potions, there are also 10 level 3 awakening potions and 10 level 3 doomsday battle mechas. As soon as Jiang Cheng finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent. When the Imperial City was cleaning up the zombies before, the level 2 doomsday battle mechas had already played a huge role, and the 10 level 3 doomsday battle mechas meant that the Imperial City had at least increased its level 3 combat power by 10. Of course, this did not include the additional level 3 awakening potions. At this time, even the most stable officer number 1 could not sit still and could not help asking, "Friend Jiang, how often can you provide such potions?" Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, "For the level 4 awakening potion, 3 can be provided in 2 months. The level 3 awakening potion can provide 10 per month, and the level 3 doomsday battle mechas can also provide 10 per month." "That's great." Officer number 1 held Jiang Cheng's hands tightly and said excitedly, "With the 4th level awakening potion, the Imperial City can recover a large area of Zhoudu in a short period of time, clear out the zombies, and establish a human survivor camp. In this way, at least in Zhoudu, the survivors have a place to survive. After a long time, the Great Zhou will be able to recuperate and redevelop the population. The role played in this is not just a little bit." However, during the conversation between Jiang Cheng and the number 1 officer, the 6 major families almost all looked at Jiang Cheng pitifully. Facing the 3rd level awakening potion and the 4th level awakening potion, they are also envious. You know, since the departure of the ancestor Qin Yang, the 6 ancient martial arts families have only the Grandmaster Realm Strongmen left, but the Grandmaster Realm Strongmen are only at the level of the 3rd level Strongmen. If the Imperial City really reaches the 4th level, their situation will be a bit uncomfortable. But because of Jiang Cheng, they only dared to look at him enviously and did not dare to refute him in the slightest. Next, Jiang Cheng discussed with the number 1 officer about the details of the formation of the awakened team, and finally decided to form a special unit composed of awakened people named Dragon Fang Corps. The commander was Wang Jiangwo. The organization was changed to the 2nd-class ordinary awakened people, the 1st-class ordinary awakened people, and the ordinary soldiers were generally the 1st-class awakened people who had just awakened or the 1st-class middle awakened people. The 2nd and the next are the squad leaders, who manage 10 1st-class awakened people, and the squad leaders are at least 2nd-class awakened people. The squadron leader manages 10 squad leaders and reaches at least the level of the 2nd class. The captain manages 10 squadron leaders and reaches at least the level of the 3rd class. The awakened battalion is a combat unit, equipped with a deputy battalion leader with a total of 1,112 people. And the ones above are called primary dragon teeth, managing 3 battalions, and their strength must reach the 4th class level. Above the primary dragon fang is the intermediate dragon fang, which manages 3 primary dragon fangs and needs to reach the 5th level of strength. Above the intermediate dragon fang is the advanced dragon fang, which manages 3 intermediate dragon fangs and needs to reach the 6th level of strength. Above the advanced dragon fang is the dragon commander, which manages 5 advanced dragon fangs and needs to reach the 7th level of strength. Above the dragon commander is the dragon king, which needs to reach the 8th level of strength. Above the dragon king is the dragon emperor, which needs to reach the 9th level of strength. Above the dragon emperor is the dragon emperor, who is the highest commander of the unit and the strongest, and needs to reach the 10th level of strength. At present, Wang Jiangwo is only the primary dragon Fang, and as the commander of the unit, Jiang Cheng is the honorary intermediate dragon Fang. In fact, when it comes to the Dragon King and above the Dragon King, the title becomes a symbol of strength, and the actual power is not that great. The Awakening team is also composed of a team of Dragon Fang troops as a unit, responsible for patrolling the Imperial City and cleaning the outside. And the ordinary soldiers in the Imperial City are also responsible for standing guard and patrolling tasks. As for the Special Affairs Bureau, which already has a large number of awakened people, the organization remains unchanged and the personnel will not be transferred. After the meeting, Jiang Cheng gave each of the 6 clan leaders a 4th-level awakening potion and 5 3rd-level awakening potions, 10 2nd-level awakening potions, and 21st-level awakening potions. The purpose of giving such items was not to make the 6 clans independent from the Imperial City, but because Qin Yang is now the captain of his own guard team and the 6 clans are Qin Yang's people, Jiang Cheng will naturally not let his own people suffer. And it is also to enable the 6 clans to protect themselves in this Imperial City. After dealing with these things, Jiang Cheng returned directly to the Dawn base. November 10, 2022. Zhoudu East District. Outside an abandoned residential area, a large number of awakened teams wearing the unique combat uniforms of the Great Zhou are frantically conducting carpet searches. Old Chun, did you find anything over there? A captain of the Dragon Fang Legion asked his comrades next to him. Captain Su, no. Zhoubin shook his head. Su Sanjin's expression became serious, and he said, Go search the community. Don't let those Japanese devils and Koreans escape. Yes, Captain Su. At the same time, on the upper floor of the residential building in the community, the 2 men and women leaned against the wall and dared not breathe, and could only curse in a low voice. Damn it. Where did they get so many awakened people? Black Snake, let's retreat. There are too many awakened people in Zhoudu. It's not a place we can set foot in at will. The woman lowered her voice. Nonsense, don't I know it? The head snake cursed, feeling extremely bitter. Of course he wanted to retreat, but the people below were almost all 1st and 2nd-level awakeners, and he could even sense the presence of a 3rd-level awakener around him. If he was exposed, he might be surrounded by the other party, and then he would be in big trouble. Black Snake, what should we do? The woman said anxiously. Black Snake thought for a while and said, Don't worry, let me think about it. Just as the words fell, bang, the door of the room was kicked away. A large number of soldiers rushed in. Captain Su, a suspicious person was found. Hearing the voice, Black Snake secretly said, Nightingale, retreat quickly. Before he finished speaking, a strong wind had already flown in front of him. Damn it, beast, black-scaled poisonous python. As soon as the words came out, Black Snake quickly grew black scales all over his body, opened a vertical pupil in his eyes, and his body began to stretch continuously, turning into a giant python more than 10 meters long and as thick as a bucket, and swung his tail at the team leader who rushed over. Bang! An explosion spread. Su Mao felt the terrifying force coming from his wrist, but he was not afraid. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. He quickly said to the team members around him, Old Chun, hurry up. Inform the captain that a foreign spy suspected of being a dead 3rd-level awakener was found here. Request support. Hearing this, Black Snake shouted to the woman next to him without any hesitation. Nightingale, do it. Yes, boss. The woman codenamed Nightingale shouted immediately. Beast transformation, illusion Nightingale. Ah! A black, human-sized nightingale appeared in front of everyone. She opened her voice, and her beautiful voice immediately sounded throughout the abandoned house, sometimes high and sometimes low. The 8 Longya warriors, including Su Mao, who were about to continue charging forward, suddenly looked dazed. Seeing this, Black Snake's face became happy and said, Nightingale, you did a good job. I'll open the way in front first. You hold on here for a while. Yes, head. Hearing these words, Nightingale secretly cursed in her heart. Her family knew her own affairs and what her thoughts were, and she knew it in her heart. This was a precursor to leaving her and running away, but the hard thing was that she had to abide by it. In Bangzi country, disobeying the orders of your superiors is extremely serious. If you run away now, you may not be able to survive when you return to Triangle Heavy Industry. Damn black snake, Nightingale scolded, secretly complaining in her heart. And there was a bang behind him. A big hole was opened in the wall by the tail of the black snake. Then, looking at Nightingale behind him, Black Snake said, "Nightingale, please hold on for a while." After saying that, he quickly climbed out of the hole. Seeing that her boss had abandoned her and left, she felt even more bitter. She turned back and looked at the soldier who was still in a daze in front of her. She stepped back until she reached the entrance of the cave and jumped. But the next moment, the sword of the river comes from the sky. The golden giant sword fell from the sky toward her back, and her eyes darkened, and she lost consciousness instantly. It's not just Bangsi country. The Japanese team also suffered a major blow. I saw it on top of ruins. The four men stood back to back, staring at the three Longya squads that surrounded them. Among them was a Longya battalion captain, who was served by a battalion commander of the original Longya Special Operations Battalion, and Jiang Cheng, director of the Special Affairs Bureau. The four people surrounding them were the team sent by the Juhua Club. Damn it! Why do the Zhou people have so many awakened people? Yamaguchi Hong cursed. Tanaka Ono even yelled loudly. Ryui, if it weren't for saving your sister, we wouldn't be trapped here. You need to be responsible for this. Master Ekizan nodded in agreement. Tanaka-kun is right. Rinkan, if you can go back, you need to make compensation to us. Listening to the continuous curses from several people, Jinshi Long Yi cursed in his heart. How many stupid pigs? How long have you been thinking about compensation? I may not even be able to escape now. While thinking about it, suddenly a burst of Dajo dialect sounded. Japanese people, you have been surrounded by us. We advise you to surrender immediately, otherwise we will shoot you without mercy. Jinli Longye came back to his senses and looked at a Dajo man in front of him who was about to speak. But before he could say a word, Yamaguchi Hong preempted him and said, Dajo people, we are warriors of the Japanese Empire. If you don't want to cause trouble, it's better to let us go in the war with Japan. Yamaguchi Hongya said, that is, you need to abide by international treaties and provide us with a few flower girls. Otherwise, when we return home, we will definitely unite with the beautiful country to attack your territory. As soon as these words came out, Jinshi Longye secretly thought, idiot. Looking up again, sure enough, all the Zhou people looked at them like a stupid pig. The Zhou sighed. I said Longwu, let's just do it directly. Zhao Chun said impatiently. Longwu nodded and said, that's what Director Zhao said. With that said, Longwu raised his hand and said, attention all team members, start now. No matter whether they are dead or injured, we must take down these four people in the shortest possible time. Yes, Captain. As soon as he finished speaking, all the Dragon Fong warriors rushed out. Yamaguchi, Ekizan, Tanaka will fight them. The fight in Zhoudu was fierce, but Linxian was peaceful. Surrounding the city of Dawn is an endless field, with farming robots constantly working in the fields, and on the side are hundreds of third-level Doomsday warriors guarding it. The city was also buzzing with people. Not only is the road spacious, there are also several shops on both sides of the road. The grand opening reward, fresh Mopen frog meat, only costs 3 ordinary zombie crystals per pound. Selling Lingqiao Lu, the new Shenyang grass has just been released. Good news for men. After eating it, your waist and legs will not hurt. You can eat it 13 times a night without any effort. One plant only costs 10 zombie crystals. As the boss hawked, occasionally members of the hunting team who came back from outside would stand at the door of the store asking questions. Boss, give me 3 kilograms. I saw a member of the hunting team holding a first-level Doomsday Tang knife in one hand and putting the other hand on his teammates and smiling. I'm talking about Li San. Why did you buy so much meat? Did you finish it? The teammate next to him joked. Speaking of this, Li San said with a happy look on his face, my wife is about to give birth. Give her some nutrition. I'm envious. Your wife's belly looks like she's holding 2 big watermelons. I bet your baby will weigh at least 9 pounds when he's born. His teammates envied him, and then sighed. Oh, what if my mother-in-law and the baby are still here? I will have a second child by now, and Xiaosong will be old enough to go to elementary school. After listening, several team members fell silent, and everyone showed their faces. But soon, the man smiled again and said, why are you so uncomfortable? People have to move forward. Okay, Li San, I've made a promise to you, kid. If your baby is born, the godfather position will be mine. The man said with a smile. Li San said with a smile. No problem, but you have to pay for the 3 pounds of grinding frog meat for your godson today. Haha, no problem. At this time, the Shuang base. In the conversion room, Jiang Cheng sat beside the conversion furnace. Suddenly, a voice prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! The level 7 base was successfully upgraded. Level 7 base can defend against a full-strength attack from a level 7 strongman. The original defense equipment is upgraded by 1 level. The number of bedrooms is doubled. The protective shield area is increased to 2 kilometers, and the defense strength is above level 6. Looking at the information about the level 7 base, Jiang Cheng said directly. List the upgradable equipment. Ding! Level 8 base, 1 billion energy points, upgrade condition. The number of sub-bases covers the entire Chu province to upgrade the level 8 base. Level 4 martial arts research room, 100 million energy points. Level 5 biochemical research room, 100 million energy points. Level 5 weapons research room, 100 million energy points. Level 6 mall, 500 million energy points. Level 7 operating room, 100 million energy points. Level 7 backyard, 150 million energy points. Level 8 cultivation room, 100 million energy points. Level 8 spirit pool, 5000 W energy points. Level 8 gym, 5000 W energy points. Level 8 storage space, 5000 W energy points. Level 8 energy conversion room, 100 million energy points. Level 8 hibernation chamber, 100 million energy points. Level 3 farm, animal husbandry, poultry, fish pond, 10 W energy points. Level 3 farm mall, 10 W energy points. Level 3 research laboratory, 100 W energy points. Upgrade all equipment except the level 8 base. Ding! Do you want to consume 1.5012 billion energy points to upgrade? Upgrade quickly. Jiang Cheng said hurriedly. Ding! Upgrade successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Level 4 martial arts research room. Xiantian Gong can be cultivated to the invincible Grandmaster level. Cultivation conditions, Grandmaster level. 100 million energy points are required to crack. Cracking time, 5 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column, which requires 50 million energy points. Bai Chao Dan. As long as there is a mouthful of blood, it can be resurrected with full blood. Usage conditions can only heal injuries below level 5, and above level 5 can only heal some injuries. It takes 10 days to crack and 100 million energy points to crack. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column at a cost of 10 million energy points. Invincible domain. After use, it is invincible at the same level, but can only be used within a 1-meter range. It takes 10 days to crack and 100 million energy points to crack. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column at a cost of 10 million energy points. Column consumes 100 million energy points to purchase. Level 5 biochemical research laboratory. Level 5 gene enhancement potion. After use, each attribute increases by 50 points, has a certain antivirus ability, can increase 60% awakening. Each person can only be injected twice. It takes 100 million energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 6 days. After the cracking is successful, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. The number of times is unlimited, and the purchase requires 100 W energy points. Level 5 awakening potion. After use, the first awakening is the 4th level, and it will automatically be promoted to the 5th level within 1 month. It takes 10 billion energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 60 days. It takes 500 million energy points to purchase. Level 1 plant growth potion. It can increase the growth rate of heterogeneous plants. Each injection reduces the maturity cycle by 1 day. It takes 10 million energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 6 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column at a cost of 1 million energy points. Level 5 Weapon Research Room. Level 4 Doomsday Warrior. Possessing the strength of the lower level of the 4th order, it requires 5 million energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 8 days. After cracking, It can be purchased in the permanent commodity column at a cost of 500,000 energy points. Level 4, Doomsday Battle Mech. The user must have at least the strength of the lower level of the second order. It requires 10 million energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 7 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column at a cost of 8 million energy points. Level 4, Doomsday Tang Sword. It requires 20 million energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 5 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column at a cost of 100,000 energy points. Level 6 Mall. The commodity card slot is increased to 11 columns, and there is a probability of brushing out level 8 commodities, which are refreshed every 84 hours. Level 7 Operating Room. At a Level 2 medical warehouse on the original basis. As long as the brain is not damaged, everything can be repaired. The repair time is 3 days. Level 7 Backyard. The area is expanded to 50 hectares. The original facilities remain unchanged, and new spiritual fruit trees, number 5, are added, and a 5th level lower housekeeper robot is added. Level 8 Cultivation Room. The area is 10,000 acres, and it can be cultivated automatically every day. The cultivated crops mature once every half a month and can be automatically harvested after maturity. The crops can be eaten 3 times a day, and each time they are strengthened by 60 attribute points, strength, agility, and spirit, and there is no time interval for use. Level 8 Spirit Pool. 10,000 cubic meters of spirit pool water are automatically refreshed every day. Drinking it once can strengthen the body's attributes by 300, strength, agility. Ordinary people can directly awaken when taking it. The second level awakener can increase the awakening degree by 20% every day. The third level can increase by 4%, and the fourth level can increase by 0.8%. Calculated at a ratio of 1 to 5, can restore true essence and serious injuries. Level 8 Gym. No energy points are consumed, and 300 physical attributes, strength or agility, are increased each time. During training, comprehension is increased by 2 times and proficiency is increased by 4 times. An 8th level martial arts sparring puppet is provided. Level 8 Storage Space. The total volume is 30 cubic kilometers. Time stands still in the storage space. The stored food comes with a large spiritual attachment. Eating it can automatically increase 40, strength, agility, and strengthen it once a day. Level 8 Energy Conversion Room. The conversion rate is increased by 0.7 times, and 1 million energy points are obtained from the outside world every day. Level 8 Hibernation Chamber. It can recover any injuries below the 6th level, and each hibernation increases 60 points of mental attributes. Level 3 Farm. Small Ranch. Area 1000 mu. Grass is automatically updated daily. Limited to the number of large livestock raised, 100. After eating the livestock in this farm, you can strengthen the attribute points by 30, strength, agility, spirit. Small Poultry Farm. Area 100 mu. Feed is automatically updated daily. Limited to the number of poultry raised, 100,000. After eating the meat of this poultry farm, you can strengthen the attribute points by 30, strength, agility, spirit. Small Fish Pond. Area 100 mu. Feed is automatically updated daily. Limited to the number of fish tails raised, 100,000. Level 3 Farm Mall. Ordinary cow, quantity 100, 500 energy points. Poultry ordinary chicken, quantity 500, 50 energy points each. Aquatic ordinary carp, quantity 10,000, 10 energy points each. Ordinary duck, quantity 50, 100 energy points each. Ordinary pig, quantity 50, 300 energy points each. Prawn, quantity 1,000, 5 energy points each prawn. New ordinary goose, quantity 5, 1 for every 150 energy points. Level 3 Research Room. Located in the research room, the wisdom attribute increases by 300%. The first level research robot assistant, quantity 4, each time you can choose. The first level items, quantity 4, in the mall for research and development. Each time consumes 10,000 energy points. The research and development time is 10 days. You can choose the second level items in the mall. Quantity 2, each time consumes 100,000 energy points. The research and development time is 20 days. Choose the third level items. Quantity 1. Each time consumes 1 million energy points. The research and development time is 30 days, and it will be automatically included in the permanent commodity column after successful research and development. Jiang Cheng roughly scanned it, and basically the upgraded equipment improved the performance on the original basis, and the change was not big. So he said, crack all the items in the level 5 biochemistry, martial arts, and weapons research rooms. Ding. Consume 10.445 billion energy points. Cracking. Listening to the mechanical prompt sound of the system, Jiang Cheng cleared out the goods in the level 3 farm mall and directly opened the level 6 Doomsday Base Mall. Product column. Level 8 martial arts skill treasure box. 5 billion energy points. After opening, use the skill inheritance crystal to randomly obtain a martial arts skill. 5-sided star small array. 1 billion energy points. After opening, it can defend a range of 20 kilometers and cannot be broken below the 8th level. Level 1 Fountain of Life. 10 billion energy points. Quantity 1. One person's first level life fluid can be born every month, taken by people above the 5th level, and transformation can be carried out after taking it. Level 1 Qilin Blood. Quantity 1. 10 billion energy points. After taking it, the beast can complete the bloodline transformation. Level 1 Phoenix Blood. Quantity 1. 10 billion energy points. Birds can complete blood transformation after taking it. Small Spirit Gathering Array. 100 million energy points. Covering range 10 kilometers. Can gather external spiritual energy within the coverage of the array, which can increase the speed of martial arts practice. Level 1 Martial Arts Skill Treasure Box. 500 energy points. Quantity 100. After opening, use the Martial Arts Heritage Crystal to randomly obtain a martial arts skill. First level Fixed Point Interstellar Teleportation Array. 500 billion energy points. Quantity 1. After turning on, you can travel back and forth once. The coordinates are Zwabine Star. 7th level Mental Power Shielding Device. 10 billion energy points. Quantity 20. After wearing, it can block mental power attacks of level 7 and below. Lower level Source Stone. 1 trillion. Quantity 100. The first lower level universe-based currency. 1 lower level Source Stone can be exchanged for 10 source points. First level Spiritual Spring. 100 million energy points. Quantity 100 cubic meters of spiritual spring water are produced every day, which can be used to drink to strengthen the body. It can strengthen the physical attributes by 0.1 and can only be strengthened once a day. Refresh time 83 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Jiang Cheng looked at the products that were refreshed in the product column. He had to say that there was a big difference between the products in the 6th level mall and the products in the 5th level mall. Except for the higher price, of course. He said directly. System, just clear the product column. Ding. Do you want to consume 100,736,200,500 energy points and clear the product column? Clear it. I can still afford this product. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Ding. Purchase successful. Remaining energy points. 59,997,799,225,800, approximately equal to 591 source points. The items purchased by the host will be automatically sent to the Ring of the Fallen God. Please check the host. The sound of the system fell, and Jiang Cheng quickly felt that there were a lot of items in the Ring of the Fallen God. The first is a white sterling silver treasure chest. Jiang Cheng opened it without thinking. Inside is a silver-white heritage crystal. 8th level martial arts skill treasure box. I really don't know what skills can be unlocked this time. Jiang Cheng murmured and held the silver-white inheritance crystal in his hand. Immediately, the silver-white crystal melted into his body, and a martial arts skill appeared in his mind. This is... Looking at the martial arts skills, Jiang Cheng frowned. The name of this skill is very simple, called the clone technique. The way to use it is to use half of the true energy and mental power in the body to create a clone. The clone has half of the combat power of the original body and dissipates as the true essence is consumed. After dissipating, the information obtained by the clone can be shared with the main body. Isn't this the clone technique from a certain ninja anime? Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly and complained. But the good thing is that this martial arts version of the clone technique has several advantages. The first is that the clone will die when attacked, and the main body will not be harmed. As long as the true energy does not dissipate, the clone can last forever, which is equivalent to a semi-permanent energy body. All the skills of the main body can be used by the clone, unless specific props have skills attached to them. Try it first. With a thought, Jiang Cheng immediately jumped from the energy conversion room to the gym, and then shouted, "Clone technique." In an instant, Jiang Cheng felt the true energy in his dantian pouring out like a flood. At a glance, one can see that white real energy is continuously emanating from the surface of Jiang Cheng's skin, gathering toward his right, and a transparent thread of spiritual power condensed on his forehead is also flowing toward the right. Almost 10 seconds later, a young man who looked exactly like Jiang Cheng appeared on Jiang Cheng's right side. Jiang Cheng looked at this guy who looked and dressed the same as himself with curiosity, and couldn't help but ask, "Can you talk?" "Hello, body." The clone smiled. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "It seems that your level of wisdom is not low." The clone smiled and said, "The intelligence I possess can reach half of the original body. You, the original body, can treat me as another you without flesh and blood. Not bad, but I don't know how strong it is. Let me give it a try." After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he suddenly punched. "Damn it, you don't have martial ethics, Numenon." In panic, the clone also punched. The two fists collided, creating a sonic boom. Jiang Cheng took half a step back, and his body took 7 or 8 steps back before he stabilized his body. "Interesting, about half as powerful as me." Jiang Cheng twisted his fist with interest, then raised his hand and slapped it directly. Great Destruction Palm. A giant palm print formed on Jiang Cheng's right side and headed directly towards the clone. "Damn it, you really don't want me to live." The clone watched the palm print coming and shouted, "Linkai." Suddenly, the momentum on the clone's body increased steadily, climbing to 7.6 times the original level before stopping, and then the same loud shout was heard. 3-layer heavenly demon fist. The black fist shadow condensed and struck towards the Great Destruction Palm. A palm and a fist met and exploded in midair. Fortunately, the gym is strong enough, so it can withstand the terrifying power of 2 fifth-level powerhouses. After one move, Jiang Cheng stopped and looked at the clone and said, "Okay, the experiment is over. Before your energy is completely dissipated, just serve as the guardian of the outer base. But remember one thing, don't let outsiders see it. Your appearance. No problem, original body, as long as you don't sneak attack again." The clone patted his chest, dispersed the true energy that burst out of his body, then trotted out of the gym, changed his clothes, and walked downstairs. Jiang Cheng stood alone in the gym. To be honest, he was very satisfied with this clone technique. If converted into strength, the strength attribute of this clone in normal state is about 25 million. It can be regarded as a very powerful guy. Next, Jiang Cheng looked at the second item of the God Meteorite Ring. It was a checkerboard-sized array plate with a blue dragon, white tiger, red bird, black tortoise, and unicorn carved on it. The method of use was also imprinted in Jiang Cheng's mind the moment he touched it. He put his right hand together and pointed at the array plate. Immediately, a stream of true energy shot into it. At the same time, the array plate turned into a stream of light and flew out of the gym with Jiang Cheng's permission. Until they flew to the sky above the dawn base. The array plate shone brightly, and 5 divine beasts appeared from it, leaping out of the array plate and galloping towards the east, south, west, north, and center. As the divine beasts galloped, the entire Dawn City was shrouded in a transparent brilliance. At this time, on the streets of Dawn City. "Huh? Something seems to have flown in the sky. Is it a spiritual beast?" "No. We have to report it to the guard team quickly." Some people discussed, some ran to find the patrol team. In short, almost all the new citizens in Dawn City saw this strange phenomenon. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng in the gym opened the 5-sided star small array plate and looked at the next item. The third item was a stone bowl containing about a finger's worth of blue liquid. After taking it out, a strong breath of life filled the entire gym. It's a pity that this thing can only be taken once. Jiang Cheng looked at the stone bowl with regret and placed it beside the spiritual pond. Move on to the fourth item. It was a transparent glass test tube containing a drop of golden liquid the size of a little finger. The first time I touched it, I felt a surge of confidence. Item: Level 1 Kirin Blood. Introduction. After using it, the beast can have a trace of Qilin blood, and there is a certain chance of returning to its ancestors. Yes. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng directly called Maya Papas and Jiang Yu over. Facing the two little guys, Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed with sparkle. Level 10 Doomsday Data, Eye, Open. Name, Meowpath. Race, Devouring Beast, Growing Period. Level 3 or above. Name, Phoenix-tailed Xuanyu King, Variation, Young Stage, Jiang Yu. Race, Xuanyu. Level, second level medium. After the last evolution, the two little guys have each improved to a small level. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng took out the first level Kirin's blood and said to the puzzled Maya Papas, "It may hurt a little for a while, but it will be of great benefit to you. You must endure it, you know." Meow. Meowpath nodded in understanding. Xiaoyu, you too, you can hold it back for a while. Jiang Cheng took out the blood that was like a ball of flame and said. Jiang Yu's fiery little head nodded. Under the watchful eyes of the two little guys, Jiang Cheng injected first-level unicorn blood and first-level phoenix blood into their bodies respectively. Soon, both Maya Papas and Jiang Yu began to react. The first was Meowth, who was trembling all over, with a pair of canine teeth protruding from the corners of his mouth, and his facial features were almost twisted together, as if he was enduring great pain. As time went by, Meowth's furry snow-white fur began to fall off, revealing flesh-colored skin. It looked like a SBHYNX cat, but its size was much larger than that of a SBHYNX cat, and its tail and ears were also ordinary cats. 3 times. After about another minute or so, Meowth's body began to grow snow-white fluff, and thick manes grew on its neck. Not only that, but white spiritual flakes grew on its limbs and calves. There are 2 small horns of about 1 centimeter on the head. The eyes have turned from silver to pale gold, and the body has doubled in size, becoming the size of a golden retriever. Roar. Maya Papas roared happily, and his body exuded a frightening aura. However, the aura quickly subsided, and his eyes looked at Jiang Cheng with gratitude. The momentum is pretty good, but I don't know how much the strength has improved. Jiang Cheng opened the data, eye with great interest. Name, Meowpath. Race, Devouring Beast, Mutation, Mature Stage. Level, lower than 5th level. Wisdom, 50. Strength, 2 million. Agility, 2,000. Spirit, 2,000. Powers, Devour, can swallow all objects and turn them into nutrients for itself. Devouring Cannon, Deterrence, Kirin Transformation. Comprehensive Combat Strength, 200-4050. It has evolved to the 5th level. Jiang Cheng looked at the changed Maya Papas quite unexpectedly, with huge surprise in his eyes. In this way, the base's 5th level combat power can be increased by 1 more. That's right, Xiaoyu. After looking at Maya Papas, Jiang Cheng turned to look at Jiang Yu. At this time, Jiang Yu's transformation was also completed. Except for the 3 golden long feathers on the back of the original phoenix-tailed Xuanyu's head, his feathers completely turned fiery red, his eyes were light golden, and the ends of the long feathers on the tail were burning with a faint flame. Jiang Yu roared and looked at Jiang Cheng with softer eyes. It seems that this little guy's strength has also increased a lot. Jiang Cheng opened the eye of data again. Name, Fengwei Xuanyu King, Mutation, Growth Period, Jiang Yu. Race, Xuanyu, Variation. Level, 4th level medium. Wisdom, 10. Strength, 600,000. Agility, 1,800. Skills, Black Claw, Wind Wing Slash, 1,000 Feather Blade, Energy Extinguishing, Rebirth from the Fire, Phoenix Fire. Comprehensive Combat Strength, 601810. In the 4th level, the strength attribute of 600,000 is not bad. Jiang Cheng secretly nodded with satisfaction, then turned away the 2 little guys to look at the 6th item. It is still an array disk, but what is different from the 5-square star array is that the base of this array disk has a bagua pattern, and each of the 8 corners is inlaid with a green spar, and in the middle of the formation disk, There is a spherical green spar with twice the volume of the corner spar. The usage method is similar to the 5 directions Startown disc. However, in order to avoid being discovered, Jiang Cheng specially placed it under the first-level spiritual spring and placed the first-level spiritual spring in the central square of the City of Dawn, both as a viewing place and as a way for everyone to can be strengthened. And with the placement of the small spirit gathering array, spiritual energy within 100 miles radius rushed towards the City of Dawn. At this time, City of Dawn, residential area. Inside a small house, a young man is practicing the Qinai method in the center of the living room. His name is Lu Churen. He fled into Shuguang Base 3 months ago and later became a member of the hunting team. Later, the mission hall was established. In order to become stronger, he began to collect zombie crystals frantically and finally exchanged them for the Qi napping technique. Perhaps due to his poor qualifications, he has been practicing for more than a month, but he has not yet mastered the Qinai method. But the benefits are not without. At least he can explode twice as powerful as ordinary people. While taking in and out of breath, Lu Churen suddenly opened his eyes. He felt that the concentration of spiritual energy in the room was several times greater than before, and what was terrifying was that the concentration was still increasing. Feeling the spiritual energy around him, Lu Churen became excited because he found that he was absorbing spiritual energy much faster than before. Come again. With a secret thought, Lu Churen began to breathe in and out according to the movement method of Naki. Almost 10 minutes later, he only felt that his head was empty, as if something had been pierced. For a moment, he felt power rising from his dantian, and his whole body felt refreshed. I broke through. Lu Churen was still a little in disbelief. He hurriedly raised his palm, gathered his inner energy, and slapped it towards the wall. Bang! Only a stream of white gas was released from his palm and hit the wall, but the wall did not crack, but made a muffled sound. But this vision was enough to surprise him. Release the inner energy to the outside. The day after tomorrow, it will be heavy. I finally became a true warrior. Mom, Dad, you must hold on. Sooner or later, my son will return to his hometown to look for you. Looking into the distance, Lu Churen's eyes were red, but he quickly put his mind together, tidied up, and walked towards the mission hall, because the City of Dawn stipulated that anyone who breaks through the acquired first level needs to go to the mission hall to level up. Not only Lu Churen, but also many members of the hunting team in the City of Dawn have successfully broken through the acquired level 1 and become warriors. For a time, the mission hall was overcrowded. Of course, Jiang Cheng didn't know this, but continued to look at the next item in the Ring of God's Fall. As for the first-level martial arts skill treasure chest, just give it to the mission hall. Looking at the 100 treasure chests in the God's Fall ring, Jiang Cheng also made a decision in his heart. With his current strength, the first-level martial arts skill treasure chest is no longer of much use to him, because compared to the first-level martial arts that can double the strength attribute, the skills he now has will be more powerful. As for the exchange ratio, 500 zombie crystals will be exchanged for a first-level martial arts skill treasure chest. As for the remaining items, except for the mental shielding device that was distributed, the rest were collected in the God's Fall ring. In the next month, Jiang Cheng will not only practice, but also rush to build a sub-base. Lu Ziyun, Yuan Ningling, Ziyi, Miao Feng, and Zhou Sheng were appointed as the base owners by Jiang Cheng. Lin Ro, Zhang Ye, Li Qingwan, and Yang Laodi were still guarding the base, while Lu Xinru was taking care of her baby in the base. January 22, 2023. Because of the revival of spiritual energy, the weather in Linxian was a little colder than before. The City of Dawn ushered in the first spring festival. There was heavy snow in the sky, dyeing the roofs of the residential area silver white. Every household started to post spring festival couplets early in the morning. And early in the morning, Jiang Cheng took Lu Xinru for a walk on the street. Lu Xinru has been pregnant for more than 3 months. Her belly is slightly showing, and the whole person exudes the radiance of motherhood. Occasionally passing by a resident's door, everyone would greet enthusiastically. Hello, leader. Happy New Year, leader. I wish the leader a son soon. Jiang Cheng smiled and replied one by one. Suddenly, several children came running over and surrounded Jiang Cheng and Lu Xinru, saying happily, Chief, Happy New Year. Family reunion. Congratulations on your prosperity. Give me the red envelopes. As they spoke, they stretched out their little hands, showing their expectation. Jiang Cheng was slightly surprised to see this, but Lu Xinru rolled her eyes at Jiang Cheng unhappily, then turned her wrist, took out a dozen candies from it, and distributed them. Thank you, Madam Chief. You know, candies are rare in Dawn City. After all, Dawn City has only been established for a few months, and the goods in the shops are very limited, mostly spirit beast meat and spirit plants, or some knives. Even the newly opened bakery is all salty. In contrast, candies are particularly precious. The children left happily with candies. Jiang Cheng was surprised and asked, Xinru, have you prepared it a long time ago? Lu Xinru said in a tone of reproach, you are usually busy with everyone's livelihood or hunting outside. How can you prepare these things? Although she said so, the look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Cheng was extremely gentle. My wife is still thoughtful, Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Lu Xinru snorted lightly, as if she thought of something, and said a little bitterly, by the way, when are you going to take down Sister Ye, Xiao, Qingwan and the others? This, Xinru, you know that I am. Jiang Cheng was about to explain, but Lu Xinru said, okay, I'm not blaming you. Now is not the end of the world. As the leader of Dawn City, I won't object to having more women. Anyway, Dawn City will need children to inherit it in the future. What's more, you know how Sister Ye and the others feel about you. And I'm pregnant now, so it's not convenient for me to do that. Speaking of this, Lu Xinru's pretty face was slightly hot, and she rolled her eyes at Jiang Cheng in annoyance and said, it's a bargain for you. I know. Jiang Cheng nodded embarrassedly. The two walked for a while, and because they were afraid that Lu Xinru would catch a cold, Jiang Cheng took Lu Xinru back to the base early. At this time, the base was also decorated with lights. Zhang Ye had already prepared the New Year's Eve dinner, and all the captains gathered together to celebrate together. At the dinner table, Father Yang. Okay, now let's invite our leader to give a New Year's speech. Leader. At everyone's urging, Jiang Cheng stood up, holding a glass of fruit wine brewed with spirit pool water, and said loudly, it has been half a year since June 2022. In this half year, we have built a small base into the current Dawn City. Everyone has contributed to it, so I, Jiang Cheng, will toast everyone again to thank everyone for their hard work and dedication to Dawn. In the coming 2023, I hope that our Dawn City will get better and better. Cheers. A New Year's Eve dinner, from more than 11 o'clock in the morning to more than 9 o'clock in the evening. After Jiang Cheng helped Lu Xinru back to the room, he went back to the room alone. Although his strength is still a 5th-level awakener, his martial arts realm has reached the 1st level of the Invincible Grandmaster. Such a promotion speed is unprecedented. As an Invincible Grandmaster, he only needs to circulate his true energy slightly to expel the alcohol in his body, but Jiang Cheng didn't do that. He was very happy today because this was his first new year since his rebirth, and it was a good year. Lying on the bed, Jiang Cheng stared at the ceiling in a trance. Now that I have the strength of no less than the 7th level, it's time to solve the threat of Chudu. In addition, we can also start to contact the surrounding provinces. Third, the foreign forces such as South Korea and Japan should also be taught a lesson. Just thinking about it, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Who? Jiang Cheng came back to his senses and shouted towards the door. The answer was still the knock on the door. Knock, knock. Frowning, Jiang Cheng got up and walked to the door and opened it. Zhang Ye, Lin Ro, and Li Qingwan came into view, but the three of them looked at him with shy eyes. What are you doing? Jiang Cheng asked puzzledly. Zhang Ye was a little embarrassed to speak and couldn't help but glanced at Lin Ro. Lin Ro mustered up the courage to say to Jiang Cheng, You bad guy, for the sake of Sister Xinru, I will give you a bargain. Then the three women looked at each other. Jiang Cheng, ? Under Jiang Cheng's puzzled eyes, the three women went in directly, and then Li Qingwan closed the door with her backhand. Sister Ye, Qingwan, who will go first? Lin Ro swallowed her saliva and said boldly. Zhang Ye was a little embarrassed and said, Should you go first? I. Lin Ro stuttered and looked at Li Qingwan. Li Qingwan's pretty face flushed immediately and said, I can't do it, it's you. Seeing the three women pushing and shoving, Jiang Cheng knew it very well and smiled mischievously. No need to push and shove. Today, let me go first. Guang, turn off the lights. As soon as the voice fell, the lights went out with a scream from the three women. The charming atmosphere in the house spread. The next day, Jiang Cheng got up refreshed, looked at the three women who were still sleeping with tears in their eyes, and stretched. After getting dressed and training in the gym, he told his father and flew towards Chudu. It's time to get rid of the trouble in Chudu. Chudu, near Longjiang Bridge. Run, run. Several awakeners ran forward with terrified faces, but screams could still be heard from time to time. As the leader of this group of awakeners, Lu Gui saw that his teammates were getting fewer and fewer and hysterically shouted to the side. Go! You guys go quickly. I'll cover the rear. After saying that, he turned his head to look at the black spot that was constantly enlarging in the distance and roared, Beast transformation, Forest Titan. After the words fell, the body full of wounds began to swell rapidly. The surface of the skin turned into a layer of bark, and the body was entangled with intricate dead vines, and there was a dense green tree crown on the top of the head. Not long after, a giant more than 10 meters tall appeared in the original place. Lu Gui yelled, Wooden snake. He punched the black spot, and the bucket-thick vines on his arms seemed to come alive, like two flexible pythons, entwining towards the black spot. But unfortunately, the two wooden snakes broke apart with a crackle before they got close. Lu Gui secretly thought it was not good and wanted to punch again. But before he could do anything, he felt a pain in his chest. He looked down in disbelief and saw a bucket-thick fist piercing his chest. In an instant, his chest was like a flood bursting through a dam, gushing out crazily. He looked up again, and the figure of the black spot was revealed. It was a gray-faced little Lolita, 1.45 meters tall, but the little Lolita was not covered with clothes, but pieces of green scales. Puff! The little Lolita withdrew her arm with an indifferent expression, and the bucket-thick fist that pierced Lu Gui also turned into the size of a child in an instant. Human? Human? How? How is it possible? Lu Gui muttered in disbelief. His pupils gradually dilated, but at the last moment of his consciousness disappearing, he seemed to see a huge mouth of the abyss swallowing him in. Burp. The little loli burped and said with a hint of disgust, Level 3. Human. So disgusting. After that, she chased after the next awakener. In less than 10 minutes, the team of more than 20 awakeners was wiped out. Looking at the ruins around and feeling the breath within a radius of 20 kilometers, the little loli shook her head and said to herself, Human, disgusting, hungry. As soon as the voice fell, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she stepped on the ground, cracking, and her figure suddenly moved towards the ruins of Chuda Base. At the same time, Jiang Cheng also happened to jump above the ruins of Chuda Base. Looking at the moss-covered ruins below, he couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back then, this was a steel jungle with tens of thousands of soldiers, but now it has become a ruin. It's really unpredictable. After sighing, Jiang Cheng was about to leave, but suddenly he frowned and a small figure appeared in his sight. Zombies? As soon as the thought came to his mind, the figure said in a tender, lowly voice, Human, you smell good. You must be delicious. As soon as the words fell, bang, instantly appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. Moreover, the originally small and exquisite Een Peach's mouth opened and turned into a giant mouth more than 30 meters high, trying to swallow it. It's really a zombie. Jiang Cheng immediately punched out. First Heaven Demon Fist. The black fist shadow condensed by the true essence formed on the right, and then blasted directly towards the giant mouth. Bang! With one punch, the giant mouth was hit backwards and fell to the ground, smashing the ground into a dent, and huge smoke and dust splashed around. Looking at the cloud of smoke on the ground, Jiang Cheng stared coldly. He felt that the other party was not that simple, because with his current strength of more than 60 million and the superposition of the first level of the Heavenly Demon Fist, even a third-level zombie would be smashed to pieces by this punch, but the giant mouth in front of him did not. It was obvious that the opponent's strength was at least 4th level. As expected, the smoke and dust broke. A low gray figure appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. However, this little Lolita stared at Jiang Cheng intently, without any fear on her face, but showed interest. Human, very strong, I want to eat. The little Lolita licked the corner of her mouth, as if she was looking at some delicious food, swallowed her saliva, and rushed towards Jiang Cheng again. Interesting. Jiang Cheng was not afraid either. Instead, at the moment when the opponent rushed over, he said in a light voice, "Indestructible golden body." Clang. A metal buzzing sounded. A layer of golden protective shield unfolded around Jiang Cheng, wrapping him inside. The little Lolita punched the golden light shield with a punch, making a sound like a huge bell. Buzz. Ripples appeared on the golden light shield, and the waves became more and more intense. With a click, a crack formed on the golden light shield. The crack became larger and larger, and finally, with a crackle, it turned into countless light spots and scattered. I want to eat. The little Lolita looked at the golden light shield being broken and opened her mouth again excitedly, and her little head instantly turned into a huge head with a radius of 10 meters. The huge head opened its mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of teeth like lampreys, covering Jiang Cheng's entire body, vowing to swallow him. You have some ability to break my indestructible golden body. It seems that you have at least the strength of the 6th level. Jiang Cheng said to himself in appreciation. Blood dragon eye open. Countless blood-colored threads suddenly wriggled out of the corner of the left eye, covering the entire eyeball, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-red vertical pupil. As the blood dragon eye opened, countless threads appeared in the huge mouth of the abyss. So many flaws. Jiang Cheng frowned. Ignoring everything else, he grabbed the void, and a bronze sword appeared in his hand. The sword was slightly raised, and the true essence in the dantian was madly poured into the sword body. Zila. An arc of electricity was on the sword body. In an instant, the sword body burst into a blue light, accompanied by the flashing arc of electricity, and Jiang Cheng turned into a blue lightning, slashing towards the flaw line of the huge mouth in front of him. Thunder knife. Crack. It was like a lightning bolt. The huge mouth instantly split from the middle, and the blue-green mucus slowly overflowed from the wound, and finally splashed out like a fountain, and his figure began to slowly fall. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng, the lightning light dissipated, and his figure reappeared, suspended in the air, staring at the monster that was split in half and oozing blue viscous liquid. He smiled faintly and said, "It's time to die now." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. But the next moment, the wound on the monster that was originally split suddenly began to heal, and the blue blood that overflowed seemed to flow back into the wound as if it had consciousness, and the falling body stopped directly. In less than a second, the monster turned into a little lowly again, suspended in the air, and looked at Jiang Cheng's back and laughed. Human, very strong, I want to eat. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng stopped, his brows knitted deeply. Turning around, he found that the little lowly was still staring at him with interest, and her body was intact, as if the knife he just chopped was for someone else. What kind of monster is it? Jiang Cheng's face became solemn at this time, staring at the little lowly in front of him, and secretly said, Data eye, open. Bite. Name, Artificial Warrior number 44. Race, Artificial Hybrid. Level, 7th level and above. Wisdom, 10.5. Strength, 800 million. Agility, 50,000. Spirit, 10,000. Skills, Death Scythe, Infinite Devouring, 3-stage Transformation, Simulation, Infinite Regeneration, Strengthening. Comprehensive Combat Strength, 800, 060, 10.5. Looking at the other party's data, Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly, and his expression gradually became serious. 800 million power attributes. It's her. Artificial Warrior number 44. Jiang Cheng didn't expect that the Artificial Warrior number 44 he was looking for would be found so easily, and even evolved to the 7th level. It had only been more than half a year since he was last in Chudu. This rate of evolution is really terrifying. I absolutely cannot keep you. Jiang Cheng looked at the little lowly in front of him. His eyes became particularly sharp. He raised the mountain spirit sword in his hand and said softly, You must retaliate. His eyes flashed with blue light. Jiang Cheng's aura continued to rise, and the mountain spirit sword in his hand came out and floated above his head, and the blue light began to condense. Human, I want to eat. Feeling the rising momentum of the human beings in front of her, the little loli's mouth opened wider, and gray crystal saliva continued to flow from the corners of her mouth, as if she had seen some kind of delicious food. Wow! The head, limbs, and body began to swell violently, and there seemed to be many squirming insects in the muscles, trembling crazily. Roar! There was a roar similar to that of a wild beast. The little loli, who was originally 1.45 meters tall, suddenly transformed into a monster with a height of 100 meters, a green face, fangs, green scales all over the body, and a squirming python as its tail. Human, I want to eat. Artificial warrior number 44 opened his mouth and roared. His body flashed, the air around him shook, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he appeared again, he appeared less than 10 meters away from Jiang Cheng. He raised his right paw and grabbed Jiang Cheng directly. Windshield, Jiang Cheng shouted softly, and a strong wind blew, forming an invisible barrier made of wind in front of him. But the palm of artificial warrior number 44 just touched the windshield and defeated it directly, and continued to attack Jiang Cheng with overwhelming force. Unbreakable golden body. Zheng. A golden mask once again enveloped Jiang Cheng. The giant hand slapped the light shield, blocking it for about 3 seconds, and then the light shield shattered again, but it also consumed most of the power of the blow. Seeing that neither of the two defenses had much effect, Jiang Cheng showed no expression on his face. The moment he was about to hit him, he ducked back. The howling wind passed in front of him, and he easily dodged the attack. Human, I want to eat. After the move failed, artificial warrior number 44 looked a little anxious. He retracted his right paw and followed closely with his left paw. Jiang Cheng's expression didn't change, and he dodged easily. In just a few seconds, both sides fired at least tens of thousands of moves, but Jiang Cheng easily dodged them all. Until the last punch, Jiang Cheng pulled back, keeping 100 meters away from the artificial warrior, and at the same time, the Shanchuan spirit sword above his head was fully charged. Destroy mountains and rivers with one sword. Jiang Cheng shouted low, and a green light shot up into the sky above his head, punching a big hole in the clouds, and continued to extend upwards until it reached 10 kilometers and then stopped. Looking from a distance, a giant lightsaber was suspended above Jiang Cheng's head. Fall! Jiang Cheng scolded, and the green lightsaber hanging above his head slashed towards artificial warrior number 44 with the force of splitting the mountain. Human, I want to eat. Facing the incoming lightsaber, artificial warrior number 44 also seemed to feel the danger. He hurriedly raised his hands to block it, crossed his arms in front of him, and countless fine bone spurs continued to grow on his arms, and these bone spurs were wrapped around the body. Together, they condensed into a shield that was dozens of meters thick and 100 meters long. The next second, shattering mountains and rivers arrived with a sword and struck directly on the shield. Just at the moment of contact, a huge gap was cut in the shield, and the lightsaber was also blocked. However, the arms of the artificial warrior trembled, and it seemed that it was extremely difficult to resist. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly as he looked at it, raised his right hands together and waved downwards. Cut! Bang! The force on the lightsaber increased. Shocking ripples radiated from where the lightsaber and shield met. The shield that had been cut out could no longer hold up anymore, and a crack appeared in the middle. As time went by, the crack became bigger and bigger, until the end. Click! The bone shield cracked completely, and the lightsaber drove straight in, fell from the artificial warrior's eyebrows, and drew out from the crotch without any obstruction. Hiss! The body was completely divided into two halves, and the two halves of the body were staggered and fell downwards. The green-blue viscosity splashed in the sky like a fountain. But the whole process lasted less than 10 seconds, and then a strange scene happened. Countless tiny granules began to grow out of the incision of the body that was originally split. The granules of the two halves of the body intertwined together, pulling the separated left and right halves of the body back to their original positions, and healed at an extremely terrifying speed. Almost 10 seconds passed. Roar! The artificial warrior roared in annoyance. From a distance, it seemed that it had returned to its original state. Seeing this scene, Jiang Cheng's brows furrowed deeper into the character Chuan. This guy's healing ability is really terrifying. It should be because he has devoured a lot of zombies and awakened people. This self-healing ability is somewhat similar to Yi Sengu in Soul. It should be that the crystals are distributed all over the body. If you want to kill it, you can only dig out these crystals. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng had a new idea. With a wave of his hand, the giant green lightsaber dissipated. An ancient bronze sword reappeared in his hand. With one hand raised, it turned into a flash of lightning and slashed at the artificial warrior again. Thunderbolt knife. Jiang Cheng used the sword as a knife, and his speed increased to 6 times the original speed. Although not as fast as light, it was more than 5,000 times the speed of sound. From a distance, it seemed as if countless fine lightning wrapped the body of the artificial warrior. Puff, puff, puff. Although it looked like only one sword was slashed, in fact Jiang Cheng had slashed at least hundreds of thousands of swords. The figure moved away and looked at the body of artificial warrior number 44 again. There were countless fine and dense cuts. This sword cut the opponent into more than 1 million pieces. Blue blood gushed out again. Jiang Cheng took the opportunity to open the blood dragon eye to observe. Because the blood dragon eye can not only observe the flaws, but also has a dynamic vision that is hundreds of times better than ordinary eyes, and can also have a certain degree of perspective effect, so it is the best time to observe when the artificial warrior is cut open. Sure enough, at the moment when the blood dragon eye opened, countless flaws were densely covered on the huge body of artificial warrior number 44. In addition, a fist-sized crystal with a red glow appeared on the chest. Found it. Jiang Cheng curled his lips, flashed, and quickly rushed towards the crystal stone. When he reached his chest, he reached towards the crystal with one hand. Unfortunately, as soon as he reached out his hand, countless worm-like fleshy threads grew around the crystal and wrapped it, and the rest of the fleshy threads were entangled towards Jiang Cheng. Trying to trap me? Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows, flipped his wrist, raised his palm, and clapped it. Great Destruction Palm. The true essence condensed on the palm, turning into a giant cyan palm print and hitting the incoming flesh and blood tentacles. Bang! There was a loud bang. Juice overflows. Juice flows horizontally. The tentacles made of flesh and blood were smashed to pieces by this palm. Jiang Cheng frowned and looked up again, only to see that the crystal wrapped in fleshy threads had disappeared from his chest. Has the spar been displaced? Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, raised his palm, and clapped it again. Great Destruction Palm. Palm prints flew out. The wound on the chest that had mostly healed was opened directly by this palm, and the blue flesh was exposed again. Jiang Cheng opened his blood dragon eyes and looked carefully, but still couldn't find the crystal stone. That's when, human, damn it, eat you. A strong wind fell from above the head. Feeling the approaching strong wind, Jiang Cheng retreated violently. As he left 1 second, a palm struck him from the position where he had just levitated in the next second. This palm failed again. What a troublesome guy, Jiang Cheng complained. It would be fine if they were simply powerful, but what he fears most is this guy with unlimited regeneration ability. Unless the crystal is removed, he can't be killed. Just as he pulled away, artificial warrior number 44 healed as before. But her body shape also changed, and she looked like a little Lolita again. But this time, the look in the little Lolita's eyes when she looked at Jiang Cheng no longer had the simple desire for food as before, but was mixed with the slightest trace of desire. Anger. Human, I right now am angry. The little loli said every word seriously. Jiang Cheng said in amusement, kill me if you can. Good. The little loli nodded solemnly, as if she had decided on something important, and then slowly uttered 4 words. A transformation. Bang. The little loli's body expanded again and turned into a monster that was just 100 meters tall. The only difference from before was that this monster was covered with bone spurs and had a pair of giant wings behind it, resembling a python's tail and mouth. Zhang Zhang, with a horrified aura. The wings flapped. A violent airflow rushed towards the surroundings. Oh, the momentum seems to have changed a lot. Jiang Cheng murmured and opened his eyes of data. In an instant, the data panel about artificial warrior number 44 appeared before his eyes. Name, artificial warrior number 44. Race, artificial hybrid, a transformation. Level, upper level 7, lower level 8. Wisdom, 10.5. Power, 800 million, 2 billion. Agility, 50,000, 100,000. Spirit, 10,000, 8,000. Skills, Death Scythe, Infinite Devouring, 3-stage transformation, simulation, infinite regeneration, strengthening. Comprehensive combat strength, 800, 060, 10.5. The strength attribute has reached 2 billion? Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank sharply. However, this transformation seems to be based on sacrificing spiritual attributes. Just thinking about it. Artificial warrior number 44 suddenly attacked. Death Scythe. With a roar, the bone spurs on his right arm gathered together like worms, forming a giant sickle that shot through the air. Facing this sword, Jiang Cheng put away his contempt. With his strength of more than 60 million, facing the destructive power of nearly 4 billion power attributes, if he resisted easily, he would probably be cut in half. But he wasn't afraid either. With a little step, a shadow exactly like him appeared from behind him, then the second, then the third, until 9 appeared. 9 steps of the magic dragon. It was the martial arts previously exchanged from the 3rd-level martial arts research room. It can form 9 phantoms that intersect with the real body to achieve the effect of exchanging virtual and real objects and confuse the enemy. Not only that, every time a shadow is formed, the attack can have double the effect. 4th-level Heavenly Demon Fist. As Jiang Cheng raised his fist, the 9 figures also raised their fists, and the black light on the right side of the 9 figures continued to condense until it condensed into a giant fist. And the power of this punch has reached a power attribute of nearly 8 billion. Open it for me. With a loud shout, 9 phantoms punched the Death Scythe in unison. There was almost no doubt that the Death Scythe condensed with bone spurs was directly smashed open by this punch. An artificial warrior number 44's chest was sunken by this punch and flew backwards for 1,000 meters. Human, I'm going to kill you. It seemed that he didn't expect that he had already undergone a transformation, but the human in front of him still easily knocked it away. Artificial warrior number 44 looked like a naughty kid who had lost the game and looked extremely angry. He flapped his wings and stabilized his body. The artificial warrior was suspended in the air and shouted again. 2nd stage transformation. This time, the 100-meter-tall body changed again, and it began to expand like a balloon, with muscles, bone spurs, and scales all starting to grow. She stopped only when she grew into a giant over 500 meters tall that blocked out the sun. In addition to her body becoming even bigger, her whole body was covered with bone spurs, and even her head was tightly wrapped in white bones, as if she was covered with a layer of armor, revealing only a pair of light green vertical pupils. And she also exuded a terrifying aura of destroying the world. Becoming stronger again, Jiang Cheng's expression became more solemn, because under his data eyes, the strength attribute column of artificial warrior number 44 changed from 2 billion to 10 billion. What is the concept of 10 billion? Converted into mass units, it is 1 trillion caddies, or 500 million tons. Converted into the mass unit of cosmic power, it is 50 million dole. Such strength, on the martial arts planet or the immortal planet, is considered a powerful person who founded a sect. If that's the case, then there's no need for me to hide it. Jiang Cheng said to himself, and silently chanted, Triple Vajra body, open. A light golden light flashed on the skin, and then returned to calm and turned into a light invisible to the naked eye, flowing on the surface of the skin. Then, the body shook. The skin began to glow with a light red light at a speed visible to the naked eye, superimposed on the light golden color on the skin, and the overall look was a bit like rose gold. As the skin turned red, a scorching airflow emanated from Jiang Cheng as the center. Looking closely, the air about 3 centimeters above the skin surface was distorted by the burning of this scorching airflow. Then, the sweat on the skin was quickly evaporated, and a large amount of white steam rose. The next second, a strong momentum burst out from Jiang Cheng, blowing his hair upside down. A white airflow turned into a long sword and spit out. It was considered to stabilize the state of spiritual opening. I have reached the level of an invincible grandmaster, and with the triple diamond body, my physical strength has been able to fully adapt to the state of spiritual awakening. This time, Jiang Cheng did not feel any discomfort. Look at the attribute panel again. The strength attribute has also increased from more than 60 million to more than 500 million. Although it is nearly 20 times less than the strength attribute of an artificial warrior, it is still capable of fighting. Let's fight. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.